Okay.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for October 4th, 2021. No public testimony is permitted during the review session.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to announce that this is the beginning again of our fully remote public hearings, which will remain fully remote until mid-January, which is when the governor the governor issued a continuation of the right to hold these fully remote public hearings at least until mid-January. So we're not sure what will happen after that point, but from now on, it will be fully remote. And so we can begin. Thank you.
Okay, the first items up are the adjournments. Item number 1, 52358BZ, 11730 Farmers Boulevard, Queens. Item number 2, 29999BZ, 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn. Item number 3, 2018-188 and 189A, 194-28 and 194-32 Dunton Avenue, Queens. 2017-262BZ, 18 Stanwyck Street, Brooklyn. Item number 5 is 2019-294BZ, 241-243 Throop Avenue, Brooklyn. And item number 6 is 7-95BZ, 153-37 Cross Island Parkway, Queens. Deferrals, item number 7, 2017-16A through 2017-19A. This is 1558-62 Clintonville Street, Queens. And item number 8 is companion case 2018-105A, 150-87 Clintonville Court, Queens. Item number 9, 2019-190A, 40-17 28th Avenue, Queens. And item number 10, excuse me, 18912BZ, 98 Montague Street, Brooklyn.
Before you go on, I just want to make a comment about Montague Street. What's holding this one up is payment for the ECD violations. This case was closed 10 months ago. So I'd like our counsel to send a warning letter to the client and counsel, certified mail, that the board may reopen this to consider dismissal for failure to satisfy a board condition of grant if it does not pay the fines within 30 days. So because we really can't have this be in this limbo state for a year, basically. We're told that they're on the verge of paying. I would like them to not be on the verge, just to pay, so that we can move this case and issue the resolution. Okay, thank you, Tony.
Postponements, item number 11, 2017-269BZ, 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island. Item number 12, 226-10BZ, 421 Hudson Street, Manhattan. Item number, well, this is an added case from item number 17, new case 46758BZ, 17211 Northern Boulevard, Queens. We are postponing that due to improper notice. Item number 13, withdrawals, 23807BZ, 5-17 47th Avenue, Queens.
So I'd like
a motion to withdraw.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to withdraw. They sent a letter requesting withdrawal.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Decision items, item number 14, 9299BZ, 9499BZ, 9698, 199BZ, and 10299BZ. This is 9809, 9825, 9841, 64th Road, and 9851, 9833, 9819, 64th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, we were only waiting for photos to show that the recapture notice signs were permanently installed, which they are. They're screwed in place. They look like they're metal signs screwed in place and screwed to the walls of the garage, and that the spelling error was missing a have or something to that effect was corrected. So I think we're ready to vote on this, and I know that our council has made this note, but our resolution needs to clarify that the waiver is of multiple dwelling law section 61B, pursuant to the board's authority granted under MDL Section 63. So a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
SOC calendar, continued hearing items, item number 15, 378 45BZ, 116-60 Supton Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, the heading on this case description in the calendar is still incorrect and should read the Kosciuszko Law Firm. I didn't pick that up either. This should have been changed in our records as of the first hearing, and that change was discussed at the May hearing. So I'm just asking whoever can handle correction so that this doesn't keep appearing in the calendar. Can we do this right now?
Email Muriel.
So it's Muriel, but it's not just the calendar. I don't know if it's showing up in other databases as.
Oh, Carlo, I think does a fusion, so.
Carla, can you fix that right now? It should be Kosciuszko Law Firm.
Already on it.
Thank you. Okay, this case was scheduled to be heard in May, and commissioners read their notes and had a discussion about the case at the review session. However, for personal reasons, the applicant was unable to attend the hearing. So it was adjourned, and the applicant was directed to respond to our comments for the next hearing, which is this one. Or actually not. The next hearing was scheduled for July, but this was adjourned as well by board operation, although a request to adjourn was also submitted by the applicant. At the May review session, we directed the applicant to notify neighbors of the next hearing. Instead, applicants submitted reasons why it shouldn't have to. This is a direction of the board, not part of the rules that has to do with required notice when making an application. The board has the authority and exercised it here to require further notice to neighbors in situations where the site is badly maintained or the request is to change the use, as it was in sort of the original version of the case when it was going to be converted to convenience store with drive-through. According to a letter submitted on September 14th, however, and the accompanying revised statement of facts, there is no longer a request to amend the application to include a convenience store and drive-through. So perhaps notice to neighbors, since it hasn't been done already, is less necessary now. I'd like commissioners to comment on that, so especially those who have visited the site. But I remind them that the community board voted to deny this application due to non-compliance with conditions. I reiterate also that DOB will not permit the later conversion of the service space to convenience store without BSA sign off, if that's the thinking of the property owner who withdrew that part of the application. With the elimination of the service bay conversion and drive-through, this is a much simpler application, as applicant has stated. I think all of our issues have been addressed, but I need to see details of the in-ground planting beds and dimensions of all these areas on the drawings. There also needs to be details of the relocated trash container that must be made with finished concrete block and with opaque steel doors and not chain link with those slats. Our project manager really should have asked for that in response to the submission made on September 14th. That would have sped up the review. The frontage along 148th Street must have an open metal picket fence to be able to view the planting. On the residential property line, the request was to put in chain link fence. I prefer the metal picket for the side property line or a more opaque picket that is residential in character instead of a chain link fence with the nasty decaying plastic privacy slatting. That's what happens to those privacy slats. You install them and after maybe it's even just after the first snowstorm, the slats start to decay at the bottom and then they look terrible. I need to alert commissioners and our council also that the 1971 approval limited the use of this lot for gas station purposes to the boundary of the residence district that existed at the time and required the balance of the lot, that's that part of the lot that's in the residence district, to be landscaped or what's shown on the drawing as, quote, unimproved. That boundary line is shown on the 1971 drawing, located approximately 22 feet from the rear of the building. 1971 was the last set of drawings we have on this case. Today, however, the entire site is in a C2-3 district. So the concern of the earlier boards, and that concern dated back to the 40s, is arguably no longer relevant. And I think the applicant's request to add parking spaces for cars awaiting service is reasonable. And the 148th Street frontage that faces residential properties will be landscaped. Old area imagery shows that entire area is crammed with cars. More recent imagery shows the area with only a few cars. I think that this is the issue that the community board is raising about non-compliance. And so by allowing the parking in an organized fashion and landscaping, I think we'll be able to eliminate, hopefully, the improper use of that so-called unimproved area. And I believe this complies with section 11.401 in terms of a pre-61 variance not being allowed to enlarge the zoning lot, because this is all has been one zoning lot, so we're not enlarging the zoning lot. But in terms of the improvements on the site, I think that work should be done now. Or we put it on for, you know, a return as a compliance hearing where we have our compliance officer regularly check, and then it comes back for a compliance hearing. So those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the earlier hearing, the board had directed the applicant to plant trees and shrubs on the subject lot and not on the city sidewalk. The revised plan that was submitted on September 14 still seems to show planting to be on not on the subject property, but on the city sidewalk. The applicant must revise it. Now, I'm wondering why the applicant is choosing to do that, because it's proposing a chain link fence, and to make it beautiful, wants to put the tree in front of the chain link fence. Well, we have always found solutions around that. And my main concern is, I agree with you that by having a more uniform layout and a identified location for all the vehicles waiting for repair identified, I think we still need to make sure that the area remains what it is designated in the plan. And one of the way would be not just by grassing it, but also providing shrubs around that area. So instead of having the landscaping along the property line, I would suggest have the landscape wrap around the parking, the proposed parking area where the vehicles will be parked, that area to be landscaped. So that would contain the vehicles within the boundaries that's been identified in the plan. And the rest of the area can be grassed. And then you can provide a transparent fencing along 148th Street. That would be my recommendation. This would.
Can I just interrupt you? Are you looking at the most recent plans?
I'm looking at the plan that was submitted on 9/14/2021.
You're not seeing that it's
fully landscaped exactly as you are describing.
right. That's why I'm really confused.
Yeah, I know the one that I'm looking at I'm looking at G001, and that's the only one sheet that's been submitted. That's the only.
Oh, no, there was a second thing. That was just one floating drawing. Then there's another set of drawings. I'm going to find it. Just one second.
Yeah, it's page BSA 009. proposed landscaping plan in the revised proposed plans that were submitted September 14th.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, all right.
so there's,
Oh, okay, I see, 00013.
yeah, so September 14th, there's a big stack of drawings.
Okay,
And
I
big
just,
Stack,
okay.
it's fully, it's an area it's landscape close
fine
to
with that. This is basically exactly what I was envisioning, and I'm fine with that.
Okay, good.
I don't know how I missed this plan.
Because you opened the other one, it's a drawing. That's the thing that's confusing when the applicant submits little bits of things. We open it, we think we've seen what there is, and we don't know that we need to keep looking for more stuff.
Okay, I'm fine with that. The only thing I would then suggest also that a note be added to the plan that the parking spaces, first of all, number the parking spaces that are being proposed, and add a note that these parking spaces are for vehicles awaiting services.
Yeah, okay. And I just want to add that one of the requests was to put up the chain link with fence, with slats. And specifically on that 148th Street, I think it should be the metal picket so that you can see the planting.
Yeah.
Otherwise you wouldn't be able to see it. Okay.
Right, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I was actually pleased with the new landscaping plans, and I thought it provided a very nice buffer. I do agree with you, though, that a metal picket fence would be nicer in the long run than a chain link fence, because they do bend and break, and those slats end up sliding out and get graffitied on, and then it's just going to undo everything that was done. And so I also just want to call attention to the fact that although they have abandoned the convenience store and drive-through, they do have a little convenience store in there that is 11 by 15, and that's going to remain.
Right. Yes, good point. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I want to thank them for revising the plans the way they revised them and providing the required landscaping. Also relocating the trash enclosure. The only thing I would say that they need to get.
Uh-oh,
Frozen.
frozen.
Go ahead. He's back.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on today. The only thing that I believe that they need to get back to us on it is the lumen spread. Right now, they provided computer model results. When they install the actual system, I believe they're gonna need to give us actual readings. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That part's a little harder to follow up on. I forget whether this was the case, but one of the cases that we have today or tomorrow, the board way back when said, you have to do this by a certain date and this by a certain date and this by a certain date and so on. And of course, the applicant did nothing during all that time. So there was no, now we have a compliance officer. Thank you very much, Ted, who can make note of these kinds of things in the resolution and go make, and it sort of check that they get submitted, but it's quite a difficult thing to manage. So for these follow-up drawings. Anyway, thank you. Okay, and Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the applicant for the new plans. I agree with the plans with the exception of the chain link fence that we spoke about. I think that a metal picket fence or some other transparent fence of higher quality would be better suited. I think the parking and the landscaping, I hope that would satisfy the community board. The community board, I wish they would be able to speak on this, but I think that most of the issues that we saw have been addressed. Granted, I don't feel extremely comfortable with the lack of notice to neighbors, or the refusal to notice neighbors. That always seems a bit suspicious, but this is a very different application before us, so I'm okay with moving forward on this.
Okay. Thank you. And I just want to clarify that last statement. There's two frontages where a fence is needed, or two. So there's 148th Street frontage that needs that fence. And there's also the residential property frontage. The residential property frontage, that should be an opaque fence, but metal picket doesn't exist sort of in an opaque version. So there are other versions of a picket fence, like a wood picket or a PVC picket. Those are more durable fence types than the chain link with the slats. So something like that. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see her hand. Go ahead. Is her hand up?
You're
Go ahead.
muted.
You're
Vice
muted.
Chair, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the proposed plan, the complete set, and the one page that was submitted. In the one page, it shows the trash enclosure is abutting the building, whereas in the rest of the proposed plan, the trash enclosure is still in the landscape area.
Huh. Again,
Yeah.
I'm not looking at the same
No,
drawing.
I'm looking at BSA 011, that whole complete set of 13 pages.
But when I go to BSA 009 proposed landscape plan, the trash is next to the building.
So I don't know why, but I am,
Do you have a 914? It's stamped 914 on the upper right corner.
yeah. Why am I?
Because there was also a May submission. Would that be? There was a May.
Okay, I think I was looking at the May submission.
Yeah, it's okay.
I am sorry.
914 submission and the prior.
I got it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yes, fine. Thank you. Sorry.
Sure. Okay.
Monday.
Yeah, Monday after an incredible review period. Okay, thank you. Incredibly difficult is what I meant by that. Okay.
Move on.
Yes, please.
Item number 16, 28279BZ, 840 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, just a second. There we go. Sorry, the little wheel was going around. Okay. Notice of this hearing was submitted to officials, so I'm not sure why it was, but I'm glad it was. Although our rules don't require proof of continuous use for extensions of term submitted more than 2 years but less than 10 years after the expiration of the term, we ask for proof anyway. The term expired in 2009 and the application was filed just short of 10 years later in 2019. An affidavit from the owner appears to indicate that the activity stopped in 2018. I don't actually see how Con Ed bills established that it was used for parking, especially because the bills are very small, like less than what I pay for my apartment. The Google Street View imagery of some scattered years show a few cars in the lot, except in 2019 when it looks like there were none. This lot is actually accessory to the restaurant across the street. And according to the Lumen study and online research, the restaurant across the street closed sometime in 2018 and is not reopened. So obviously the parking lot is not allowed to function during that time period. I just did a search because I was trying to understand what's going on with the site. I just did a search on Biz and see that this applicant, the architect, filed an alteration application in 2018, indicating that there were 20 required parking spaces on the subject lot and 20, I think it's 20 additional parking spaces, not required accessory spaces on the subject lot. And the application was to amend the CO, which is very old. There's a CO from the 70s is the last CO. And so it seems like in making that amendment to do other work in the building, in the restaurant building, the applicant was stopped by DOB, who said, no, but you don't have the right to use that parking lot across the street. So you need to go back to BSA, hence the application here. That looks like what happened. And so it does look like without this parking lot, that restaurant is not allowed to function because it has 14 spaces, like some amount of spaces on site. I can't remember what. But small amount of spaces on site. And then the balance of the required spaces are at the site. So just by way of a little bit of background, it says, the photos show landscaping and fencing in much better shape than previously with bumpers aligned. We had commented about the site being in a little bit rough shape with the landscaping spotty and the bumpers were kind of scattered everywhere. I can't tell what the condition of the asphalt from the photographs is. That was also a comment made by commissioners. They need to provide on the drawings the dimensions of the planting beds. Those dimensions are shown on the previously approved set of drawings, and the level of detail should be the same on these drawings. That's a comment I made at the last hearing, so please follow that instruction. A very detailed lumen spread study was done, very detailed lumen spread study was done, which concludes lighting levels with lights on and lights off test. The levels are 0 at the property line. However, there is a note that there are 2 lights, one on the east and one on the west lot line, that are labeled as decommissioned light poles on the lumen spread diagram. Located at grid 9A on the west and east property lines, and the lumen spread engineer indicates that those should be taken away. Just remove entirely those fixtures, because if they were to be recommissioned, they would cast light on the residential properties. So, but the drawings actually already reflect this. And the community board requested that the lot be closed when the restaurant is closed, which is the case right now, which makes sense given this is exclusively an accessory parking lot. So they should provide a chain and bollard setup to facilitate this and show that on the drawings. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any additional comments to add to yours. I was satisfied to see the work that has been done to date and the study that has been provided for the neighborhood characteristic study and the lumen. So I really don't have any other additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Oliver Brown.
I had the same concern as you about the proof of continuous use, because it does seem like the site was not being used since October 2019. But aside from that, looking at the newest plans, I am pleased with the upgrade in landscaping and layout that they're proposing here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Sorry, just a second. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would say is for the decommissioned lights, if they can bring us next time a picture or a photo for these lights taken off. That's one thing. The other thing is the PDF for the lumen spread readings is kind of like hard. I believe it's a bad resolution. Maybe it was scanned. So when you zoom in to see the readings, they are readable, but if they can bring us one like better than that one, that would be more helpful. Who knows what's going to happen in the future if somebody want to take a look at a PDF like that. But other than that, I want to thank them for the work they've done. It's really good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's such a complicated lumen spread diagram that there's all the little numbers and details and everything are very close together. So you have to really zoom in a lot to see the numbers. Maybe that's the issue. Yeah.
I believe the ideal way, and this is for other folks who are doing lumen spread, the ideal way to do it is to put the readings on the grid like they did and call the grid the way they did. You don't have to provide a table and then a plan. Double effort is not like favorable in a case like this, especially when people complain about charges for these kind of studies.
Mhm. Right, but it was very well done.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Chair, I want to thank the applicant for the work they did. It's clear that they took our notes and invested into the property to make it a much nicer site. I think the landscaping and the trees that they placed, I think are a great improvement to what was at the site, and it's and their lighting spread has relieved pretty much all of my concerns with regard to this application.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
New cases, item number 17, 46758BZ, 17211 Northern Boulevard, Queens. This case was postponed and mentioned earlier. Item number 18, 58482BZ, 200 East 64th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, and I just want to alert commissioners, there was a submission, public testimony submission Sunday, I think, and it was sent out this morning to you. Hold on one second. Here we go. We have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community Board recommends denial with 3 opposed and 2 abstentions. It isn't clear at all from their resolution what their objections are. It just says the applicant seeks modifications to the plaza furniture and landscaping, and no changes are proposed to the existing plaza physical layout, perimeter levels, or access points. Therefore, we recommend disapproval. I don't understand what that's about, so I wish they would have given us more information. It would have been helpful to understand their point of view. I'm going to talk about what we just did receive. We have a late Saturday letter in support of the proposed changes from the East 60s Neighborhood Association, who states that the plaza is an enjoyable place for neighbors. So that's in contrast to the community board, so then I'm confused. There are 14 open ECB violations with $16,250 in penalties due that must be paid. The July violation indicates that the plaza has been padlocked. I see Jella's hand up just a second. This is certainly not permitted to padlock a plaza. Jella, go ahead.
Hi, I spoke to the district manager from the community board, and they do like this plaza. They do like it. It just, they were opposed to the changing in hours of operation because it's less, the time frame it's open is shorter in the proposal, slightly shorter. And then they also said that there's no ADA accessibility incorporated. These were verbally told to me on the telephone call with the district manager.
Right, okay. All right, well, the resolutions are kind of what we rely on, but yeah. And that's the district manager as opposed to the chair of the board. So then I'm not sure what to do about that, but yeah, thank you. I personally, I know this plaza, I pass it all the time. I think it's pretty hideous. And in truth, I actually never knew it was a public plaza because I always thought it was allocated to the restaurant that's there on 3rd Avenue, always. It always had tables back there. It always, especially when it was a barbecue place, it had people lining up on the stairs. And so it was like their overflow space. But with the pandemic, of course, it's hard to deny a restaurant full access to available open space. But there has to be a workable solution that improves the look of the plaza, addresses the restaurant's needs, and invites the public to sit and read in an outdoor spot in good weather. The existing drawing doesn't represent at all what we see in the photos. There are these structures there. In fact, there's a violation for a structure. So that shouldn't be there, and they're not shown on the drawings. And really, what do we do about that awful air conditioning duct that crosses over the seating area? Surely this, this was built a long time ago. Surely with improved HVAC systems, split systems, all the different kinds of systems that have been changed or invented since then, we can get rid of that duct. Can't the units be moved to the restaurant side? They need to provide more information on the need for the duct and why it can't be modified. The fenced-in area proposed for the HVAC equipment is making the miserable seating area behind the restaurant even narrower and less inviting, hence more miserable. They need to explain the need for all of this HVAC equipment and the cooling tower that's also in this location, plopped right where the sort of extension of the plaza was supposed to be, which was sort of the negotiated trade for allowing the restaurant to be, for allowing the plaza to be elevated so high as a result of the restaurant's construction. So they were permitted to have a smaller plaza in exchange for a lot of floor area. And then they're whittling down on even that smaller plaza by just using it to fill it up with equipment. The sectional designations are incorrect on the drawings. There is no A-200, it's A200.02. That sounds trivial, but when, as an architect reviewing plans, I look for the sectional designation and I keep looking, where is A200? It's not there, maybe there's no section, etc. So please do it right. Provide all the proposed plaza area calculation diagrams as was required for the original approval, not just the reduction calculation. So what I mean is, all they're showing us is what's going to be reduced. I want to know what's going to be there, right? The boxes are indicating the area of each little spot. Let's find out what the area of each little spot that's going to be there is, as opposed to a reduction. I'd like to know, can a connection between the plaza that's accessed from 64th Street at the building entrance be connected to the plaza access from 64th and 3rd? So part of maybe a perception that the plaza is kind of nice is that some people will enter the main steps to the apartment building and then go to those two little plazas on the left and right of it, so the east and west of that. But actually, the bulk of the plaza is accessed from almost the corner of 64th and 3rd Avenue and 3rd Avenue. And that's the area that's it's rather measly. And then there's this divider. So if there was a way to eliminate that divider and cross, let's say connect it, it would make the plaza bigger and more accessible to everyone. And then speaking of ADA, even in Venice, they have handicap stairs to get you up over the bridges. You can have a handicap lift, a stair lift that would bring you up one of those flights of stairs to make this accessible. I agree that it should be accessible. In comparing the existing to the proposed drawings, the proposed appears to be a much greater reduction in amenity space than was approved, with much less planting area than is represented. There's this area that's stippled behind the HVAC enclosure. What is that? And why is the HVAC forward of that stippled area? And so I thought that was the reason for the community board's denial. But according to Jelaprenga, it isn't. It's just about hours, but they didn't articulate that. I don't think of this as a bonus to the community, and that's actually what these public plazas are for, right? That's why you get more floor area to build your taller building. They need to provide a version of the drawing that replicates what was approved and explain why this cannot be provided today. And they also need to provide information on shadows. This plaza faces west and north, and of course would never have been approved today under the new regulations, but this is what we have. I'd also like to understand what the lighting is. And there's also no explanation for why the hours of operation need to be reduced. And those are my comments. So Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead.
Thank you. Please bear with me. I do have a lot of comments on this. I would start off by saying that this plaza design fails all elements of the plaza design intent that was set in the zoning resolution. Since the plaza area is a public area to be accessed and used free of cost, the design needs to be able to do so. I'm not sure if there is a perfect solution that will draw public to this plaza, especially given that most of the plaza is located over 5 feet above grade, and it is not visible at all from 3rd Avenue, blocked by the signage of the retail uses and the double height restaurant. Only visibility is partially from 64th Street. Furthermore, it is a plaza area that is broken up by structural and other elements, which makes it extremely poor to none, having a flow connecting the plaza pieces together and to the street frontages along 3rd Avenue and 64th Street. Stairs from 3rd Avenue is along the entryway to the restaurant, thus it is not at all visible. And even if it is visible, no signage is there that indicates that there is an accessway leading to a public plaza. There are arches along 3rd Avenue. I don't know if those are structural or ornamental, because they do also obstruct the view of the plaza from the street level. And the reason I'm asking these questions is because these do add to the element of it not appearing public, or even knowing that there is a public space, because whenever I've gone by this place, I always thought it was part of the restaurant. I did not know that it was part of a public plaza until I saw that broccoli-shaped sign, which is not in a very visible location. You have to look for it almost to. So to make this place more publicly accessible and for people to know that it's more public, that it is a public space that is open to public and for people to use it, I think the design treatment that has been proposed does not do that. And I think the applicant said that they are sticking to the prior plaza regulation and they do not have to meet the current plaza regulation because this was a prior plaza thing. I think the applicant knows very well that this board, when in granting a variance and in renewing these things, has over time asked for improvements that may have been more of been in addition to what was prior boards had asked. So with that in mind, I think I'm concerned about the proposed design, and specifically, as Madam Chair, you pointed out, the applicant is requesting further reduction of the plaza area for HVAC purposes. So I have similar questions in terms of why so much is needed. Aren't there any alternate sites? And the plans shows that there are those two small plazas that abut the entryway to the apartment building. I'm assuming these are the two additional plazas that were required in violations of the zoning requirement by the earlier board. And if that is the case, then that plaza area really has to be very accessible. The way it is designed right now, you have a fence, very beautiful decorative fence along that 64th residential entrance, and it wraps around the plaza area with a gate. So there isn't any signage. There isn't any possibility for anybody to know that those two plaza areas abutting the entryway to the residential is open to public. And partly because of the way the stair is located. If the stair was located much closer, right at the entrance of 64th Street and visible, that would also let people know that it is accessible from the street level. You don't have to enter into the residential property to access the plaza. That also becomes a hindrance for anybody wanting to use that place. And it's also not visible because the planting that is provided along 64th Street, it's opaque. So one would think it's a private little oasis for the residents to use it. So I think the approach to the design should allow for more visibility of the plaza levels from 64th Street and what remains of the 3rd Avenue. And that would mean moving these planting beds away from the street frontages and moving a little further away providing more seating along the edges so that people know that that's where you can come and sit. Provide more signages at every entry points of the plaza. I also have concerns about the signage that is there, the restaurant signage and the signage from the retail. I'm not sure they meet the regulations of the POPs signage regulations per zoning resolution 37-751, especially the one that's located at the plaza level. We need to see the elevation of the plaza from 3rd Avenue and 64th Street. As I mentioned, the accessory business signages are a visual impediment to this plaza, and the canopy of the restaurant projects into the plaza area and is also not in compliance. These box planting, I'm not sure whether they will survive or not. So they need to come, and especially most of it is going to be in shade because of the taller buildings around it. So need to propose planting that is going to survive in a shade condition. Also, there are, because of the lighting technology, I think there are ways of making this space much more attractive and playful. And that could be through some kind of mural, could be through some lighting along that dead wall that is fronting the plaza of the residential. And these are cost-effective ways, and they do not affect the residents because the residents' windows are well above that. And this way you also provide a visual cue for people to want to move into that space, and also provide an added security by providing more lighting. And also they should provide a much more detailed plan in terms of the drainage from the boxes and how it would be irrigated and things like that. So an MNO plan. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, very helpful. Commissioner Brown.
I have just one additional request to all of yours, and that is that they give us some kind of a schematic drawing that shows where the restaurant seating is on the plaza, and if it's likely to remain in that format or if they're going to rearrange that as well.
Okay. Thank you. Good point. Because the plazas do allow a certain amount of restaurant seating. But, you know, that's in a certain way, it's considered a reduction in the public area. But given what's happening these days, maybe there's a way of creating a hybrid version of that somehow, where you have some restaurant seating and then some equivalent amount of public table type seating for people to bring their own lunches and things. I mean, I've seen that in some of the other actual POPs.
Mm-hmm. Right, because what I don't want to see is that the restaurant's pandemic needs start forcing the public into a smaller and smaller part of the plaza that really is their plaza.
Yeah. Commissioner Shetha.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what's being said. I believe they need to differentiate between areas assigned for the restaurant and show us how their suggestions to like separate them from the common or the public area. And I'm waiting for them to like explain to us or for their suggestions to show us how they can achieve that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. So my notes would be repetitive, but I do want to mention that they can't use the same argument as a sword and a shield. They say we do not believe compliance with ZR 3770 is required as a plaza predates these regulations. Yet then they say we want to hear the new regulations when it's convenient, and using ZR 37727 with the hours of access. It's really, you know, you need to explain what the real purpose here is. I hope the applicant reevaluates these plans so that they can truly be space that the public can enjoy. That being said, with regard to the restaurant's needs in the pandemic, I am sympathetic to, and as you stated earlier, Chair, like it's not exactly easy to curb the restaurant's use of public space during this time. And so I am sympathetic to that. I hope that they can provide us with some temporary guideline of when this space will become, when they will take back some of these tables so that the public can have more of the space to enjoy.
Okay, yeah, the timeline is, does anybody know when the pandemic's gonna be over?
Yeah, I really don't know what the answer to that is. And I don't think anyone does at this point. But I am sympathetic to the needs of the restaurant at the moment, that these restaurants have gotten really hurt during this period. So I'm sympathetic to that.
Right, but I think, and this is something we were talking about before, I think there's a way to accomplish both needs in a way that doesn't deprive the public of a viable plaza, something instead that's really attractive and desirable. And when the restaurant isn't operating, you can still use those seats. That's one of the deals that actually I've seen go on in Pops in other locations.
Mhm.
The tables and chairs are permanent, and sometimes they're used by the restaurant during certain hours, and sometimes only some parts of them, and so on according to hours, because it's not like the restaurant is functioning during all the days when you might want to sit in the plaza at all times, right? So
I agree with that. I'd also like the hours of the restaurant, because they did mention hours of access, and there are some caveats with that with regards to the hours of the restaurant. So I'd like to know what the hours of the restaurant are.
good point. Any other comments on this? Interesting conversation. Thank you. Okay.
Item number 19, 16008BZ, 651, 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn. We are still in review session, so no public testimony is permitted.
Okay, we have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. I didn't find a community board recommendation. Apparently they held their meeting on September 21st. Can we get the outcome on that, please? We have a late Sunday letter in opposition to the application from the Concerned Homeowners Association who, can someone, okay, I see Vin, can you, someone is not muted and I'm hearing lots of feedback from them. Vinroy, you want to comment on the community board?
You're muted, Vinroy.
Vinroy, you're muted. I don't know if you.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I reached out to the community board this morning and a hearing was held, but there's no final determination yet. There's some questions that the community board had fielded to the applicant. The applicant answered some of the questions during the board hearing, the testimony, but there were other questions that the applicant will follow up on. So the community board is waiting on that. Plus they're waiting on the determination by the land use committee as to when the next hearing will be held.
So this was just the land use committee.
The land use committee is going to meet again after they get answers from the applicant, and then they will make final determinations in terms of where the community board's position stands.
Okay, thank you very much. Helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, so can you mute? Yeah, thank you. All right, so I'm going to read that last one again. We have a late Sunday letter in opposition to the application from the Concerned Homeowners Association, who complains of the site being badly maintained, not in compliance with the terms of the grant, and suitable to be developed with residential or at least with a less aggressive use. The person who submitted the letter will not be able to attend this hearing remotely today, apparently. So, but there will be other opportunities, I hope. And I hope that the association actually does attend. This was a controversial application in 2008 to 2010. That's the length of the hearing period on this, with opposition from neighbors and the community board. The prior 1977 and 1979 variances to allow auto wrecking on site had expired by 2007. And the board required that a new application be submitted to legalize commercial bus storage. They decided it was a new variance application, therefore. Given the level of controversy, the 7-year lapse of the variance and the condition of the site I think it's appropriate here to require the applicant to notify neighbors of the next hearing. So if Vinroy, you could send an email to Muriel asking her to, when we're ready, send out a notice of hearing for the next hearing so that neighbors are notified. Okay, just make a note of that. Okay,
Okay, Chair, thanks.
thank you. The statement of fact states that the site is used for bus parking and bus repair, but photos show it is vacant and neglected. A follow-up letter that didn't amend the statement of fact states the site has been vacant since mid-2021, but it looks like it's been vacant for longer than that. They need to provide proof of continuous use, even if not required by our rules. This variance expired in 2013. A waiver for late filing was requested on under 1-07.3B3 Roman numerat 2 for extensions requested more than 2 years, but less than 10 years from the date of expiration. So that's correct. I'd like to understand though, this is still 14 separate tax lots. Why? And I'd say that one reason is because it helps to confuse all of the agencies that might issue violations. DOB doesn't know where to issue the violations. And there are no certificates of occupancy reflecting the 2010 grant. The tax lots need to be combined. You can't have little, and the shapes of the tax lots are rather creative. They're not just simple rectangles. There's some that are shaped like countries. I mean, they're all different shapes. So the approved plans called for, quote, evergreen tree planting, unquote, on the outside of the fences within the property line, in addition to street trees. That's exactly what I would have suggested had this come to us right now, as it is. And of course, they didn't do that. The board also created an implementation schedule. This is a case I was referring to a little bit earlier. When the board voted in whenever that was, when the board last voted on this case, the 2010, it created an implementation schedule that was supposed to have been completed by 2011 and 2013. So it was a staged implementation program stating that without the implementation, the C finding could not be met. So it was conditional. It said, basically, you don't make the findings for a variance. The only way you'll make the findings is if you do these things. So we're giving you some time to do these things. So it sounds like to me, they actually never got the variance, if you want to really take that all the way through the thinking, right? Because they didn't do that. And they also limited the grant to a 3-year term to coincide with the improvement schedule. So this was, that's the thinking where everyone's going to do the right thing. They're going to implement the changes. They're going to come back voluntarily and all of that. And of course, those directions were mostly ignored. And the applicant only returned to the board this year for some reason that might have to do with needing a DOB approval for something or a bank approval for something, or they got a violation that became uncomfortable, or I don't know what. So, which is why this time around, either, and this is, I'd love the board to discuss this, I'm not convinced that the variance was ever granted back in 2010 because the C finding was never made. So there's a whole sort of get your head around that one. But if we were to go ahead to allow this use to be changed and to continue, either the improvements have to be done before we vote, like in front of our very eyes, or we schedule this for a compliance hearing for 1 year after the vote, and we basically bring the applicant in, we haul them back into the board, as opposed to waiting for them to appear. And unlike the board in 2010, today we have the benefit of our compliance officer who can make regular inspections, like every month do a drive-by to see that the work is actually being done. And then we can actually subpoena them even to come in. So that's pretty hard talk, but it sounds like they deserve it. I also asked, why shouldn't this proposed parking lot for 107 spaces have to comply with section 37-92, which is the requirements for parking lots, at least for perimeter landscaping in the R4 zoning district, especially on Euclid and Stanley that are across the street from residences. That's what the 2010 board was getting at when they required street trees and evergreens to be planted on the outside of the fence on the subject property. I think on that side, there should actually, on the residential side, I actually think there should be a brick wall rather than an opaque industrial fence, which is what's proposed. That's been a very kind of nice, more residential solution when you have a very difficult use like this. This might be in lieu of on-site planting since there are street trees, or they could allow ivy to climb up the wall. That's actually very pretty. So that's a different way of dealing with it instead of planting those shrubs along that property line, and easier to maintain because ivy is hard to stop once it gets going. I do note that there's an issue of graffiti, but brick walls can be treated to allow easy removal. And once the ivy gets going, it's not even really that much of a concern. The main issue is that the walls, like everything on the site, have to be regularly maintained so that with graffiti being removed immediately, that discourages graffiti artists. That's a well-known approach. But basically all frontages are neglected eyesores, and I understand the community association's concerns. And we haven't heard yet from the community board, so we'll find out more from them. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I was looking at the prior grant, I kind of read it more like one of those in olden days that used to be granted conditional neck deck. It was like one of those. I think in this project, this site has really been neglected and has been, I would use the word, misused by prior tenants or owner. I think the ownership is the same, but the prior tenant and the use. While this is an improvement, I still don't think we should just let it be without making sure that it is not going to be a nuisance to the neighborhood. So I definitely, the plans does not give much detail as to the height of the fence, the material of the fence, and given that there are going to be trucks parked, trucks or vans, whatever, that are going to be parked here, there'll be backing of vehicles coming in. So we need to make sure that this is not going to be a noise issue. So the walls should have enough of a height to ensure visually and any noise that could generate from these trucks and vehicles is not going to go onto the residential street. That is one part of it. The other part of it is, this is kind of like one of those last mile. We are going to hear a lot of last mile projects. This is like one of those last mile facilities. And I was wondering whether this would require, should we ask DOT to look at it just from a traffic circulation point of view, whether just one entryway would be adequate in terms of the traffic coming and going and the nature of traffic flow that is going to be generated from this facility. Will this create an added set of air quality or traffic issues along this corridor? So that is a question I had. And also these vehicles that are going to be parked, we need more detail in terms of the layout. And I agree with you that it should, the elements of zoning resolution section 3792, especially with regards to landscaping within the site, also is possible. There are areas within the site, the islands, and those things can also be greened. And that can also enhance the look of this facility from Fountain Avenue. If that's not going to be the brick wall, the rest of the frontage is going to be brick wall. So those are my comments, and the lumen study. We do need a lumen study.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I said oops because I made a mistake when I was writing.
No, yeah, so I want to know what the height of the vans would be, and therefore the fence height should be proportional to that.
Makes sense, thank you.
And
Okay.
provide operational and maintenance plan.
So thank you. So I'd like to just make a note. I see Carla's hand up. A note to Tracy that, yeah, I haven't gone around to the commissioners yet. I just want to make a note to Tracy to submit this application to DOT.
Okay.
It should, okay. And Carlo, is your questions related to something that needs correcting? Otherwise, I'll go around the room first. Yeah, Commissioner Otley Brown would like to speak. Just a second. So let me go to Commissioner Otley Brown and then we'll come back to you. Okay.
So I was here the first time this case came around, and I have a lot to say about this case.
Okay.
The history of this property is a history of non-compliance and non-conformance dating back to the beginning. And the board grappled with the issue of granting another variance for a site where the owners clearly had no intention of complying in a neighborhood that was undergoing a transition from an industrial type neighborhood with residential on the outskirts to turning into a residential neighborhood. And so I think that the fact that the neighborhood was in transition gave the board a little sympathy for the applicant. But I have to say that the applicant took the board's sympathy and just literally stomped on it on the ground, because they did absolutely nothing to make this site better for the surrounding residential area. And this is a site where the history of this site is horrific. I don't know if anybody has actually read any newspaper articles about this site, but prior to us actually hearing this case back in 2008, 2010, there were a bunch of newspaper articles about alleged boiling of body parts in acid on this site. That's the history of non-compliance and non-conformance here. And so actually one could say they improved because there was no dissolution of body parts on this site. Yay. But that's where it stopped. That being said, the variance has expired, and this is now a new neighborhood because under both Bloomberg and de Blasio, this neighborhood has undergone a transformation because it has been the site of multiple affordable housing developments. This is all being transformed. And so frankly, I don't think that a variance is necessary on this site anymore. I think it can revert to conforming use. And so therefore, the applicant needs to, number one, give proof of continuous use. Number two, revisit the 5 findings, because this variance has expired and they want an amendment. So they need to revisit the findings to show us that things have not changed, which I doubt they can do. And also show us how what they were granted was not the minimal variance and why they need something different. They also need to talk about the hardship of not being allowed to continue this non-conforming use at this site. And I say all of this because, Chair, you have been an advocate of environmental justice. You have been an advocate that there are those who don't often speak for their own rights, and they should not have to suffer the noxious effects of poorly maintained non-conforming uses. And this is most certainly that case here.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad you spoke next. Okay. Thank you. Still writing notes, but Carlo, do you want to add anything? And maybe we should start looking for those newspaper articles. Now I'm really intrigued.
Yeah, they were interesting back then.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
just add a little bit to what the Vice Chair Chanda had requested as far as DOT. I just wanted, I too was here at the time with Tara. But this did go through an extensive environmental review at that time, and I just think maybe a note to Tracy is that we should perhaps request the file, because this was a very intense review at that time. So if in the event that this is something that we should consider moving forward, additional reviews or some sort of technical memorandum, I think it would be helpful to have that baseline available.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Carl.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing left to say actually for this side, but should the board decide to look into the variance option, that the amendment option, I would say. I have some comments on the drawings and on the statement of facts as well. In the statement of facts, they will need to explain to us, since this is a change in operation from what they are saying it was previously approved, they need to explain to us how the change wouldn't impact the neighborhood. The fence on Euclid, I know it's going to be removed. It's in very bad shape. I know it's going to be replaced, but in the drawings, they submitted details showing the fence from inside. I would ask them to, if we decide to proceed, we need to see how the fence look from inside and outside. That should be shown in the drawings as well. The lumen spread, we need a lumen diagram that show how the properties, the residential properties across Euclid will not be impacted. Photos, all the photos that were submitted before today, I believe they are not real photos. They were taken from Google Maps, I guess. But I've seen some emails coming from them today. I'm not sure if they contain photos or not, but if they haven't submitted real photos, they need to do. Thank you.
Okay. Can you just go back? I just missed this, the beginning of it. You said in the statement of facts, you said something about the change in operation.
Yeah, I believe they are changing the operation plan if even they have submitted one before. I believe the site is going to be used a bit differently from what it used to be used before. So they need to explain, even if they're going to maintain the same use from previous, they need to explain to us how the operation at the site is not going to impact the neighborhood.
Okay, yes, so that feeds into what we discussed before also, right? Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the statements that were made by my colleagues. On a positive note, this is a much less obnoxious use. They're removing the fuel. And it seems like the fleet of vehicles would be new cars. So that seems like it's better for the surroundings. Although that's not in contrast to anything that's been said. I've passed by the site dozens of times throughout the years. It has always been kept in. It always seemed to me to be kept in maintained very poorly. Graffiti was always on the walls. It just wasn't a. It's really an eyesore. So I'd like to piggyback on what was said by Vice Chair, and they really need to have a much more community focused approach here.
Okay. Thank you. Interesting. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Item number 20, 2017-100BZ, 412 East 98th Street, Manhattan.
Madam Chair, I must recuse.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this is the last one before. Okay.
No, we have two more new cases.
Two more on for today. Okay. So,
Yes.
okay. We have, we need to text Commissioner Ali Brown when we're done with this case, okay? To let her know to come back on. We have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. The community board failed to come to a decision on this application with motions both to approve and to deny failing. So it was a stalemate. So there's no indication about their discussion. This is a Bella Vista case for a not-for-profit school that received 7221 bulk waivers for rear yard and rear yard setback, and a 7319 special permit for use in a C8 zone. The Bella Vista review is required for such applications to ensure that there is no impact on the original variance by the merging of the zoning lot and by the transfer of the development rights. The materials submitted were very complete and go through the findings, most of which relate, as is stated in the statement of facts, to for-profit developments where financial hardship must be demonstrated. So Bella Vista is really used for the for-profit variances. I have only one question though. By merging the two zoning lots, will such merger impose any restrictions on the school other than limiting its ability to use the 13,700 square feet of transferable development rights that will be transferred to the developer? For example, will there be light and air easements or other limitations on future use of the balance of the development rights? Or does the merger in any way create other obligations that would impede future enlargement? If there is a zoning lot development agreement, I would like it submitted so that we can, or you could even redact it and just give us the portions that have to do with what the school is obligated to do. And one of the reasons that I'm asking this is because we had a recent application, or maybe it was a meeting to discuss a case. No, it was an actual application here that we, I guess, denied, where the applicant was a school that had transferred all of its development rights away. And then the developer came in for a variance to, or no, maybe the school came in for a variance to get new floor area. So in other words, you could be transferring only some of your development rights, but then you've made some sort of a commitment to not build on top of the school, and now the school needs a waiver to allow it to do something that it's not allowed to do, wasn't allowed to do contractually, or something like that. I just want to make sure it's not impeding the future potential of the school. Sorry for that long-winded explanation. I got a little distracted. Okay, so Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you, Chair. I had same question as to in terms of the amount of floor area that has been given to the abutting property. Will it hinder any future development of the school? And granted that the school has been built to what this board had granted a few years ago. I thought the application was very thorough, and I really don't have any other comments on this, except for that clarification. And I guess you're right, the Zelda would help us explain that. That's all.
Thank you. I see nothing was recorded or anything yet against the property, so this is still in negotiations. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown, oh, sorry. Commissioner Otley Brown is recused. Commissioner Sheta.
I want to thank them for the clearness of the application. This is number one. Number two, I'm looking at this application as I'm going to explain. My look at this is like if the school was granted floor area as part of the previous variance.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, I know that didn't happen. I know that it didn't happen. Yes, I did look at the variance, and I know that wasn't the case.
Uh-oh, you're frozen now.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I understand that this was not the case. The school was not granted any floor area as part of the variance. So I just want to make this clear. Right. But that second point is if the school was granted any other zoning parameters that led to make them capable of adding floor area that they were not able to take off before that grant. I believe we should be looking at this as we have to look at the original variance and see whether this is kind of like abandoning something that was granted before. And I don't think either this is the case. So since they were not granted floor areas, none of the other zoning parameters that were granted led to them adding extra floor area that we wouldn't be able to add if this variance was not there. I'm okay with the application the way it is. Thank you.
Right. So yeah, and in terms of the floor area, it was just they would have to build taller and it wouldn't meet their needs because they had these squash courts, right, that needed width. So that's why they needed the rear yard waiver. So you're right. There's probably nothing. They could have built much taller, but didn't want to because it doesn't make for good squash courts, et cetera, gym facility. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I found this application to be complete. I think the case satisfies Bella Vista, and I do appreciate the relevant case law that was cited in the application. I hear the board's concern with regard to the future, whether or not this would bound the school and its possible growth. I'm not sure. Perhaps hearing what they believe the school's growth, like the progression of growth would be, would satisfy the board's concerns. Like how many students they think that.
Yeah. No, it isn't. You never can anticipate your growth. The school thinks it has what it needs, and then 15 years from now, it doesn't have what it needs. This has actually happened in the city.
I remember the case. It was on the. I remember the school in Manhattan that we faced that issue. As I said then, I think this could be something. Well, I'd like to hear what the applicant has to say about it, and I guess we can move from there.
I think we're referring to the school that's on Greenwich, right? That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one. I was thinking of one also in Brooklyn where there was a vacant site where all the development rights.
Oh, yes. Right.
Right. And the school came for a variance. We're like, well, but what about the development rights that were?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think in this case, it's a more of like, since this has just been built and it has been built based on a projection of the next 10 years or so. However, I think there is enough floor area the school has left on its plate. It's only the programmatic need is what's going to make it challenging going forward should they want to build on that side. But that's my read of it, but I would like the applicant to clarify it and put it in a narrative form in the documents.
Right. So, I mean, I think one of the things we would say in the resolution is you can't come back for a variance for your 13,700 square feet in 20 years. It's done, right? And those are those things that are, is it short-sighted? Sometimes we do see not-for-profits sell all of their development rights away. And then 20 years later, they come and they're like, oh my God, we can't expand. Oh my God, it's killing us. We're going to need to sell our building and move to another site. So these are things that not-for-profits have to go in with their eyes open to a future they can't predict, right? So.
I don't know if I'd be in favor of a complete hard line. You can't come back. I think with some sort of exceptions, because we don't know what happens in 20 years or what that area is going to look like in 20 years.
Right. Okay. Yes, exactly. Carlo, Carlo, you have your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted just to alert, I believe the application being spoken about in Manhattan was 316-08BZ. Yeah. And that was for 345 through 349 Second Avenue.
Yeah. 345 Second.
Second? No. No. This was on the west side.
Got a few like this.
Anyway, don't know.
Oh,
I
no,
don't-
no, Second Avenue, you're right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, there
That
was
was an
two of
application,
them. There are two, there are two.
that was
There are two.
an amendment to permit the merger to transfer the air rights to the adjoining site.
Yes. Yes.
Just as a reference of similarity to this
Mhm.
application. That's the one that comes to mind.
Okay. These are the people who memorize the case numbers. Okay. Thank you, Carlo. All right, we can go on to the next.
Okay, zoning calendar, new cases, item number 21, 2021, 15 BZ, 81 Beaver Street, Brooklyn.
Okay.
Commissioner Otley Brown, are you with us?
Oh, right. Did you text her?
I
I
am
texted her
here.
to him.
Yeah,
I am here.
great.
Okay.
All right, this is the Beaver Street case. Just 1 second. Okay, we have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community Board recommends denial, stating that the proposal runs contrary to the Bushwick Community Plan. Noting this is I want to note that this is in an M11 zoning district, but located directly across Beaver from an R7-1 with a C overlay and across Belvedere from an R6. Both the community rejected city planning Bushwick neighborhood plan and the community's own Bushwick community plan. So there are two plans, which makes it confusing. So, you kind of have to follow the bouncing ball. So the community created the Bushwick community plan and the city planning proposed the Bushwick neighborhood plan, which was rejected by the community and city council. Before it didn't actually go to the city council, but it was rejected by the community. Both of those specifically designated the relevant portion of the subject block for mixed use industrial / residential / commercial MX-MR zone. So I have a little question for the community board, and I hope that someone from the community board participates in this hearing to understand better their specific objection to the application, because they're saying it's not consistent with their own Bushwick community plan. So if they could get back to us on that or participate in that question. The complained hardships on this building appear to be building obsolescence. This is an individual landmark, but it cannot be one of the claimed hardships because there are some 50,000 landmarks in the city, and I don't know how many individuals, not as many, but still, that would run against public policy because there is a public policy to retain historic landmarks. The route in that event would be if it indeed were a hardship because it's a landmark, there is a route to go to the Landmarks Commission and argue under landmarks law that it's a hardship. Furthermore, as a relief valve for such claims, in other words, that there is some difficulty about being a landmark, there's also a section 74-711 special permit in the zoning resolution through the City Planning Commission to allow use and bulk modifications for a landmark building. And I actually wonder why the applicant didn't go that route for a change in use of an individual landmark and provide the continuing maintenance plan. The only thing I can think of is it feared that it would be opposed by the community and by the council, but I don't know if that's the case, but that's actually set up for exactly this purpose. And I asked, would the Landmarks Commission under that scenario have expected the developer to reconstruct the lost pedimented parapets and the mansard roof tower as sort of part of the exchange for allowing the use change? It often does that kind of thing. And I'd also like to know what the program is for continuing maintenance of this individual landmark under the variant scenario. I would think that wouldn't be, say, from a public policy perspective, correct to not require the same kind of vigilance of the landmark that would be required by the Landmarks Commission if this had gotten a special permit under 74-711. The as of right scenario retains the mismatched floors, but adds a penthouse and accessible roof. What if there were no penthouse and no accessible roof? How would that affect the feasibility? So we never see that in the as of right option. The engineering report describes the difficulty involved in leveling the floors, but gives no estimate on the costs to do so. And the feasibility study doesn't consider the viability of the building with leveled floors and no penthouse or accessible roof that wouldn't need to support an active live load. So in other words, we learn that it's difficult to level the floors, but we don't know how much it costs. We don't know whether if you did that, it would make the project more viable financially, especially if you didn't add a penthouse and an accessible roof. So I think we do need an analysis of that. Given the subject narrow L-shaped configuration, the mismatched, subdivided, multi-columned, close-columned, late 19th century building, I actually don't question that there is difficulty in developing it in its entirety for an as of right use, nor that it's unique, but I think they need to establish more on the as of right side. 38 Park Street with a 35 by 95 foot floor plate and 10,000 square feet seems to have created a very attractive office situation, but that's actually the only one, and it's a very small building, all with one level. And so I'm not really sure that just because 38 Park Street was able to physically accomplish it, it means that this site would be able to accomplish it as well with all of the constraints. And we also don't know how 38 Park Street is doing in terms of rental. The uniqueness study was very well done and informative, I thought. And just one little tidbit of, trivia. Apparently the lobby has a design using 8 of 38 Park has a Evergreen, sorry, the project of Evergreen has a sculpture using 8,500 beer bottles, or if you read one newspaper article, 10,000 beer bottles. And I'm like, well, how do they know how many beer bottles actually? But that's cool. The 2002 variance proposed to convert less of the building to residential use. And the board noted, because this was subject to a variance in 2002 that was never pursued. It proposed to convert less of the building to residential use. And the board noted that by retaining the balance of the building in as of right uses, the building would retain the commercial character and of the building itself and the neighborhood. Consistent with both the city planning and Bushwick Communities rezoning plan, shouldn't this building also include at least ground floor commercial use, or some kind, and commercial doesn't necessarily mean retail. It could also be, worker, various kinds of light industrial uses. And is there really a loading dock requirement for the converted uses if they were light industry or retail? And by the way, we're able to grant waivers on loading docks if that was presenting truly a difficulty, if it could be established that there was no impact of having fewer loading docks. They're saying that loading docks break up the space because they're not adjacent to each other, and the openings are regulated by the Landmarks Commission because that's the existing opening. So what if they took away one of the loading docks as part of the variance? And then I also see that the cellar is proposed to be for commercial use, but that has no street presence, and I don't see that as being particularly desirable. I mean, it really is a cellar. So what kind of uses could really be going on in there? It wouldn't be workshop space unless you don't need any natural light for workshops. And last I looked, the only thing I can think of is a dark room, and people don't do so much darkroom work anymore. So I'm not really sure who the tenants would be in that case. They do need to provide loading dock calculations. We didn't actually see that. And also the steps up to the retail at the Beaver Street far west side is described as being a deterrent for retail use. But Soho and Meatpacking have this condition everywhere, and those shops do well. Although I do see that there is effectively no retail on Beaver until it merges into and becomes Bushwick 2 blocks away, or hits Flushing Avenue 4 blocks away, which may speak to light industrial uses at the first and cellar floors instead of retail. But I'm not sure that retail wouldn't nonetheless be a desirable use in those locations. And especially because the ground floor residential units are really teeny tiny, with a sole window at the end of a long, narrow space. The architect expresses that they are illegal with respect to the multiple dwelling law, but I'm not sure about that. Some have rooms with no windows and no legal windows that are configured to be bedrooms, even if they can't be labeled as such. So many of them are lot line windows, so you can't have them be bedrooms. The 2002 variants had only 16 units, and this proposal crams 48 onto the floors along the narrow column grid. So I'm not really convinced that that's an appropriate way of modifying the building to make these tiny, tiny, really awkward studio units with dark places where people will sleep, even though they're not technically bedrooms. There's no explanation in the statement of facts for the difference in unit counts between the 2002 and current proposal, or the rationale for proposing so many tiny, awkwardly configured units. I would think also that so many units with so many kitchens and bathrooms would also be more costly to build, but the cost analysis doesn't show there's a significant difference in cost between the as of right use and the proposed, which I find hard to believe actually, but it's cost analysis, and so we would have to dig further into that. There isn't, and my question, isn't there a better place to put the elevator to the cellar commercial and a better second route of egress so as not to hack up the rear of the building with a corridor on the Beaver Street building? I actually found the location of the elevator disturbing from a planning perspective, from a floor plan perspective. The little maisonettes on Belvedere actually seem to be a much better solution. Those are the ones where you just enter directly from the street. That avoids the need for a corridor, and you could arguably have these duplex because you've got a mezzanine. And they didn't give us a mezzanine floor plan, so please provide us with a mezzanine level on this. It's the mezzanine level on the second floor plan. They need to provide that. This section needs to show the mezzanine at the second floor. I did see a fire escape added to the second floor at Belvedere. Is a fire escape actually a permitted second means of egress today? And was it approved by LPC? I'm not sure whether the multiple dwelling law allows for, or the building code allows for the use of fire escapes in converted buildings. LPC approvals are for a different project. So we need an updated certificate of appropriateness for the proposed project. They need to indicate the street names on all the site and ground floor plans, so it's easy to follow along. I never understand why architects that we're looking at don't show the street names on their ground floor plans, and site plans. Another question, why are separate elevator cores required in the as of right? One of the elevators doesn't continue to the second floor, and there is connection to another elevator by a corridor. Why can't that work elsewhere to reduce elevator needs? They need to show elevations, and that is level heights on the floor plans, so it's clear what the level change is between building segments. And if the proposed can locate one elevator to make half stops between the brew house and the storage building, then why can't the as of right? I just felt like the elevator approach on the proposed is very practical, trying to reduce the number of elevators, whereas the elevator approach on the as of right is just kind of throwing elevators all over the place to show that it's inconvenient. There are many also inconveniently located and configured mechanical shafts shown wrapping around stairs and so on in the as of right. What are these and why located in this way? Why is there an elevator control room in one location and not in any others? You can't have a separate one elevator control room for the elevators that are all the way on the other side of the building. If those are shafts, why don't they continue up the building? There's also these shafts that don't actually go up the building. So what are they? It seems they seem haphazard and they reduce the saleable space, not to mention there are also many toilet rooms for small spaces. So it seems like an effort to show how impractical the as of right is by just putting a lot of stuff in there. I do note, however, that the as of right is not relying on the existing locations of stair cores and elevators, but is looking at a potentially viable renovation plan that meets code requirements. So that's a good thing if it weren't so kind of hacking up the space more than what seems necessary. And as to glazing exposure at the ground floor with respect to viable retail, the Landmarks Commission has in other buildings of this type allowed sills to drop to appropriate heights in the interest of adaptive use. That was not proposed to them in this version. Was it proposed in 2002 where there was going to be ground floor and second floor commercial? But I do have to say already that these are fairly large openings. So is it really an impediment to successful retail? I'm not really sure that I believe the argument that the ground floor isn't viable for retail. Statement of fact states that floor to floor heights are low, but the sections don't indicate that except that the third floor of the boiler machine house and the fourth floor of the storage addition, both of which are relatively small areas compared to the rest of the building. So it's not true about the overall building having low floor to floor heights. And if 2.5 full floors of residential conversion were enough to afford relief in 2002, then shouldn't 3 full floors of such conversion be enough today? The engineering report, Silman report, and the architect's letter mention the possibility of obtaining historic preservation tax credits. Is that the intent here? Has that been figured into the analysis? Does that limit the scope of the renovation? The architect's letter states that to obtain credits, the building structure cannot be modified. So why wouldn't the as of right be entitled to such credits as well? And has that been taken into account? The Silman report, actually, this is really just as an aside, is a testimony to the durability of quality construction. This masonry, wood, and steel building is 150 years old, and the report describes it as being in generally good condition. This is in contrast to the frankly depressingly poor quality of design materials and construction that have been built since the 1970s, where we are lucky if a building survives 30 years without need for major reconstruction. I wish we could go back to that kind of attitude about construction today. There's a discussion of a neighborhood character in the statement of facts without a map to help us follow along. Please provide one. For example, the Denizen Bushwick is on Stanwix. Is that even in the study area? How did that get included? It's not shown on the map. I had to do my searches to locate these buildings, my own separate searches. Okay, sorry for the long notes. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. I may have similar comments as yours. Let me start with a couple of just house cleaning. As you mentioned, includes the proposed mezzanine floor plan and provides sections through the floors that help clarify the misaligned floor plates. which elevator cores will provide access to the commercial space A in the subcellar 1. This is in the proposed, and it is not clear whether it will be core number 3. With regards to the findings, based on my review of it, I would say it meets the uniqueness finding. I found the Silliman report very helpful, and the constraints that it laid out in helping me reach to the finding A. With regards to the financial, the proposed development cost on page 15 of financial report is listed as 29.58 million. It is different from that listed in Schedule A, which is listed as 34.38 million. I found the architect's cost breakdown for as of right and the proposed very helpful. I have similar question, which is why wasn't the historic tax credit not included for the as of rightness scenario, since the improvements proposed would be needed for an as of right development too, and therefore would make it eligible for that tax credit. With regards to the neighborhood context, given that this is an existing building and the use around it is predominantly residential, with some non-residential uses, the building itself will not change the look of it. I do have some questions with regards to the uses, and that goes into the minimal hardship. Actually, on the self-created one, I was wondering, do we need because this was a prior board approval, I don't know if we needed in terms of the ownership with the abutting property or not. That's just a question I have. But with regards to the minimal, I had similar questions in terms of why was this site proposing all residential with commercial located in the cellar, especially when it seems to be contrary to the argument the applicant stated in his statement of facts, where it stated that commercial uses need a lot of visibility and transparency, transparent storefronts, and by providing retail uses, and this is from the financial document, it says these are going to be commercial and retail uses in the cellar and subcellar, then none of that will be visible. So it seems to be contradicting itself. The statement of fact is contradicting itself in making that justification. Based on my site visits, at least on the ground floor level, I didn't find the slope to be significant, that it would make the commercial storefront or any kind of retail uses along the Beaver Street frontage to be that not visible or accessible, and to accessible from Beaver Street. So I would like some clarification as to why some amount of commercial use was not considered on the ground floor. Again, I'm, from the site visit, the commercial activity is mostly along Broadway. There are new development along Bushwick Avenue, but many of the commercial storefronts are vacant along there, and then there's Flushing. So this is kind of in between these two very active commercial spaces with some future possible commercial spaces located along Bushwick Avenue. The only plus this site has is that it fronts a parkland. So I'm not sure to what extent it will attract retail use, but there might be other kinds of commercial use, mix of office spaces and others that might be more viable. I would like the applicant to clarify why some of these spaces are not viable at grade level, and why only in the cellar and the subcellar level. Those are my main comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
So I agree that this property has probably made the A finding in terms of uniqueness. And while I think there would be difficulty marketing this as an as-of-right commercial office building because of the stated hardship, I think that the B and E findings have not yet been made. And so my comments have to do with both the B and E findings, and for organizational sake, they fall under 5 headings: the site value, the hard and soft costs, the HTC credits, the retail rent, and the residential rents. And so now I'm going to go into more detail about my issues. The site value is determined by taking the land value and adding a depreciated building value. I feel that the land value that they've calculated is reasonable. It was based on sales of M1 properties, and they're fairly recent, between 2019 and 2020. I have issue with the building value. The building value is said to be replacement cost new less depreciation. First of all, the replacement cost new, which they used a consultant to determine, was actually the wrong type of building that they costed out. So what they did is they had the consultant cost replacement cost new as a Class A or Class B office building in good condition. And I believe that for the starting point of this analysis, since this building was industrial, so we're not talking about as of right yet, we're still at establishing the existing condition. This should have been done as replacement cost new of an industrial building in good condition. And that would probably, most probably, be a lower starting point. Then as for the depreciation, they say that the building has an effective age of 100 years and is in fair condition. And they go to the ORPS tables to determine the percentage of remaining value of this building, and they stated it is at 28.5%. This actually amounts to $5.9 million. Now, I would argue, based on looking at photos of this building, the interior and the exterior photos, that this building, well, we know for one, is clearly older than 100 years of actual life, and by the looks of it, clearly older than 100 years of affected life. But the ORPS table does not go further than 100 years of effective age. And that's because they feel that the average building longevity is 100 years. And so they generally cap depreciation tables at 100 years, with the idea that anything that is older than 100 years of effective age should be given some sort of a salvage value of no more than about 20% of remaining building value. So, and if you look at the tables, the table for 100 years in a poor condition is an effective life of 22%. So it's not a big jump to go to a salvage value of only 20%. I think that this building clearly is in poor condition. Many of the building systems are broken or non-existent. The roof is a shambles. There's probably loads of water damage in the structure. So I would say that the building value, remaining building value, should be no more than 20 or 22%, which actually would lower the building value, the remaining building value, far lower than the 5.9 million that they state. When you take into account the fact that the replacement cost new has to be for a different building type, then the replacement cost new would probably be less than the 20.8 million that they have already stated it is. And then if you take 20% of that, you would get to a lower remaining building value. So I'm thinking that the site value should be no more than $4 million on this building. That makes a major difference. So if you're halving the site value, basically, then it's certainly going to make a difference as to whether or not the building is going to make the B finding, as well as the E finding. So my next statement then has to do with the hard and soft costs that they are putting into the as of right to show that it would cost way too much to make an as of right property feasible. And they're actually very inflated hard and soft costs. And the reason why they're inflated, you can actually tell by the consultant's report when they were establishing the replacement cost new of the building. The replacement cost new of the building gives it all away because the consultant was valuing it as if it was a Class A or B office building in good condition, and said that that building cost would amount to 20.8 million. So then how could they say an as of right commercial office building at this site would cost 25.3 million? So it's actually inconsistent with that other report given by the consultant. So that leads me to think that the hard and soft costs for these projects are definitely overstated. It's not credible in either the as of right or the proposed, simply because they gave us evidence ahead of time to a totally different conclusion. Then I have the same question that both you and the vice chair have as to the HTC tax credits. They're saying that they only added them to the proposed because it's only available to owners in the investment entity, and they're saying that in an as of right, the project is not feasible, so it would have no investors. Therefore, they're not going to add the HTC credits. I don't buy that argument, because what's not feasible to one person could be feasible to another person, especially since they haven't established the B finding saying it's infeasible. So they need to add the appropriate HTC credits to the as of right project as well. Then I have a question about the retail rent. They talk about the retail rent being $52 a square foot on the first floor and $26 a square foot for the cellar floors on page 16. If you look at the proposed, there are 910 square feet of ground floor retail space that hasn't been included or costed. And so my question is, have you not priced this space simply because it's considered entry space into the cellar? Because I don't believe it's actually a storefront. If you look at the plans, it just looks like a grand entry that you could then go down into the retail cellar space. And if you didn't add it in for that reason, then how are you accounting for the cellar retail tenant's responsibility in terms of rent for that first floor space? It isn't discussed. It's just basically absent from the analysis, and they have to discuss that. As for the residential rents, they say on page 7 that the net rentable is 31,936 square feet. But then on page 16, they're saying it's 27,612 square feet. And I'm wondering if that's just an error in their amounts. And I'm not sure how much it would affect this, because the apartments are actually priced based on their monthly rents and not by their square footage. But I just thought I'd bring it up because it looks like it's a conflict. But a far more substantial comment here is that they are using rent-regulated buildings in order to suggest value in terms of rent for market rate apartments. And so they need to take out those buildings and find market rate comparables. And I'm speaking specifically to 123 Melrose and 54 Knoll Street, which are large rent-regulated buildings in which the entire building's apartments, it appears to be regulated. So for 123 Melrose, it appears to have 468 registered regulated apartments, and in 54 Knoll Street, there are 443 registered regulated apartments. So I believe that is the whole building or most of the buildings. So those should be taken out and new comparables should be found. And so those are my comments at this moment in time. And I can't make a determination as to whether or not they've met the B finding yet, because there's just too many major issues that I've uncovered, as well as the E finding.
Thank you very much. Very thorough. Thank you, as always. Commissioner Shaitan?
I'll try to be brief here. I want to first say that I agree with what is being said, with one exception, that I don't want to be rushing into saying that the A finding has been met. I want to be patient on that a little bit. I'm going to address what is the claim that this site is unique based on the nature of the structural work needed to make it usable, and the contents of the structural engineer report by Selman. First of all, the basis for the structural portion of the hardship is two things. Number one, the claim that the floors elevations or levels are shifted And in order for them to realign them, they have to demo some of them and reinstall them. And what they are saying is that if you want to demo some of the existing floors, if you have a wall bearing structure, you demo the floors, then you're going to have unbraced wall condition. I'll share my screen in a second. Do you see my screen?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, we see it.
Okay, so if you remove the red lines here, these two walls gonna be exposed and they're gonna need bracing. But I've seen many floors in many buildings with floor elevations got realigned by reinstalling a new floor using the existing floor as a formwork. And then after you install the new, you remove the existing. If they are successful to think of that and do so, that would probably eliminate all the shorings that they claim that's going to be needed, which you, Chair, mentioned that they haven't posted that. They valued this in the structural engineer report as 100 ton of structural steel, and 100 ton of structural steel, if let's say that 1 ton is probably, let's say it's $8, $8,000. So we're talking about almost $1 million grand here that's being factored in the cost. So this is a major item. I want them to think of it and respond to me why it's not doable. And instead of you tear down the existing, shore the walls, and install the new, do the opposite. Put the new flooring in, and then no shoring is needed, because now by putting the new flooring in, you have 2 floors in place, and then tear down the existing one, and then bypass the need for the shoring. This is item 1. The second point that they spoke about in the structural engineer report is the arches and their impact on limiting the realignment of new columns. If they want to add some new columns, we are talking about the limitations, because they cannot put columns at locations other than the apex of the arch, like I'm showing in the sketch on the screen. But I'm responding to this in two points. Number 1, you could coordinate, the structural engineer can coordinate with the architect and impose limitations, minimize or even eliminate, like the addition of new columns. This is one solution. If this doesn't work, at least it's gonna minimize the number of columns that's gonna be needed to be added. Number 2, the area where the arch is existing is just as this corner here. So I don't think this is applicable to the entire building. Number 3, and this is again one of my suggestions to them, even if you want to add a column at a point other than the apex of the arch, you could do this. You could make a hole in the arch, sleeve the column, and make no load transfer from the column to the arch. Take the load of this column directly down to the foundation elements. And by doing so, you're not imposing any loads on the arch. So I need them to respond to these 3 or 4 points briefly.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, I'm gonna move to some of the statements that they made in their statement of facts. And one of them is they are talking about they gonna transfer some of the existing floor area. They're gonna use them as mechanical. These are about 3,000 square feet of floor area. They're gonna use these as mechanical floor area. And then they believe that they can add the penthouse to compensate for that floor area that was transferred to mechanical. And they continue in their statement, in fact, to say that parking is not required for the reuse of a building that's constructed prior to December 1561, provided that doesn't involve the construction of new floor area. I believe that's what's happening here. When you add this penthouse, The idea is that you're doing new construction, means that this is new floor area. I understand that the total floor area is going to be kept the same prior to the renovation. But I believe, in my opinion, this is an addition or a construction of a new floor area. The next point I want to talk about is,
before you get into that, I just want to go back on that one. This is sort of DOB's take on this for many, many years. Whether or not they've changed their position, I don't know. But the thinking always was, if you create mechanical space, you can take that created mechanical, that floor area that used to be floor area, because it isn't anymore now that it's mechanical, and move it on top of the building, and it's not considered an increase in floor area. But even if it were, because that's a DOB interpretation, I don't know whether this board has ever actually been considered that subject. But even if it were, it would only be the new floor area that has to provide parking. And then you do a parking analysis, not the entire building.
understood.
Okay.
But I started with saying, this is my opinion. I believe this is, the penthouse is new construction of a new floor area. That's what I stated. That next point is the construction cost. And I want to say that, yes, the construction cost is really inflated. That the shoring itself is an item at the very top of page, I believe, 54. If you look at the items on page 54, item 03-30, the concrete, if you look at the cost for the concrete, it's really very inflated. It's like you're constructing a new roof or a new flooring with a concrete slab that's could be like 6 to 8 inch thick. Same thing when it comes to the cost for the concrete slab, the new concrete slab on page 54, $55 per square foot. This is too high. And in addition to that, it was a pump cost that was added to the, I'm not sure if you're factoring in the cost for the concrete slab and you're adding $55 a square foot. Why you want to come back and add a cost for a concrete pump? It's already included, factored in the $55, which I believe is more than double what it should be. Again, the cost for that structural steel roofing is too high. Again, it's kind of like equivalent to building a new structural steel roof for the entire building. I don't know why is that. They need to explain this to us. I would actually, I would like the structure engineer to answer me on what is the average poundage, how many pounds per square foot if you want to build a roof similar to what is proposed. I have been like through so many cases before that the average is like from 10 to 15 pounds per square foot. If this is the case, even constructing a new floor or a new roof should be much less than what is shown in the construction codes. What else? Yeah, and finally, in Selman's report, it indicates that there was a geotechnical report that is included. I just wanted to note that I haven't seen any geotechnical reports as part of the structure engineering report. Thank you.
Huh. Okay, we'll check. I thought I saw one, but we've seen so many cases. I'm not sure if I saw it here. So thank you. Okay. Commissioner Shabeta.
So I want to say that I do find that this is unique, although hearing the comments of the Commissioner Sheta, I'll reserve my statement as to whether or not this uniqueness causes a hardship. I had the same questions with regard to the B findings as you, Chair, and I want the applicant to flush that out. I don't believe that a neighborhood character would be affected by the building itself, but I look forward to hearing from the applicant and the community on whether the potential uses would affect the character of the community. And finally, it seems like we all have the same questions with regard to the E finding as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Vice Chair Shonda has her hand up. Go ahead. You're muted.
Muted.
You're muted.
Sorry. I think one of the things I found interesting about the whole floor plate shifting was the placement of the existing windows and how even if one could, let's say technically, shift the floor plates to level with the other ones, it would be blocking the windows, it will be going through the existing window lines. And to me, that element was a hardship. And I just want to kind of, I don't have the advanced system as Commissioner Sheta does, but I just want to turn around I don't know if there's a way to flip it around. And I think this is the one which is very telling. If you have the lay of if this is the floor line of one of the building structure, and this is the floor line of the other one, if any one of them were to be continued, either you extend this floor line to the machine house or you extend this floor line to the brewery house, it would be going through the window line. And to me, that was enough of a compelling argument for a hardship. I just wanted to point that out.
That's fair. I know that that's an undesirable result in historic buildings, especially. Though of course there are buildings that do it anyway, and you sort of adjust the design accordingly, but it is an undesirable result. Commissioner Sheta has his hand up.
Yeah, I paid attention to that, and I was like hesitant to, I didn't quite understand whether they decided to realign the floors or not. I'm not sure why they put this in the structural engineering report, just to probably to put the 100 ton of structural steel needed for the shoring on the table. But in the meantime, when I looked at, I started looking at the financials with the understanding that no shoring, no realignment. And then when you go to the financials and you look at the construction cost, you're gonna see a shoring item. Let me see if I can like look it up quickly. Yeah, this is page 57. If you look at page 57, at the very top, it says shoring. And then it's 200 grand, 200,000 actual. And then when you look at the structural steel roofing or flooring, it's kind of like really expensive. So I got the understanding that maybe they are factoring in what is mentioned in the structural engineering report somehow in the cost. So this is a point that needs clarification from them, like I said.
Thank you. Okay, great, thank you. All right, let's go on to the next one.
Okay, final case is 22, item number 22, 2021 30BZ 222 44th Street, Brooklyn. This is the Brooklyn Rise Charter School.
We have proof of service of initial application to officials and notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. The community board is in discussions with the applicant, but the full board won't be meeting until October 20th. A land use committee meeting in June expressed concern about this location for a school. The YouTube video of the meeting is actually provided in the Department of Transportation school safety letter. I'll just see, DOT characterized that meeting in part as community board was concerned that children would have to navigate streets with multiple industrial curb cuts and heavy truck traffic where trucks illegally park and or load on sidewalks, and were concerned about children crossing 3rd Avenue, one of the major truck routes in the city, which has had several recent fatalities. Another concern was a proliferation of last mile trucking facilities in the IBZ and the associated rise in truck traffic. They also did not want to create a precedent that will allow any more schools in the Sunset Park IBZ. And that's all I'm going to read from DOT's letter. We have, which goes on, and there's more to, DOT has more to do on this. So we have 2 letters in support, and we received on Sunday one very detailed letter in opposition from a resident to the rear of the building, of the proposed building, objecting to bulk and use waivers and expressing concerns about traffic and safety. as an initial question from me, I'd like the applicant to clarify the confines of the zoning lot. A zoning lot description and ownership statement recorded in 2000 describes the zoning lot as including lots 1, 11, and 13. The statement of facts only includes lot 13 and 11 in the zoning lot. And if that's the case, how was it legally subdivided from lot 1? I don't think you could, once the zoning lot's created, subdivide it, because it would create, I believe, non-compliances. Also, how is only a portion of the building on lot 11, and this is the part that's most confusing to me about this application, how is only a portion of the building on lot 11 on the same zoning lot as the subject lot? A building cannot straddle a zoning lot boundary. The survey actually makes no sense. It just goes right through, I forget what the dimensions are. It's like 18 feet or something of the lot 11 building. And then the rest of the building is somehow on another zoning lot. I don't understand that. The site plan needs to show the confines of the zoning lot, not the subject school lot in isolation, and must include the entire zoning lot in the zoning analysis. This is basic. I don't know why we so often see the buildings treated as if they don't sit on zoning lots that are larger than the building. There isn't even a note on the plans to indicate what the area is to the side of the building and why it isn't available for children's play. It's the roof of the building on lot 11, but it doesn't say anything. So it's a roof of a portion of a 2-story building on lot 11, but there's no explanation on the site plan about what that is at all. It just looks like an open area when it's not an open area. And there's a $6,250 ECB violation penalty due that needs to be paid for us to be able to consider this application. This is not a 7319 special permit application for use waiver combined with a 7221 variance for bulk waivers like we usually see when a school is being proposed in an M district. It's not a 7319 because the building is located beyond the 400-foot radius where a school would be permitted as of right. Hence, it cannot meet the first threshold finding or one of the threshold findings for 7319. The site is also in the South Brooklyn industrial business zone. And there is, as was noted in the DOT comment letter and in testimony before the community board, opposition from the Brooklyn Industrial Development Corporation, although they, as far as I know, they have not yet submitted testimony to the BSA. I found that if commissioners haven't already watched it, listening to the community board hearing on this application, the link to which was provided in that DOT letter was very helpful. The fact that this is outside of the range that would qualify for a 7319 special permit is troubling, since this is not what city planning had in mind when they thought to permit the whittling away of the industrial character along the edges of the M districts. It is also not what was intended by the IBZs, the purpose of which is to protect heavy traffic, noisy, heavy industrial businesses. The presence of small children in the K through 8th grade on the streets and sidewalks amidst the trucks and traffics and potentially noxious air that is endemic to a manufacturing district serves neither industry nor the children. The modal split data in the school access study indicates that the vast majority of children will arrive on foot, either from home in the neighborhood or on public transit. So I don't know at what age they will stop being accompanied by adults, but we have seen 7-year-olds walking on their own to other schools. So it depends, I suppose, on how far away you live from the school, whether your parent or guardian would let you walk to school that young. Notably, the statement of facts makes not one mention of the IBZ, nor of the potential impact of the manufacturing uses on the children or vice versa, in spite of the 7221 requirement to establish a neighborhood character finding. If I'm not mistaken, there's also not one mention of the IBZ in the EAS, nor anywhere else in the application. And I did a word search, so I actually didn't find it anywhere. The community board meeting makes note of a school on the west corner of 59th and 3rd Avenue that I believe is PS, or maybe that's PS 939. I'm not sure whether the school has opened. Of course, this is an odd time to be looking at how a school is operating. But in the summertime, of course, it wasn't open. I'd like to know how that one is doing in terms of commercial versus school bus and drop-off vehicular and pedestrian traffic, air quality, and so on. I'd like to find out what the School Construction Authority or the Department of Ed and DOT and DEC considered when they decided at least 6 years ago to site a public school there on the same side of 3rd Avenue. And did the community board weigh in on that one? I note, though, that that school is on the very edge of the M12 and adjacent to an R6B and in an irregular edge portion of the IBZ, unlike this one, which is right in the middle of the IBZ and not on the edge, both of the M12, it's in the middle of it, or let's say almost at 2nd Avenue. And as opposed to this PS 939 that's really on the corner of 3rd Avenue. There appear to be over a dozen curb cuts between the intersection of 3rd Avenue and 44th Street and the school building that the children will potentially have to negotiate in the face of regular deliveries during arrival and dismissal times. There are more, there are more curb cuts even if you bleed past the school towards 2nd Avenue, which is inevitable absent offense, and the crosswalk improvements imply that kids will be coming from or going to that direction as well towards 2nd Avenue, which is even deeper into the IBZ, in other words, to just sort of walk around the block to come on towards 3rd Avenue again. And older kids may be leaving at midday for lunch or other activities. I don't know how the school operates, but that's how many schools operate for the older kids. There is a very, very well prepared curb cut activity study in the school access study materials that looked at a snapshot of businesses with curb cuts on July 15 during the proposed arrival and dismissal times. The study focuses on the posted business hours of each establishment and whether there was active use of the driveway during the snapshot. My comment on this is that businesses stay alive by adjusting to client demand. And if there is an order that requires delivery earlier than the posted hours, they will deliver or accept delivery. This is also an unusual time period in our history, needless to say, with businesses down and closed. What would this street be like if all were running full speed and not in mid-July during a pandemic? One of the street views I found online showed heavy trailer trucks exiting in the driveways and parking or traveling on the streets, which is my impression of that area and some of the testimony that we heard at the community board. Testimony at the community board land use meeting from one resident on the block stated that it is impossible to park on the street during the morning hours because of all the truck activity. What will the full frontage, no parking zone and drop-offs that so often lead to double and even triple parking do to this block for businesses? And on the subject side of the street, the frontage of the building to the east is currently designated as a truck loading zone from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So that's the same side of the street, and obviously they need this truck loading zone. The zoning data sheet Z003 has a reference to a 73-64 BSA special permit for bulk waivers for certain community facilities. That paragraph should be removed from the drawing as it is inapplicable to sites that were not in ownership by the not-for-profit facility as of 1961. So just take that off the drawings. It's not relevant. On the question of other sites investigated, the current site requires bulk waivers. The site analysis indicates that there wouldn't be enough floor area to accommodate the school, or there would not be adequate room for outdoor space. Had the options to pursue variances been considered for those other sites, which were discounted, not big enough, not enough open space, et cetera, but had you come for a variance on those sites, you might have been able to get the amount of floor area needed. The school access study that argues there are many other schools in the neighborhood, that study should overlay the zoning districts and the IBZ on figure 3-3. I believe doing that will reveal that there are no other schools in the M1, 2, and IBZ except for the 3 that are at the very edge of those districts, one of which I mentioned, the PS 939, I think. The programmatic needs analysis discusses the needs for larger classrooms, quote unquote, without ever describing what the dimensional requirements are. Larger than what? In fact, none of the programmatic needs analysis discuss minimum room sizes, only that the rooms are needed as is shown in the picture. So they take a picture from the floor plan and they say, we need this one. That's more like backing into the analysis than generating needs and forming the building design around it, which is how programmatic needs are supposed to be done. The analysis serves to explain to the board the reason for locating at this site and for the requested waivers. That's what it needs to do, and it's not doing that. If there are no minimum room dimensions, it suggests that the needs could be met with less space. As to the plans, they need to provide more detail about the use of the rear and side yards, about access to and egress from both. They need to show the elevations as in floor levels on the plan at the side yards to help us understand level changes. Refuse is being shown stored in the rear yard adjacent to residential properties behind. It cannot be, it must be stored on the interior in refrigerated storage area for food. They need to dimension the rear and side yards. Also, how will the property lines be treated? Fencing, gates, planting. How will the surfaces be treated suitable for play? What's the materials of the surfaces? Also, what is the rise to run of the ramp that provides ADA access to the entry vestibule from the street? Is there a railing? What is street level elevation versus interior level elevation at the first floor? If there, why is a warming kitchen on a different floor from the cafeteria? Where is the warming for the cafeteria? Where does the food come from? I actually really didn't understand that kind of programmatic layout. How do you have a cafeteria without a place where the food comes from? What is that appendage on the stair A that extends into the side yard? Why is it there? Is it blocking access to that side yard? Does it comply with building code? Does it comply with the zoning resolution? I don't know. I don't know why it's there. And now that I understand better, because it took me a really long time to understand this site based on the materials that were provided. Now that I understand better what is going on at the northwest side of the building, which is the lot 11 portion, how are you building a corridor into the 2-story building at the first floor? How are you egressing the flying stair from the gymnasium that cantilevers over lot 11? You are also missing treads. That's just a mistake on the drawings, but it's consistent throughout the drawings. You're missing treads on your 4th floor fire stair. But is the fire stair even a legal width for the occupancy? It's very narrow for a school. It looks like it's 36 inches wide, and I think you need 42, but I'm not sure. What is the reason for height of the gym? This isn't a high school with a need for competitive basketball court heights, and that's not been expressed as one of the programmatic needs. The programmatic needs analysis provides nothing on the dimensions of the gym other than the need to accommodate assemblies for the lower and middle schools separately. That's all it is. It's not about being a special dimension with length. So then I asked, why can't that rectangle that's on the top floor be configured differently to avoid all or some degree of setback waivers, especially at the rear, and still accommodate the school population? And since the lot, and why can't the rectangle be configured differently to avoid, no, sorry, I said that already, sorry. Since the lot includes something or other on lot 11, why doesn't the building expand in that direction to obviate the need for a height waiver, or to reorient the gym to eliminate the rear yard and perhaps even the setback waiver? If you own lot 11, take advantage of lot 11. I didn't understand that. The programmatic needs analysis mentioned something about structure preventing the reorientation, but there is no support for that in the materials. They need to show on the drawings the corridor widths on all plans, dimension the rooms and stairs, and so on. Show fencing at all portions of the roof on the plans. Indicate roof elevations at all levels on roof and fifth floor plans. That's the height of the roof at all the levels on the roof and fifth floor. Show the bleacher seating at the gymnasium, if that is the idea. Occupancy shows 337 persons. I'd like to understand how you're putting 337 persons in there. There are vertical stripes that look like brick panels or huge columns in the north-south sections, which is actually what it is. It's like a buttress. Take this and the block wall pattern, but they're shown in the sections. I think it's left over from an elevation. So they take those vertical stripes and the block wall patterning out of the sections. It makes sections very difficult to read and is probably inaccurate. Again, I think I mentioned this already, but what is the height of the gym? That wasn't provided, and we needed to understand why it's this high. Why can't the rectile, I said that already. Sensitive receptors are all of the houses at the rear of the building with respect to the play area, and there is an active roof and active side and rear yard. Drawings must show the required attenuation at the play areas and windows. Provide section through the building and block to show the location and distance to the residential buildings behind. There's been no discussion about the impact of this additional floor on the residences to the rear. So you need to provide a section through the building to those houses to show the location and distance to the residential buildings behind. And what is the extra height that's created by the solar panels? That's not dimensioned. What is, again, the impact on the houses to the rear? They're to use no EFIS, no exterior insulation finishing system to be used on the project. Take that out and label all the exterior finishes. And there's the proposal even to put EFIS on the actual brick facade. I'm hoping that's just an error related to being tired when you prepared the drawings. You can't seriously be putting EFIS on the outside of a brick building. I'm getting the impression actually that this project wasn't really ready to be submitted to the BSA. There's so many of those kinds of design issues that don't look well considered. This was an expedited review in deference to the scheduling needs of a school. It was submitted in May. The application was submitted in May, rapidly and expertly reviewed by staff and calendared for the earliest available hearing. This one, you can see that both the application is probably not ready, and then we have a big problem with DOT, school safety. And so I just want to let the applicant community know we can no longer expedite schools until we have a DOT school safety and DEP air quality sign off. And DOT school safety is still open. All of the seeker issues are still open. Okay, I'm sorry for, again, the long comments. Vice Chair Shondo.
Thank you. I think I had difficulty with reviewing it I mean, you went to a lot of details. I stopped going into the details because I just couldn't get past some of the initial hurdles. And the initial hurdles was one, as you mentioned, what is lot 11? What is happening with it? What is the relationship of lot 11 to the subject site and the building within it? And it entirety has to be reviewed and shown in the plan. The second part is the alternate sites that were shown. The applicant should provide a map showing the locations, provide a chart laying out the pros and the cons and all of those details, and where it failed. Also with regards.
That actually was submitted. There was a site study done where they showed on a map and then they had a chart of
The chart, okay.
why
I
this.
think I read the text narrative of it. I didn't see it in a chart form. Okay, so that's fine then. But my primary concern is the location of the school, and it is surrounded by very active manufacturing uses. This site to me is very similarly situated as another school that the board had reviewed. That was located on Flushing Avenue, where the students had to cross under the BQE and go through a bunch of active commercial stores with active drive-throughs to get to the school. And the board had raised similar questions, and I have that. And also the school safety had same comments, and I have similar concerns with this site. What makes this site even worse than the other site is that it is even further away from the intersection of the residential. So one really has to walk pretty much a full length of a manufacturing block to get to this school. So that means you have to cross many more active driveways and commercial uses along the way to get to the school. The crash report to me didn't make me feel comfortable, though it showed that the pedestrian related crashes was minimal, but it is very likely to increase if you have more pedestrian improvement, more pedestrian movement added to that intersections. So I'm not convinced that this is a safe crosswalk. The other thing is that the curbside, the curbside has very a good portion of the curbside along both block fronts has truck loading zones, and and having the curbside next to a no standing zone for the school raises a lot of safety concerns. Not to mention air quality, noise, sound, all of those other elements. So I'm not sure how also the other part was the applicant said that the tail of the commercial van movement will be guided by a person. These are all those other commercial spaces that have active drive-throughs, in that the applicant said that the tail in the commercial van movement will be guided by a person. There's so many of them. How many are you going to monitor all throughout the day, morning and afternoon and dismissal, three time periods? So I do have a lot of concerns about the location of the school. And I had similar comments with regards to the class sizes, not being clear about the program, and the flow of the space, the warming kitchen and the cafeteria. But I didn't go beyond into the details because I just had concern with the location of the school.
Thank you, appreciate that. Commissioner Ali Brown, thank you.
I, like the both of you, think that my major issue, of course, is the location. You are absolutely right. This is a very active portion of the IBZ. There used to actually be railroad tracks going up and down the area between 1st and 2nd Avenue. And so there may not be active railroad traffic at this point in time, but it has been replaced with truck traffic. And there are large industrial sites surrounding this. I fear that there's going to be a risk to walkers that are coming from bus stops that are north and west of this site, because it would necessitate students going through the actual IBZ to get there, whereas students coming from the east don't really have to deal with the issue of the IBZ until they cross under the BQE and then are on 3rd Avenue. And then it's just walking down the rest of the block to get to the school. So I don't think that is as much of a risk. However, I'm not quite understanding their solution to putting the crossing guards at 44th Street and 2nd Avenue and 44th Street and 3rd Avenue, but specifically for 44th Street and 3rd Avenue, because it seems like the northbound and the southbound traffic at 3rd Avenue is high all the time, morning, noon, and night in both directions. And it seems like their crossing guards are going to be on the northbound side of the BQE in the morning and on the southbound side in the afternoon. And I'm not quite understanding why they're not going to have one on each corner, northbound, southbound, but also east and westbound sides of that intersection, because it is a heavily traveled intersection. And then, as I do have one question for the programmatic needs of this case, which has to do with the square footage per student, because it seems like the classrooms are very large for the amount of students that are in each class. And although it is an existing building, I still have an issue in their justification of the space. They're saying that they're providing 110 gross square feet per student. However, my question is, how does that measure up to other schools in the area? Because if it is greater than what other students are providing, other schools are providing for their students, they need to provide a justification as to why. Like the K-1 classrooms are 835 square feet each, which is, it comes out to a lot more than 30 square foot per student. And also the grades 2 to 8 classrooms are 735 square feet on average, which definitely ends up being more than 20 square feet per student. And so the question is, are they thinking of actually adding even more students than they've originally projected? Or is it just that they have the space, so may as well use all of the space? Those are my questions.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Shaitan?
Thank you, Chair. I want to say that I share the concerns regarding the location. I would like the applicant rethink this element again. In addition to that, and I'm gonna like start from where Commissioner Brown ended, the size of the class as it relates to the number of students. Looking at the programmatic needs, you can see that the projected growth of the students per year is almost 60 students per year. While if you look at the growth from the day they started until the day they applied to us is probably half of that. So my thinking, if I'm not sure if they are overestimating the number of students in the future, and if yes, can they like live with a smaller number of students and probably increasing the number of students per class and reduce the scope of the variance? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. So I share the concerns of the board. I'm very familiar with this area. The public testimony related to parking and vehicle usage is entirely accurate. It is not uncommon on these blocks from like 40th to 52nd to see cars parked in front of fire hydrants or on sidewalks or entering into an establishment just blocking the sidewalk. This is a very, very heavily used industrial area. Even the car repair shops there are routinely packed, and so I'm sure that many of those accidents happened around that area. But I just don't, the BRCS stated that it believes it's important to provide a safe and secure environment for its students. That's in the statement of facts. I really don't see this location as safe and secure for kindergartners and moving up to 8th grade. I really think they need to reevaluate their location. And some of the reasons why they dismissed other locations are things that can be alleviated from the board. So by the board. So you'd be making the same application only in a much safer location. I don't have anything further to add.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you very much. All right. So,
This concludes, well, are you finished? You want to, okay. This is the last case, so this concludes the public review session.
okay, so we're going to now, I mean, we went on much longer than normally. I expected that because these are difficult cases altogether. So it's 12:45. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch break and come back at 1:15 for the actual hearing. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Can we get commissioners back, please? Okay, Tony.
Ready?
Yeah, we're still waiting for the others to appear, but we have a quorum, so.
Okay. I don't think we're on yet, though, are we?
Yeah, we are. We're live and recording is paused. You can start the recording.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're not recording yet. Kurt? Somebody.
Can I do it?
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 4th, 2021. The first item up for discussion is SOC calendar, continued hearing items, item number 15, 37845BZ, 11660 Supton Boulevard, Queens.
If this is your case, please raise your Zoom hand to be admitted.
This is Kolashari or something, isn't it?
Please raise your Zoom hand if this is your case. Say it again. And if you're calling in, then it's *9 to unmute. Sorry, *9 to raise your hand.
*6 to unmute.
There's one person who called in, that's why. There we go. Okay.
This is 37845BZ, 11660 Supton Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, Mr. Coach Farley is in. There you go. And if you're on Zoom, please
turn off your YouTube.
Turn your camera on.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Kochasarli. Can you turn your camera on?
Unfortunately, I don't have that feature available right now. Is it a problem?
Well, we prefer that we can see you, but go ahead.
Okay, I have to swear you in now, sir?
Please do.
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Brian Cacciasarli of the Cacciasarli Law Firm, serving as the applicant.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, we heard the board's comments and just wanted to clarify one issue. We're not refusing to serve a notice on our neighbors. We're just asking whether it's still necessary given the modifications to the application. And we'd like some clarity on that issue. I'm not sure that the board came to a decision on that issue. And regarding the fencing, well, we heard comments around regarding in-ground planting beds, and then details for the further details for the enclosure of the trash bin, as well as the metal picket fencing and the opaque fencing, depending on if it's a residential line or not. We're glad to address those issues as the board deems fit.
Okay, in other words, you're going to make changes to the drawings, right?
Yeah, no problem.
Right, so let's check. And the commissioners have any comments, questions about the notification to neighbors? Nobody? In which case we won't require it. That's what I'm getting at. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's not required. I'm just looking. Okay, so I'm just looking at whether this is something that we could do whether we could, so how much time do you think it would take to actually install this work?
So to understand correctly, the board wants us to install this work prior to the variance approval, correct?
I'm trying to understand what the timing is on this.
Sure. I was thinking 30 days to locate a vendor and provide drawings to the board for approval. Then once it's approved, we can coordinate for the installation and or plantation as necessary.
Are you talking about landscaping and fencing, right?
That is correct.
So 30 days to submit drawings is what you're saying.
Correct.
And how much, we don't know how much time to actually do the work?
The work, well, it definitely has to be done before December, before the ground really starts to harden up. But I would assume before then.
Right, okay.
Hopefully well before Thanksgiving.
Okay, so and is your client someplace available where you can represent, I mean, you're the lawyer, right?
I am.
The client is the one who has to actually do this work. Can the client deliver before Thanksgiving?
Yes, I've had that conversation with them in preparation of this meeting.
Okay, that's great. Okay, that would make it a lot easier than having to turn this into a what we're calling compliance hearings, where you'd have to come back like in a year to show that you did the work, right? So I think in the end, this is an easier way to go.
Whatever the board's preference is.
Okay, so let's go. Is everybody, our commissioners, okay with that approach? Getting all the work installed before? Okay, great. So then I'd like to go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 37845 BZ, 11660 Supton Boulevard, Queens. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 952-3706-3350. The passcode should you required is 180393. If you are in the Zoom room, you want to raise your Zoom hand, please press *9 and *6 to unmute.
Okay, then. So what I would, let's see, I'm just looking at the missing details were, sorry.
For the trash enclosure.
It's just a trash enclosure and the fence, basically, right?
Correct.
And I believe, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Madam Chair, I believe one of the commissioners wanted him to note the parking spaces, the
Yeah.
number of parking spaces, and noted on the plans, and cars awaiting service.
And a
Assuming the
note-
lumens, the
Right, and a
lumens,
note to be added that those are spaces for cars awaiting service.
right. And the lumen spread diagram, but the readings will be done after the installation and removal of, I guess, the lights or something.
Yeah.
Commissioner
So
Machetta?
it's also to remove those two lights, right? Is that the one?
Mhm.
I
Oh, we need,
there was
and, oh no, never mind. That was something else.
No, it's
a-
not lights. No, sorry.
No, it was regarding the actual readings for the lumen spread because ours was digitally prepared.
Okay, but is the lighting actually installed now?
Not all of it, no.
Okay.
And the
So,
lighting will change once we install a canopy, of course.
right, oh, correct. Okay, so the canopy work can't be done by November, but probably, right?
Correct.
But the planting, which what we're trying to do is control the 148th Street side, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I would like to see done. All right, so modify the drawings and as requested, and submit those as soon as possible. I'm not sure how much, why can't that just be done? So wait a second, you were saying 30 days to submit drawings. Why do you need to engage a new contractor for that? You already have drawings.
No. There's a misclarification, I guess. I would say 30 days to receive proposals on doing the work.
Oh,
I
okay,
can submit the drawings in a week, 2 weeks.
okay, that's what okay. So, all right, so 2 weeks to submit drawing. All right, so let's do it like that. 2 weeks to submit the drawings. We'll look at the drawings. We'll give you the go-ahead, assuming they're fine. And then you'll simultaneously be looking for proposals because you'll basically have the idea for the drawings.
Sure.
Because you need to find who's available to do the work. And then that way you can, because it's already the beginning of October and the next time we have a hearing, I'm not exactly sure whether we can put you on for this next hearing. But because we have such a really overwhelmed hearing schedule, but we could try. If you could get the drawings in a week, think you could get the drawing in a week?
I think we can make it happen.
Okay, so why don't we try drawing it in a week? We're gonna put you on for a quick review of the drawing because we had some adjournments on the 18th, October 18th.
Okay.
That you'll have enough time to get the contractors working, okay?
Mhm.
Okay, in 1 week on for October 18th here. Okay, great. So I don't see, let's see, in the, did we already ask it for the public? No.
Yes, we did.
We did.
So, and I didn't see anybody with their hand up in the waiting room. Let's just check one more time. If anyone would like to speak on this application and you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. And the one.
Yep.
What?
The application number is 378-45BZ.
And there's one person who called in, you raise your Zoom hand with *9. Okay, all right, and so we did talk about that. I don't think there's anything else. Is that clear or did I ramble too much?
The applicant is clear.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. So we're gonna put you on, you're gonna start working on the drawings immediately.
Yes.
And submit them as soon as possible, even before the 1 week, okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, and then we'll put you on for that October 18th hearing. And Daryl, please be on the lookout for this drawing. It needs to be submitted as ASAP, okay?
Got it.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move to the next.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Item number 16, 28279BZ, 840 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Mr. Bustinelli. Oh, he's here. Okay,
He's there.
unmute yourself, please. And if you have a camera, please turn it on. There you go.
Here we are.
Okay.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
David Businelli, Studio 16 Architecture applicant. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I attended the executive session and regarding the continuous use, and Madam Chair, you mentioned the DOB application that I had filed, which was going to be convert the Perkins restaurant that occupied the site to a Denny's. They had closed the restaurant in anticipation of that. And of course, DOB brought up the parking issue. The old C of O says on-site parking for 14 cars, and that really never fit. There's no DOB record of how they achieved that. And of course, this 28279BZ came after the C of O had been issued. So these two properties are 1745 Forest Avenue, which is the restaurant, and this property are tied together. And DOB had wanted BSA to agree that the required parking was okay to be placed at 840 Richmond Avenue, which then generated us filing this renewal application. So that's where we are with that. And in terms of,
Can I just ask you a question? So
yeah,
the only CO I found on this was really old. It
Yeah.
predated this variance.
right.
It showed 14 spaces on site. Is that right?
That's what the CFO said. But when DOB asked me to demonstrate compliance, you can't get that even with attended parking.
Hmm.
So, which necessitated us, there was a long delay in between DOB and BSA agreeing that this was okay. And then right before the pandemic, the Denny's client pulled out.
Right.
Which, so now, that building had been closed in anticipation of approval of the alteration application. Then Denny's pulled out for many reasons, and ultimately they closed their other location. So they saw the handwriting on the wall. I don't think they were going to make it, even if the pandemic didn't happen.
For other reasons not related to the parking?
No, because the Denny's corporate wanted design changes. They had changed their standard, and I think my client had asked me to hold off on pursuing those revisions, and therefore everything got put on hold. And then the pandemic hit, and then the restaurant would have been closed anyway, even if it had been open.
Right. So were you involved in the original application for the variance?
I renewed the application the last time it was renewed, and then the owners dropped the ball on it. They didn't pursue the renewal at the proper time.
I see. Okay. But as far as you know, I'm trying to figure out this mystery. Because we don't have any indication on either the drawings from whatever year these drawings are from. What are these drawings? The original BSA drawings. We don't have any information on whether this parking was required parking. It just says 40 spaces. It doesn't
Right.
say that it's required versus.
Right.
General.
Right. And in the review of the case file, the old case file, even in the statement of facts and statement of findings, there wasn't any mention that this was to solve the problem with the on-site parking. It just stated that due to the nature of the restaurant, the amount of patrons that it attracted, it was called Barry's Luau back at that time. I remember when I was a kid. That was the basis of the case. And they could fit 40 parking spaces. I didn't see anything that referred specifically to the 14 required spaces for 1745 Forest.
Okay. But it turns out once you did your analysis that it really is required parking.
Yeah. And in the multiple searches of the DOB microfiche record and physical records, there is no site plan that even indicates the parking. There's a couple of old site plans, like for the sprinkler system, that said parking on the plot plan. And that's it.
You mean on-site parking?
On-site parking, that's right.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. So were there any other comments, questions from commissioners on this? No. So the only changes, so I'm satisfied with this other than removal of the poles as those two defunct lights.
Right. You mentioned that I could submit pictures to show that they're gone.
Yes, right.
Okay.
And we need details on the dimensions, sorry, not details, just for future boards to know what are the dimensions on the plan.
Okay.
So on. It's just the detail of drawings has to be the same between the last one and this one.
That's fine. I can get that done right away.
Okay, and let's see. So, and Commissioner Otley Brown, in terms of continuous use, we know it's not been used since 2008, 18, I mean. So is there an issue, or it seems like the restaurant needs this parking, otherwise it's not legal.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a way of satisfying the fact that without the continued grant, it would be a real hardship to the owner. So I'll be okay with it.
So Mr. Bucinelli, maybe you could add that because that was not in your statement of facts.
I can add it in.
Something that came up from my research on what in the world was the story with this restaurant, right? If
Right.
you add that it's a required parking, because that's nowhere in our resolution and we need to clean up that history, okay?
That's fine.
Okay, so,
Also, they need to, Vice Commissioner Sheta wanted the resubmission of the lumen.
oh, just to
Okay.
clean up the PDF, the quality of the
Yeah.
PDF.
Okay. I'll ask the engineer to bump up the resolution on that. Or format it in a different way so that it'd be clearer if he could put it. I'll go over that with him and get him to do that.
Right, okay. So we're gonna justify the link between the restaurant and this off-site parking, right?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense. And I don't know why it wasn't done way back when, but
Right. Well, always a chance to correct things to make it clearer for the next time.
right.
Thank you. So let's go to the public.
The current application we are discussing is 28279BZ, 840 Richmond Avenue. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 952-3706-3350. And the passcode should you required is 180393. If you're in the Zoom room, please raise your hand and press star 9 and, I'm sorry, press star 6 to unmute.
Okay. So how much time do you need to submit those materials?
I could submit, well, you know, I could do my thing this week. Not sure about the engineer's schedule, so I would say 2 weeks.
Okay.
Need
So
a photo of the lights removed too?
the lights be removed in the 2 weeks, or I could give you a little more time to submit the photos because,
I've been informed that they were taken down already.
oh, okay. Okay. Okay, excellent. All right then. Oh, but I thought we got photographs. Maybe those photos were older. The photographs that showed the planting. I don't know whether we saw an image of the light pole location.
They were very small. I don't think any of the pictures had them, but in any event, I know where they were, so I'll take a picture and you'll see that they're gone.
Okay, it's the east and the west.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Great. So I think there's no open issues that prevent us from closing this. We're just looking to clean up the record like this, right, everybody? So then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So my submission date is, did you give me a submission date yet?
No. So we'll let you know when the submission date is, but
Okay.
2 weeks to submit is a good way to judge because
Got
then
it.
it's an early November probably hearing.
Okay.
That is. So if you just assume, get on it right now,
Right.
that you're ready to submit, that
Will
way
do.
you're not hit with oh my God, I'm not ready.
Right. No, we'll get it done this week.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
New cases, item number 584-82BZ, 200 East 64th Street, Manhattan.
There's a Michael Schmidt also who has his hand. Oh, he's in. Okay.
Stay in.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, Michael's there.
Yes.
Anyone else fan?
Yes. Is Richard
Says Richard.
is there? And then phone number ending in 992. And they can unmute using *6.
Norman, can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, the applicant team is here.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? To respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Okay, Ms. Baton, please state your name for the record and proceed.
All right, good afternoon. Faye Baton from Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. I'm joined by Richard Lobel, Michael Schmidt, Camilla Serrano, and Norman Dimson for the applicant team. We attended this morning's review session. I just wanted to provide a little bit of background regarding our proposal and the board's comments. The applicant initially wanted to keep the design as close to possible as the previously approved and didn't really want to increase the scope. There had been around 40 years of damage from public use and just weather and such like that. But we just originally wanted to change the benches and the landscaping. However, we heard the board's comments and we are open to making further revisions to the plaza regarding visual accessibility and public accessibility. So I wanted to give this opportunity for Michael Schmidt, the architect, to just go through a little bit about his design and thoughts for the proposal.
Hello, my name is Mike Schmidt. I'm the architect that was retained by the ownership to help put new planters and seating onto the plaza. And as Fayen said, it was our understanding the work scope primarily just included replacing plants were originally designed for the plaza, which over the years had rotted, and there was rat infestation. And the way they were designed, there was rat infestation. And they were removed and to put new plants in. Fayen, do you have the drawings that we discussed that you could share the screen?
I will share my
Can
screen.
you start with EXG02? And no, I just want to make one comment. I apologize if there's any confusion about the nomenclature on the drawings. We typically do the drawing 0 to 100. The 0.01 and 0.02 extensions were requested by the BSA staff when we responded to comments that came via email. So if that caused confusion, I apologize, it wasn't our intention. Here's the first plan. This was the plan prepared by Philip Birnbaum's office for the 1984-85 BSA submission. The plan shows the layout of the proposed planting. The heavier line at the top of the page, the existing Carlton Towers multiple dwelling, and the lower area is 3rd Avenue. So primarily their planting was put against the Carlton Towers building. And there's an area, which I think one commissioner referred in my drawing as a stippled area. That's a raised area about 10 feet above the plaza, and quite a bit of their planting was put on that. So, and the rest were plant seats around kind of central planting areas. So Fayen, if you can wonder, 100 is the first thing we did. No, that's, well, can you go stay on that drawing, please?
Which one?
Just go back to EXG02, please. No, the next one.
It might be delayed.
I mean, EXG03, sorry.
Oh, 03, okay.
This drawing, which was included in our set, is an area diagram that showed how these plaza areas were dimensioned and what was excluded and what was not. And we use these as the basis for trying to understand the new plaza arrangement, because some additional air conditioning units, some additional air conditioning units had been installed. And that, I think a commissioner asked, they wanted to see how it was originally done as a plaza. This is it. And we can certainly put on our drawing these same diagrams showing what we omitted, which still allowed the plaza. Okay, now if you go to.
But before you do that,
Yes.
for one, your internet connection keeps breaking. So we don't hear a lot of the last letters or syllables. So if whatever, I'm not sure what you can do, but be aware that maybe there's something to be done with your internet connection. The other is, I'm the one who asked in the same way as this Birnbaum drawing, in the same way that this Birnbaum drawing articulates all of the qualifying boxes that add up to be whatever the required amount of area was for the plaza. I'd like you to do the same for the plaza that you ultimately propose so that we can see not just what the reduction is. Let's see what the reduction is. We want to see what is once you have that allocated to things that wouldn't qualify in the plaza, such as the air conditioning and all of that. Understood? So basically that same diagram.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry about the internet connection. We actually pay a lot for it, and for some reason we're getting sporadic internet. I will try to speak slower, and hopefully that will help. And we've turned off other computers in the office, so hopefully that helps. I apologize for that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's the same, but please proceed.
Okay. Yes, I understand your request, and we will provide those diagrams. Diane, can you go to A100, please? This was our proposed plan. Our concept idea was to, well, this was our proposed plan. The original plan did include wood fencing screens for air conditioning units. It also included that duct that was radius going across the plaza. And I mean, also agree, it is unsightly, but it was on the original Birnbaum plans approved in the BSA hearing in the 1980s. We can look into it. We'll hire an engineer and see if there's some way that can be relocated. It wasn't able to be back in 85. I don't know what it does, but we will certainly look at that. But our plan basically kept the plaza intact. There were some existing new air conditioners. One was installed on one of that upper level platform 10 feet above the plaza level that we don't know that they can be removed, or if they can be, if there's another place to put them. So we first did calculations to see if we could keep any of the existing air conditioning units that fed some of the commercial space. And when we did our calculations, we concluded that we still met the plaza minimum square footage. We had 2 units removed, 2 other units relocated behind the existing fence, and the units that we couldn't remove, we put fencing around. So that was our idea. And then our idea was to create low planters with, this is all on a rooftop, so they can't be huge trees, but with trees and plantings and benches in front of them. If you go to the next one, 202, Diane, 202, please. Well, stay on that. This is a section through the, this is a, yes, stay there. This is a section, the top drawing is a section through the plaza that shows that upper level that I was explaining, that it was existing in the original Birnbaum plan. And we have some of it still planted, and where there was a new cooling tower put on, we put a fencing around it. Otherwise, it shows the low plantings and the seating units in front of it, and sections through the proposed planters, aluminum and wood planters. And if you go to 202, Diane, next, the color drawing, 202.
I have a colored one. This was actually, I'm not sure if it was actually part of the BSA, but here's the colored.
It wasn't there.
There
We did this drawing as part of our submission to the community board. We felt like it was more helpful to do it as a colored rendering rather than the black and white. And this was our idea about the plantings. Actually, the plantings were done by a landscaping company, not by myself. The round red circles are Japanese maple. The other plantings in varying yellows are different types of evergreens. But the idea was perimeter planting with seating in front of it to leave the central part of the plaza open. And we can certainly go back and look at that in terms of shade tolerant planting and any comments the board gives. It was the initial planting idea we had for this. And I just want to say, I listened to the entire information session and I totally understand. I think the real goal you're asking us to do, the primary goal is to, in my opinion, reimagine the plaza to be a more attractive space, to be more appealing, and to be visually inviting, more visually inviting from the street. Currently, plaza is 5 feet above the street and there are glass railings around it with planters set behind it. So it is somewhat visual, but I understand that you're asking us to do a kind of reimagining upgrade of the plaza. The second element of the plaza is to try to understand how to do ADA accessible. And the owner has indicated he absolutely will try to figure out how to do that. This is not an easy plaza to do ADA accessibility, but given the comparison to the bridges in Venice, we totally understand it's easier than that. It's 5 feet above the ground in one level. It has different level changes, sometimes 30 inches, sometimes 12 inches. Every time you have a level change, as everyone knows, it's 1 inch per foot, 1 foot per inch level change. So a 60 inch level change requires a 60 foot, which is very difficult. So we're going to look into the idea of a platform lift to get to the plaza level, the main level, and pursue it from there. The owner said, as I said, the owner said he's absolutely behind investigating that. And the same with the lighting. I think it was a really good idea someone proposed to look at the lighting with new LED lighting and new signage. The idea to try to make the plaza a more playful or more inviting space for the public, the shape that it's in now. Is something I think could be a very, very good thing to do and doable. And obviously we'll have to go back to the planting selection and look at that as well in order with the idea of opening the plaza visually from the sidewalk more. How does that all come together as a concept? It may be, some type of lighting enhancing, uplighting, enhancing trees or lighting on the facades that are at the sidewalk level, which are structural and we can't, with signage or some graphic. But all of these things were very good points, and the owner we were in a conversation after the information section. He said, absolutely, let's look into that. And one last thing, there was a comment about the wall that separates the main part of the plaza to this square plaza that's elevated near the residential entry. I actually looked at that wall last week and it's very strange. It must be a leftover from some alteration. I mean, the building was constructed nearly 60 years ago and the plaza was done in 1985. So, there were a lot of things that changed, but the wall is 2 feet wide and 3 feet high and there's nothing underneath it. And the two levels are more or less the same on either side of the wall. So we're going to look at why that exists and if it would be possible to cut an opening in that wall so that the plaza is protected on that upper level. Is there anything else? And we'll also look with engineers at the AC equipment. Right now, I don't know anything about the AC equipment and what it serves and why it's there, but we'll report back on that as well.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so when you talk about the plaza size right now meeting the requirements, those are reduced requirements. So that was kind of an understanding between essentially BSA and city planning working together to come up with a solution for a plaza that didn't comply with the then plaza regulations, right? And therefore kind of overcompensating by saying, okay, well, it's too high, but at least we'll give more. So by reducing the amount of the more, whittling back, it's sort of, let's say it's depriving the public of the area that was supposed to be given to justify the additional floor area that the building received as a result of the plaza. So that's why I'm very reluctant to say okay to a reduction in the area. And the air conditioning is obviously the culprit. So so the instruction to the engineer, I always say this, I'm the client and I'm saying to you and the engineer, get rid of all of all that equipment that's sitting in my plaza, put it someplace else. So that's the instruction, as opposed to coming back to us with technical reasons for why you can't put it someplace else. Okay, so that's the instruction there. Vice Chair Shanda has her hand up. You're muted. You're
Muted.
Sorry. I also am concerned about the narrowness of that portion of the corridor with the AC units extended out. It really doesn't leave much room for circulation. And going back to a question that Commissioner Otley Brown had raised is that, will this plaza area be used by the restaurant? And if so, which area? And that will carve out even more of the space. So keeping all of those in mind, I am not there yet with the reduction, allowing for the reduction in plaza area. The actual usable plaza area for the resident, for public, will get reduced with each one of these other elements being put to use. So I do have a concern with that. I would also like you to look at the signage of the commercial use that is located on the plaza, because that does create an appearance of that plaza being used more for restaurant purposes and less for public purposes. So, and I don't think that's a signage that would be permitted. And I don't think it meets a signage requirement either. So from all of those compliance point of view, I think that secondary signage that is facing 64th Street ought to go, because it's much bigger than that would be a permitted sign. And the access, the plaza access along along 3rd Avenue, that also needs to be readdressed. So I just want to make sure you've factored all of those into your design. And I like the idea of allowing for accessibility from the 3rd Avenue portion of the plaza to the 64th Street portion of the plaza, but that opening has to be generous enough and visible enough for someone to want to go there and not make it look like it's a private little parking sitting bench area for the residents only.
Yes, I agree with that.
I just want to add, oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to add another thing. So in the reimagining, right now, the solution is a bunch of boxes that have plants in them. And those were taken away back in the day because they rotted and encouraged rats, or probably weren't well maintained and probably had no growing vegetation in them anyway. When you look at plazas now that are built on roofs, so most of these are rooftop plazas, right? There's all sorts of really great solutions that have to do with berming on top of the roof, and which makes the vegetation look much more natural and allows for much more interesting kind of seating areas with planting. So I encourage that kind of pursuit rather than just buying a bunch of planters and a bunch of benches and sort of arranging them in there like general furniture in your living room that really doesn't have enough space, but you have a lot of guests. So like that. I'm sorry, Faye and Ms. Baton, you had something to add?
Just 2 quick comments. The owner's fine with providing more signage just to show that this is a publicly accessible space. I know that doesn't address the sign calculations. We'll look into that for Tony's. And Tony's was using that spot during COVID because there had been a suspension of the executive order, and during the summer and previously they were using that during COVID, but they are not there anymore. We have some pictures that they're not using the space anymore as of a couple weeks ago. But we will confirm, and I could put that in a submission as well with photographs, but they're not using this space anymore.
Are they still open?
Tony's is still open, yeah.
So they're not using the side?
They're using the sidewalk. I think they're still using. I have to double check. I can't say it for sure, but they're not using the pop space.
Mm-hmm.
And we have pictures regarding for that we could submit.
Okay. Anybody else? Tony, yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned the lighting plan. You needed a lighting plan.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
And also the ECB fines.
All right, thank you.
So I'll double check with those fines, and I think we made a recent submission a week or so ago. Those were new zoning violations and they haven't had their hearings yet. So all the other fines were paid, and that's on biz. All the other fines, just not the recent, I think, July violations, because they didn't have a hearing on that yet. That's,
you-
I think, scheduled for October.
Okay, you know the drill. They just need to be paid before we decide on the case.
Understood.
So that we're not chasing after the ECB violations all day long, okay? Okay.
Just other, Dara, Commissioner Dara Otley Brown wanted a schematic of the restaurant. Do you still want that, Commissioner Otley Brown?
I wanted, wait,
Schematic,
no, what I,
restaurants.
given, if they were going to keep the furniture on the plaza, that's what I wanted to see, but their representation right now is that they're no longer using the plaza area, so therefore that's moot.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
They were using it in the summer. I mean, I know Tony's really well. It's like a family oriented, like big family dining. So during the summer and during COVID, they had it outdoors, but they're not using it anymore.
No, but when the summer comes again, is the,
Yeah.
that's the thing. Is there a contractual arrangement somehow with Tony's to use the plaza? If so, then we would want to see what that, how that's going to interact with the public.
There is no arrangement. There is no arrangement.
Okay.
They could use, they used it this summer. We told them that they can't use it anymore, and they agreed.
Okay. Thank you. All right, then. Did we already go to the public? I think so. Yes.
Not yet.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, the case that we're discussing currently is 584-82BZ, 200 East 64th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 952-3706-3350. The passcode should you required is 180393. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your hand and *6 to unmute.
Okay, so while we wait for that, and I see Vice Chair Shanda has her hand up again, I just want to add, first, Mr. Stimson, are you an owner's rep?
I'm one of the owners.
Owner, okay. Thank you. Thank you for attending. Always helpful when the owner attends.
You're welcome.
And then just to clarify, oh yeah, we received an updated community board resolution to clarify the reason for their denial, which was specifically the reduction in the hours and one other thing. Jella, can you remind me what the other thing, or maybe? ADA, right, an ADA access. Okay. Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead.
Muted, you're muted.
Yes, thank you. Two questions. And one is, since the prior review was reviewed by city planning, it's a question to you, Madam Chair. Do you want city planning's office to look at the open space, the plaza design, just in keeping in mind of the new, not applying the new regulations, but there could be the new design elements or other features that they recommend in the plaza spaces that can be incorporated here, because they do review a lot of plazas, so they might have some ideas. Just a thought out there.
So I would say that might be helpful later, but at this point, the applicant is going to be sort of searching for solutions.
Fair enough.
So,
Okay.
don't want to complicate, have too many cooks reviewing.
Sure. The other question I had, the commercial space, specifically the restaurant, is it a double height commercial space? I've never been inside. I've only walked by it. So
Now you step down. Michael, do you want to?
It's not double height. There's a cafe on the first level, and then there's another level down.
okay.
So it's not double height.
Okay. The reason I was asking if there was a double height and if the windows from that could look out onto the plaza, that would also allow for an additional set of eyes and ears. But since that is not the case, I won't mention it.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right then. So how much time you have to really work on this? So this is it's kind of a big analysis. Mr. Schmidt, are you a landscape architect?
No, I'm not. And I was recommending to the owner that we retain a landscape architect to help with the redesign.
Yeah, I would recommend that too, because they're the ones familiar with how to do those berms and lots of other inventions that we've seen done on top of buildings in the last, like, say, 20 years. So, so I
No,
would.
I absolutely agree. And also a lighting designer to help with the lighting metrics that were requested. So these are two items that we're going to discuss after the meeting on how to get these consultants on board as part of the team.
And also look at possibly maybe some mural painting, very simple, colorful mural painting on that blank portion of the residential wall that can also liven up the space and draw attention to it.
Right.
Those are also other ways.
Yeah. There's so many great solutions in
Yeah.
small plazas for how to deal with these blank walls. I mean, you can go all out with fountains, artwork, like all kinds of things. Bamboo, you know, so many things. That's why I do think the landscape architect is essential, who has experience with plazas specifically. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. So we need to get an idea of how much time to submit this. We can throw out an idea, and then when we give you an assigned date, you can tell us whether that's not enough time or too much time.
We're looking at 3 months, around 3 months, because we need to retain a few professionals.
Okay, great. All right, that makes sense to me.
In addition, we have to look at agencies as well. We have to look at some structural issues. There are some pretty major structural issues with that providing the ADA, which I'm not saying is an excuse, but we have to look at it somehow, as well as some issues with the DOB about what we can and can't use in terms of accessibility. So it takes time just to go through that.
So do you want more than the 3 months, or?
Well, I think we should try to start with 3 months and try to keep it pushing. We have the momentum and we should try to keep going on it.
Great, great, thank you. I mean, you can also, you know, in Venice, they're using just stair lifts. So it's
Right.
building an elevator to go up every bridge. That actually wouldn't even work. So
no, I know there's a lot of solutions. I've been involved in several buildings, including my own in Tribeca. But there's beautiful solutions and ugly solutions. And the goal is to try to get a beautiful solution with the problem if you can.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating. Thanks for bringing the whole team, and especially the owner. Always makes it easier when there's a team and an owner. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Okay, next item is 16008 BC, 651, 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. Is this
It's Todd Dale.
He's in.
Todd Dale, I believe. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant.
Anyone with you?
Just me today.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Todd Dale for the applicant. So good afternoon. I did listen to the review session and will provide initial responses to some issues that were raised, and hopefully provide some clarity on some items, and answer any additional questions that might be raised. First, with respect to the community board, to supplement what Mr. Bell said, our office did appear before the Land Use Committee September 21st. The Land Use Committee, I did attend the meeting myself personally. The Land Use Committee was generally in favor of the proposal for anything that would do site improvement. One specific question or concern that they did raise is they didn't want any overnight activity, which we're not proposing overnight activity. We would agree to any condition limiting nighttime or overnight use of the site. The community board did have a full meeting on September 22nd, the next day, but they were not able to put the matter on the agenda. We were in contact with the community board since that and found out that the committee had a few additional questions that they wanted to ask us. we've reached out and said we can be available anytime, either another meeting or to answer questions by email, whatever they prefer. At this point, we still haven't received a response back from the community board about a follow-up meeting. We'll continue to reach out to them and do whatever we can, but we're open. Whatever time and place they want, we can be there. Okay. Related to that, we've heard the board's comment about neighbor notification. We understand and we're on board with that. We're happy to go ahead and make the notification. And if we receive notification paperwork for the next hearing, we can distribute that. And also, in addition to that, we do know that there was a letter, I believe, submitted to the board Sunday. Ms. Matias provided that to us. We have an address on that letter. We'll make sure that that organization also gets notification of the hearing also. Okay. One issue that was brought up was continuous use. Just to confirm, supplement what was included in submissions. This has been used continuously by the school bus, the bus parking tenant until June 2021. That's when they vacated the premises. There were actually efforts underway before that to try and get them out sooner so that the owner could do some work on the site, but that was the first opportunity that presented itself. We'll provide additional information about the continuous use, but just quickly, I would inform the board that if you look at Google Street View, you can see that November 2019 photos are there that show that at least in November 19, that's the most recent one I have before current photographs. But we'll see if we can find photographs or additional information just to confirm for the board that it has been used continuously from the last grant up until June 2021. The site is now vacant. The photos that we submitted the end of last week, the street level photographs that were requested, there are a couple photos in there showing that the interior of the site is vacant and not occupied at this time. With respect to landscaping and trees, we are, there is the proposal does call for some interior islands in the parking lot and also interior green spaces. We'll provide an additional plan clarifying that, showing the board where that is. With respect to the street trees, subsequent to the last application, it was conditioned that street trees be planted. And actually, at the time of the last grant, there were no sidewalks adjacent to the site. So the sidewalks were installed and street trees were installed. I visited the site myself. I believe that almost every single pit except for one still has a live tree in it right now, but we'll confirm and review if any street trees need to be planted, but most of them are in good condition. And as I said, we'll provide the plan showing what's proposed for the interior of the lot. And with respect to, one of the significant concerns that was raised by the board, understandably, was the site condition and making sure that, with respect to the variance, the site improvement would happen. We are on board with this and are proposing to do significant changes to the site, including demolishing the structures that are there, repaving, restriping, and installing the new perimeter fence, the anti-graffiti fence for the full perimeter. We have actually a preliminary agreement with a Fortune 500 company, and they are actively ready to begin work this month on cleaning up the site and improving the site. So with respect to the board, we're agreeable to either showing interim or site improvement ahead of time or conditional approval or whatever combination of the two the board wants. But as I said, there's work plan in place this month to start on the site improvement, and we're happy to get started on that and present to the board proof of the work that's being done on the site as it has rehabilitated. And just to confirm with respect to the fencing, the idea was that the prior board grant called for chain link fencing. We know that current board is not in favor of that, and we're not proposing that at all. The design really is intended to have a fully opaque fence that would have the anti-graffiti design. It would not only have the anti-graffiti treatment, but also the anti-graffiti outside throughout the whole perimeter, and basically replacing the entire fence that's there. The fence right now is proposed to be 8 feet. I don't know if there are any requirements one way or another as far as the height, but we're flexible as to the height. The one thing that I would note is that the current fence that's in place, there are a couple structures there that go above the fence height. The new proposal is only calling for 3 small buildings, none of which are facing Euclid Avenue frontage. One is a utility room, one is a small area for restrooms, and then the security booth. So actually visually over an 8-foot high, 8-foot high fence, it's not believed that anybody on the Euclid side would even be able to see a structure over a fence that height. But as I said, we're agreeable to changing the height if we think that something higher is desired. And then with respect to lighting, I know that was brought up. I believe we actually have a light spread plan that we're going to be able to provide the board initially before any light poles would be installed, but we could also do a light study. The one thing I would note about that is, we understand that this has been a requirement of recent applications before the board, understandably, but this is a block-sized site, and I'm not quite sure a light study would actually reveal anything because there's actually streets that are on the perimeter, these 40, 50-foot wide streets that have street lights actually on the far side of each of the block. So, we can provide the light spread and we can engage in a light study, but just being realistic, I'm not sure what they're going to show different above the existing street lights and because of the street distance that's there. I just wanted to point that out to the board. But those are a quick point-by-point review, but I would just say that overall, the real thought here is that we've heard the board's comments. We're very aware of the site condition and that this is really being viewed now that the bus tenant is out, an opportunity to greatly improve the site. And we're treating this as an opportunity to take care of issues. And as noted, the proposal, I believe it was Commissioner Shabbat noted that, the proposal is seeking an amendment to remove repair of vehicles and some of the other associated uses that were allowed. This really is intended just to be a reduction in parking spaces from the original 145 approved down to 107 spaces. So it'd be fewer vehicles. They'd only be these delivery van sized vehicles. Removing the one curb cut. So the only entrance would be over on Fountain Avenue, which is a highly commercial and manufacturing site. And the intent is really to create a site that in the end would be a real buffer of between the heavy manufacturing uses that are all on Fountain, including, for anyone who's done and visited the site, there's a lot of semi trucks that are over on that side of the site, but providing this opportunity to make this site a buffer between the manufacturing zone that's to the west and the residences that are east, and giving a nice transition or a better transition to the residents of the neighborhood. So those are the initial responses to comments. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I see Vice Chair Shanda's hand up, but you notably left out
The tax lot.
were really some significant comments, right? For one, it's 14 tax lots that needs to be cleared up, but the other was the fact that the prior application required a C finding be established and the work was never done. Therefore, I'm questioning whether you even have a variance to renew. And then Commissioner Otley Brown's very excellent memory, supported by probably recent readings of those newspaper articles that she remembered from back then. You didn't comment on the idea that maybe this is not an appropriate variance to continue, given the history of the site and perhaps even the technical problem that you've got, which is probably no variance granted in 2010.
I didn't want to keep spewing on and on and on, but I'm happy to address those points now. With respect to the prior grant and what's noted, we did submit a condition compliance chart. The conditions that were specifically noted in the resolution, by and large, were addressed other than the certificate of occupancy. As I noted, there were no sidewalks on this site and there were no street trees, so sidewalks and street trees were installed. There was a request to demolish the second story of the shed, and actually that whole shed was removed after the original grant. There was a request about the fencing. We acknowledge that the fencing is not in good condition and we intend to replace it, but there was fencing in place. So on a point-by-point basis, all of those conditions that were specifically noted in the resolution, but for the certificate of occupancy, were addressed. So we would say that in response to the grant of the variance, that we actually did meet those conditions.
So
can I
go ahead.
can I just say, maybe if you parse it like that to the smallest detail, you could then say, well, we did meet the conditions, but the overall representation of those conditions was to ensure that this site was not an eyesore and a hardship for the neighborhood. And any photo that you have given us, as well as anybody who has taken to driving by that block, which I have many times in the past decade, you have not met those conditions of compliance in any way, shape, or form. And I don't know anybody who would agree with what you had just said. The place is an eyesore, and it is right on the edge of a residential neighborhood. And it's just so unfair to the people in that neighborhood. It is so unfair.
Understood, and that's why our proposal is seeking to do a complete rehabilitation of the site. As noted, it's taking down all of those structures. It's repaving the entire lot. It's restriping the lot. It's changing the use to take away the repair use that was allowed there, so it would just be storage of commercial vehicles. It's eliminating a curb cut. It's improving the fencing, which we acknowledge has been an issue, especially with graffiti. The prior grant called for a chain link fence, and we're hoping to provide this excellent anti-graffiti fence for the entire perimeter that's fully opaque. And we hear, and I acknowledge everything that you've said about this. I was not involved with the previous application, so I can't speak to anything in particular that happened during that hearing. What I can say, though, is that this proposal is an opportunity for the property owner to show a commitment. It's an opportunity for the board to track and ensure that work that is planned is done. As I said, we're agreeable to periodical reports. We're periodical to doing this site work before any further grant is issued. And I just think that in light of what's being said, that you have here a committed owner who has this preliminary agreement with, as I said, a Fortune 500 company who's very committed to the site, that this is a chance to really make this site an excellent buffer between the heavy manufacturing uses that are further to the west and the residential ones that are to the east, and creating a situation where this is an opportunity to create a great transition here. Not, ignoring what's happened before, but treating this as a real opportunity. And that's what we're presenting to the board and showing to show this commitment to that.
So I'm still working on the C finding. I would need to see photographs that demonstrate the actual installation according to the schedule, which gave you 3 years to complete the schedule and implement it. And nobody came back to the board because it was supposed to have been renewed in 2013. So it was already out of compliance at that point. But there were specific dates by which certain things had to have been accomplished. I want to see demonstration that those things were accomplished by those certain dates. Otherwise, there was no C. So for me, then it's not an amendment of a variance. It's a new variance application, just like it was back in 2010 in response to community comments. And I'm not sure today you would make the findings for a lot of different reasons. As Commissioner Ollie Brown said, there is a different neighborhood character now. And in addition to which, when I was reading the findings, we would have a different financial analysis today, because it shows that 28 houses could be constructed on that site. And then if you talk about buffering between industrial and residential, there are other ways to buffer than putting in a last mile van storage system, right? There are lots of nice kinds of commercial buffers that are much more compatible with the neighborhood. So we might say, and we all know what you mean by the Fortune 500 company. This is a very heavy, very active, constant use, which is why we need DOT to take a look at what that would be. And I'm not sure that you're going to be able to make all of the sort of the arguments or even that C finding. I don't see how the C finding was ever met. But okay, so, but you hear it, you hear the comments, you can't ignore them. I know this is you working on the, totally on the fly, and you can't come up with necessarily all the responses just like that. But we do have an obligation to the community. I hope that someone from the community board is listening to this hearing so we can get more information from them about how they feel. And then, of course, we need notification to neighbors. Go ahead, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I also want to say that this variance was, you know, assuming it actually was in place, given your non-compliance, it did expire in 2013 because we did put the applicant on a very short leash. So I believe that any application has to revisit the 5 findings, because technically, even though you were in continuous use, your variance expired 8 years ago.
So
Understood. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, but so to this point, whenever this was an application that included a request to waive our rules to be on the SOC calendar. So what I'm hearing is a denial, or essentially a board member suggesting, and I don't disagree, that the SOC calendar waiver request be denied, and that this move to a BZ calendar where it becomes like it did the last time, a new variance. It seems like that's what it did the last time, and I see an agreement from Mr. Shanda as well. Can I hear from other commissioners? Commissioner Sheta?
Yeah, I believe that should be done, yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Shabeta?
I believe that should be done. I can understand the reason why that should be done. My only concern is what other uses would be best in this location? If this is not something that if this is something we will not grant, what would be the future of this site?
Oh, but just let me clarify. It's a technical thing. What we're doing now is just a procedural question. Right now, there was a request to waive the board rule that says you have to come back as a new variance. And you ask, and it's almost whatever it is, 8 years later, and they're coming back asking to be on the SOC calendar as an amendment. And so the proposal is to say, no, you have to come in on the BZ calendar as a new variance.
I agree with the remainder of the board.
Okay. And Vice Chair Shanda, I saw you nod your head.
I agree. Yeah, that was one of my questions.
Okay, so that's the determination. So it has to be filed again as a new application as a variance, and you need to make the findings. And this it shouldn't be a surprise to the owner because they needed to do that 8 years ago for similar reasons, right?
I understand what the board has said. As you said, it's difficult to do this on the fly. We think that it would be appropriate to provide us the opportunity to present information to the board as why this should be continued on the SOC calendar and respond point to point to information. We think it's if that is something that the board is considering, that it is it's our right to be able to respond to that before that final determination is made.
Okay, I suppose that's fair, but I don't want to drag this on where we have.
No, how's this? We're very, as I said, we are prepared as the development team, owner and tenant to get the work started. Obviously, if this is a concern that's being raised by the board, we'd be able to respond to this very quickly and provide that information to the board. In addition, we can provide further assurance to the board as to the commitment of the team, perhaps absent of doing some initial work, or maybe showing some initial work, such as paving the site, which is a very neutral activity.
Well, I don't know why you'd want to pay.
Yeah, I'm not sure we want to start with anything because there could be possibilities of greening, in-ground green, on-ground greening. Oh God, I'm getting confused. But permeable, yeah, there could be permeable surfaces. The section 37-92 would ask for planting within the site. So if you pave it, that just starts limiting the amount of area. So I would hold off on any of those redesigns. And then we do want DOT to look at the location of the accessways. And if one is enough, do we need two? That would also change the layout of the the parking layout. So I think it's a little premature.
it's a lot premature because if we turn this into a new variance application, you may not be able to make the 5 findings. So, or if you make it, let's say you make it for some, because there is a part of the site that's like an odd shape and so on. Let's say you make it for some, but not for all, then this would be a kind of a hybrid solution where maybe, I'm just throwing out ideas, maybe one side is commercial and the other side is residential. So, or something else, right? So it's very premature, and it should not be at all on your client's part a foregone conclusion that they can proceed with the, let's say, whatever that contract looks like, with the Fortune 500 last mile entity, right?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
I
go
understand what you're saying. I mean, at the very least, demolition of the structures could take place, which is likely to occur regardless. You know, as I said, we believe that we would still meet the merits for having this on the SOC calendar, and we can submit a response to that very quickly.
Okay,
Because
so
I think it would benefit both. Sorry, go ahead.
so
I have a question, would it require any site cleanup?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
environmental, you mean?
Yeah,
Remediation, yeah.
remediate, given the nature of use that was there.
I think so, but it would certainly require remediation. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm not sure if it's gonna require any remediation. There is no proposed, as far as I understand, there is no proposed ground disturbance, like significant ground disturbance here. So I'm not sure if where from the need for the remediation is gonna come, even if they have like past issues with the use. But my concern is like you, Chair, mentioned, you don't want to drag this for probably 3 or 4 hearings more. If my understanding is that in the statement of facts, I did read through, and it says it was a variance back in 2010 that was granted. From the discussions I just listened to, it sounds like when they came to the board back in whatever, the board asked them something to satisfy one of the findings, and they never came back. If this is the case, what are we amending here?
Right. I agree. So that's why Mr. Dale, without having any time to actually prepare his response, represented without actually having any time to substantiate that, but I understand what he's getting at, that all of those things that were required to be done by 2013 were done. So step 1 is to demonstrate to us that those things were done. Then we could say there was a C finding. If they can't be demonstrated, there was no C finding, and there's no variance to extend, right, to request an amendment on. Long before that, the variance wasn't granted. So in 2010, the variance wouldn't have been granted. And so that's the end of that, as you said.
Like we looked into something that we should have looked into. When I say we, I mean the board should have looked into probably almost 10 years ago. If this is the case, and instead of looking into one finding, let's have this as a new application and look into the entire variance application. And even if they're gonna get a chance to submit something, I want to say that let's put aside all the plans to do any work on site, and let's just focus on this, whether we're gonna pull up the existing variance and just focus on discussing C, or it's gonna be an entirely new variance and we're gonna discuss the entire set of findings.
Right.
From now until the upcoming hearing, let's just focus on this.
Yes. So and just again, you know, with respect to, for instance, that was the first time I'd ever read a resolution where the board set parameters, accomplish this by this year and that by that year. But because there was no compliance officer, really the board didn't have any way of following up on these things, so like no mechanism. But now, happily, we Ted Ricketts, who can actually follow through on those kinds of cases where we have a future compliance needed. I'm not suggesting we do it on this case, but I'm saying that that's Ted's role is so essential to the operation of the board that often really needs a follow-up visit, and it didn't before have any mechanism to do that. So thank you for being here, Ted. Okay. All right, I think let's go to the public.
The case that we're let's go. Okay. The case that we're currently discussing is 16008BZ, 651, 671 4th Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn. And should you wish to call in, the number is 646-558. Sorry, 558-8656. The webinar ID number is 952-3706-3350. The passcode should you require it is 180393.
Okay, so while I wait to hear whether there's anyone in the waiting room that puts their hand up and would like to speak, Tracy Benke has her hand up.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to let the board know I found a copy of the original EAS and the DOT sign off. I've added those to the file for your review, and we'll discuss internally like what's needed. It might be premature based on what we just talked about to decide what more is needed, but we could also see if DOT would just comment on the application materials in the meantime.
Thank you. And I also hoping to hear from the community board, so that will help us all also. So in the interim. Okay.
Could I make a request? Is it possible to have that EAS information sent to our office or made accessible to our office too?
Sure.
Thank you.
Send it to you.
And with respect to the community board, we'll keep the board informed with any future meetings should they reach out to us and schedule one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've heard the response. We will be able to submit quickly. You know, again, it depends on the board's calendar, but a response showing that the conditions that were set forth in the prior resolution were met, but for the certificate of occupancy, we'll present a evidence to the board that we have, and we'll show why this is an appropriate instance for this to be on the SOC calendar. And we'll confirm that. We'll also, you know, per discussion just a few minutes ago, we'll hold off on any site work until we get that response into the board and there's resolution on that issue.
Okay. All right, so we're just going to confine ourselves to this. So don't make any changes to drawings or anything like that. There's no.
Understood. We will not do that. We will make it clear. We'll just show that, you know, the board has had many cases where situations where terms and certain conditions have not been met, and we'll show how that this meets the standards of the board's historical approach to those applications.
This wasn't conditions. This was the C finding. That's what's the critical part. Okay. So
Understood.
the C finding issue is the most important part. Without it, it wasn't conditions that weren't satisfied.
Understood. We'll review that also in our response.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, how much time for that?
I believe we'll be able to get, since this is primarily a legal argument, I would say a couple of weeks we could get in, but again, I don't know what the board's calendar is right now. When are the next hearings?
18th and the 9th.
And November 9th, and then the one after the 9th?
Is 15, I believe.
So it might be the 15th. I don't know. I haven't looked at the calendar. We have a lot of cases that need to be scheduled.
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. So November, if it was like the November 16th hearing, what would the submission be for that? Would it be like November 3rd or
October 26th.
October 26th? So 2 weeks. We could submit by October 26th.
Okay, I'm not sure that we're accommodated because, as I said, we have many cases.
Can you hold on just 1 second? Sorry.
So November 20, I'm sorry, Madam, may I say?
Yeah.
There's a November 20, I'm sorry about the November 6th, there's no hearing. So it's November is
Actually,
15th and 16th and 29th and 30th. So the hearing, the 29th and 30th, the submission would be November 9th.
Can we actually, upon consideration, what if we had 1 month to submit?
I can't guarantee any dates. I'm sorry, we can't negotiate this. We have too many other cases that still have to be calendared that were heard already, as you probably realize.
Right.
Heard, you still have.
So, sorry, why don't, if I understand you don't normally assign dates, as is typical, can you just, we'll do an email and we can respond to the board when we get to it.
That's the way we'll do it.
And we'll confirm that. Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's move on. Thank you very much, Mr. Dale.
Okay, next item is item number 20, 2017 100BZ, 412 East 90th Street, Manhattan.
Madam Chair, I must recuse.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Shelley Friedman has his hand up. I'm allowing him to talk. Okay, when you're ready, when you can hear us, please state your name.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Shelley Friedman and Gottbaum.
Is anyone else with you, Mr. Friedman?
No.
Okay, so raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole, raise your right hand? I don't see it. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on the board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Shelley Friedman, Friedman Gottbaum, representing the trustees of the Spence School. Before beginning, Madam Chair, I'd like, first of all, I hope everybody's well. Secondly, I hope that I want to thank the board for its kind comments regarding the quality of the application. As you probably know, I don't do these things by myself, and that includes some spectacular guidance we've been receiving from the staff on this application. So we're very grateful. We have listened in to this morning's review session, and we believe we know the board's concerns. And so if that's what you'd like us to do, we're happy to focus just on that.
Yes, please.
First of all, with regard to the question that was raised on the knowledge at the trustee level of the Spence School with regard to the disposition of these air rights, I moved very carefully and has gone through a tremendous amount of due diligence on its decision. As the record shows, we joined. This site was purchased in 2011, and they've taken 6 or 7 years to make sure that the moves they were making with regard to the site and the development of the site matched with the school's long-range interests. Those included not building full to the site's maximum, but rather to capture the school's long-held programmatic deficiencies with regard to its athletic and physical education spaces. This has not been from the beginning a project in which the maximization or the optimization of the zoning envelope or its floor area were critical to the board's thinking. They're thrilled to have the building done and occupied, and with the board's assistance, it has met all of their aspirations in terms of the programmatic need. That's so much the case with regard to the floor area at issue here that I should tell you that the original transaction contemplated with the adjacent property owner involved not 13,700 square feet, but 22,000 square feet. The board was prepared to hand over, to transfer the full complement of its floor area that could have been used by the adjacent neighbor for its commercial development. That was only scaled back to 13,700 square feet because the developer could not accommodate any more floor area in its as of right envelope. So they originally had planned on disposing of much more floor area. They understand that the surrounding sites are all built with significant and mature residential sites, rentals and condos and co-ops, and that the development opportunities here are slight to further dispose of their air rights, and that their own needs have been fully met with the approval of the variance they received in 2018. Would like to move on to discuss the discussion later on in your session regarding the Zelda, the light and air easement, and the like. But I'll pause to just ask if there are any questions regarding the trustees' commitment here and their eyes wide open approach to this transaction.
So in terms of,
Hearing none.
no, wait. Can you hear? Can you hear? Because you're fading in and out. Your connection isn't great. So
yes.
Okay. So
I apologize.
It's the internet. What can we do? We're not in control. But my question is this: in the famous last words or trying to predict the future in the past type story, today's needs are on. Let's say today we look at needs, and 20 years from now we look at different needs, and so. To be so sure of what the school needs in 20 years, that seems odd to me. It won't even be the same board of trustees in 20 years, most likely. So I would say it's fortuitous that the developer couldn't use all of the development rights. So at least there's a significant bunch for potential future additions, because the building isn't that big, actually, in the realm of what could be, right? So.
Well, volumetrically for the school, it is. I mean, it didn't use up a lot of floor area because of all these large spaces. Had it been a more conventional floor plate, it probably in the envelope that it had have used up most of its floor area. But in this case, that just wasn't where its programmatic needs led it. They still have a significant amount of zoning floor area available, but they don't foresee adding non-athletic dance environmental space to this building, and they have carefully considered it.
Okay, we can move on. It's like they can't predict. All right, let's move on.
With regard to the Zelda and the light and air easement, there is going to be a Zelda in this transaction. The transaction has not closed yet because we need to know the outcome of this proceeding. So the Zelda remains in draft. I know that you, Madam Chair, have seen hundreds of these Zeldas in your practice. So I can tell you that it is basically I won't say a boilerplate Zelda, and I guess the term plain vanilla is no longer fashionable, but it is as simplistic a Zelda as you might imagine when it involves only floor area between two well-determined buildings. There is a light and air easement in it because it's a generic easement. I have discussed this with a developers council who listened in on the executive session this morning, and we would like it understood that while the light and air language is generic, it can be adjusted to, we believe, accommodate the board's concerns. As you know, some light and air easements are simply, there shall be no development over a certain plane to preserve the long view. That's not what's going on here. The purpose of this particular provision was born by the fact that there was going to be a zoning lot merger, at which point the lot line condition would no longer exist. And in the very remote possibility that someday this could be a residential building rather than a commercial building, the easement was simply to preserve the small amount of space that would be necessary to comply with the multiple dwelling code. In the distant remote possibility that the world changed and this site was ultimately developed, the adjacent site was developed for residential purposes. We would be happy to specify in the Zelda to that case so that the board understood that this light and air easement was not only remote, but the minimal extent necessary to achieve multiple dwelling light and air for a potential residential development. So that's something we'd like the board to consider.
Yeah. So that was what I feared. So because I've worked on cases where, and I'm sure you have too, where a not-for-profit sells away their development rights, but maybe not all, but they gave a light and air easement, and 20 years later or something, and those were less sophisticated agreements back then, right? They realized they want to add to their rooftops, and they have the floor area. They specifically reserved the floor area for a future enlargement, but nobody thought about that light and air easement that makes it impossible for them to do it, right? So this is the part that I'm most concerned about, that in 20 years, even though today's board says we're not going to ever use the development rights, in 20 years, the next board says, this is amazing. We own this great building, and the building has this great rooftop onto which we can add, say, classrooms, or there's this new phenomenon that's the equivalent of robotics that needs today's robotics that needs exactly this. And I can't think of a better place than this location, and do it where the public can also participate, whatever. And now you can't because there's an easement that prevented the use of your development rights. What you're basically saying is we reserve development rights, but potentially no way to use them.
No, I'm saying something slightly different than that, with all due respect. What I'm saying is that this easement would be, and I'm making these numbers up for the sake of the discussion. This easement might be only a 30 by 20 foot footprint on this very, very large rooftop. The development could still occur. It simply would have to respect the fact that there would have to be a carve out on that roof. And this roof is immense. This is a very, very large site. There would be, this was not contemplated in the Zelda, but it's the underlying purpose of the Zelda. So we would change the Zelda language to accommodate this discussion. But that the footprint of the carve out would only be to protect the opportunity for light and air windows. It would probably be less than 10% and probably more like 5% of the total area of the roof. There'd be plenty of opportunity for development. I might also add that any development would have to come back to the board because we'd have to once again change our site plan and change our variance. So you have ample opportunity to make sure that this meets with the spirit of what we're suggesting here, but that would be it. The development would still occur. There would just be this small carve out, rectangular carve out on the roof to permit adequate light and air for residential purposes.
Right. So I think we need to see a diagram that would be attached to the Zelda to show what the size. It's 140 foot frontage. So it is a very large site, but the neighboring site's also 140 feet and maybe even bigger. We're just talking about merging with that zoning law. I don't know if the development site is actually bigger than that. So you might question, why do you need to take the space at all from the school? Why not just put it on your own 140 foot wide site? So that's another question. I hope that you have your clients listening, because that's what I'm, that this is for a board in 20 years to contemplate, not the board today to contemplate, right? And the ones that always kick themselves out of it, right?
The discussion at the board level was clearly this, for your comfort, that this board has a fiduciary responsibility to future boards, and that's how they undertook their discussion of this. But I think if we carved out the 30 feet of our rooftop closest to the adjacent property and said this was a potential easement, this was the easement area, that the adjacent developer would then know they could put, it could be for affordable housing. We don't know where this is going. They could put light and air windows on their west facing elevation. That would still leave an enormous amount of space for the school's development purposes on their own roof.
So it doesn't need to be 30 feet, right? If it's in a legal court or, right, or, right? So
Whatever, I'm saying, I have not thought that piece of it through, but it would basically be just a rectangle on the eastern portion of our roof that would be the minimum necessary to provide legal light and air. If the world changed and they wanted to go, that was the purpose for this light and air easement. It was not to create a single plane over the entire Spence roof and limit development. I just wanted to clarify that for your thinking.
Understood. So we need more on that. Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Commissioner Shetta has his hand up.
Regarding the amount of transfer floor area. According to the statement of facts, the transfer is about 30,000 square feet.
No,
Knowing that
13 something.
13,700.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right then. Any other questions from commissioners? Anything else you wanted to add?
There was one other, yes, thank you. There is one other aspect of this request for the Zelda I wanted to add, and that goes to the question of, we're happy to submit the draft that we have. We would want to redact certain information in it that I would imagine the board would not have any objection to, and I'm happy to discuss that with your counsel. But I just as an observation, it would seem that this is going to be a very unsatisfactory read, because as you know, the purpose of the Zelda is to raise every possible calamity known to real estate lawyers and lending counsel. And this, the generic, even the generic Zelda is going to include, the language about adding additional zoning, adding additional tax lots to the zoning lot, to the up zonings, the down zonings, the casualty of one building, the casualty of my building, the casualty of the other building, all of that. What happens if somebody doesn't pay real estate taxes? All of that, this parade of the horribles is all in this document, as you well know, for exactly the opposite purpose, so that they can be listed, and so that the parties can agree in a document. I've often said a Zelda is like a prenup after a first date. It's a very scary document. But its underlying purpose is for the parties to agree that your risks are your risks and my risks are my risks, and I don't take on any of your risks and you don't take on any of my risks. Right. That's the underlying vernacular of the Zelda, and that's being honored here, which seems to me consistent with what you're looking for, which is knowing that the school is not tying itself down to developers' risks, and the developer can't reach its long arm into the school's operations and possibly inhibit its growth. But that's the underlying agreement in the Zelda anyway, to build that wall. And you will see that in the Zelda. I just am concerned that the questions that will come forth about, the casualties and the like, there's a reason this is a private document, because it's essentially a risk-sharing document between two parties. So I'm not sure that submitting it is going to provide the kind of cold comfort that you're looking for on the questions that are being raised here.
Yeah. So I actually,
what we will do is we'll submit it.
Yeah. No. I just want to say, I actually agree with you, because as you say, having read far too many Zeldas in my life, unless you are acquainted with the arcane world of Zelda writing, and how the mathematics are done in the event of total destruction or an upzoning or whatever it is, it's kind of mind bending. And I'm not really interested in that. The only thing I was interested in is, for example, the light and air easement, and the idea that if there's an upzoning, the developer doesn't get, or maybe they do, I'm not sure if I'm not, yeah, does the developer get the school's upzoning? And does the developer get
No.
all of floor area that in the event the school, God forbid, burns down? Those kinds of strange things that.
You will recognize this document for what it is, a totally generic Zelda, and it was not intended to go into the depth of the board's concerns here. That's why we offered to fix it on the light and air easement, so that you understand there's a very, very narrow thing here that we're actually seeking. And we'd be happy to entertain the discussion with council about whether it could be dropped in its entirety, if that would allow us to come to terms quickly with this, because time is really of the essence for us here on this transaction. And we're hopeful of satisfying the board's concerns by the next hearing.
Okay, so what I'd suggest is maybe instead of the Zelda per se, you summarize very quickly the protections for the school that are included in it. So not using the mathematical formulas for how you calculate and all that stuff. My preference definitely is no easement, light and air easement. I don't see the point. If the site next door is so enormous, they have plenty of room to allow for their residential development. So that's just sort of seems like an ask they don't need to ask for, and the school may regret this in 20, 30 years. Vice Chair Shanda has her hand up.
I actually was also not keen on reading through the Zelda documents. I was wondering if it came to it, now it seems it's not, our council to read it. So yeah, I think a summary would be sufficient for that, at least for me.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, other than as education to our council, who perhaps has not experienced so many Zeldas, I don't really want them to be spending hours and hours trying to read it either. So a summary, they can certainly have one if they're interested, but I'd rather see the summary. I think it's more useful for everybody.
We
also
that.
have
Thank you very
access to
much.
Acris.
Say again, sorry?
We also have access to Acris if we want to pull up random Zeldas.
Exactly, and there's so many fabulous ones out there.
Okay, do you want to go to the public?
Yes, please.
Kurt, your screen is out now. It's good. The case that we're currently discussing is 2017 100 BZ 412 East 90th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 952-3706-3350. The passcode, should you require it, is 180393. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Press *6 to unmute.
Okay, so how much time to respond to basically not very many comments?
I'm sure we could get our summary into you by this Friday.
Wow, okay. So we'll do the best we can to accommodate your schedule, but as I mentioned, we have a lot of cases. Can you give me an idea of what your schedule is with this case,
Well, this is solely on the transactors here, but we were hoping to have a closing by October 30th, and we are lined up for that. That would mean, I guess, a vote at your October 18th hearing, if that was at all possible.
I don't see how.
That's just to avoid a lot of brain damage.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all I can do is say we can look into it. I just don't know.
Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Anything else from anybody? Okay, so let's. Mr. Friedman, you know that we don't do closed votes. So not during these, maybe you don't know because you haven't been on a lot of these hearings.
Well, I do know on occasion you've closed records.
Yes, we close, but
Would
we,
that be possible here?
so, oh, I see, close the record here.
Close the hearing, man.
Can we do that? Does any,
I'm sorry, close the hearing, excuse me, close the hearing, close the hearing.
good point. Does any, the commissioners have any issue with closing the hearing on this?
No, I think the main element was the Bella Vista, and that's been addressed. The rest are not going to change that element.
True. Yes, this is really just about the protection of the school, right? Okay, I agree. So I think, thank you for thinking of it. I'd like to make a motion to close then.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Hi.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay,
Commissioner Otley Brown is recused. That's it.
okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you very much, thank you.
3:06. What time did we start? We started at 1:30, right? No, 1:15. I'm just looking at where we are. So the next case is potentially going to be long. Do people want a 10-minute break? Yes. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. I have 3:06, right? So back at 3:15.
Okay.
commissioners could return, please.
Ready?
Well, recording still paused.
Oh. Good afternoon. We're back on the records. The Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 4th, 2021. New cases on the zoning calendar, item number 2021-15 BC, 81 Beaver Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, if you're in the waiting room and this is your case, please raise your Zoom hand.
Ooh, let's see.
Wait, do I join as a panelist?
Yes.
Okay. Jeff.
Good morning, afternoon, sorry. You can hear me, I'm assuming?
Yes, Jeff.
Okay, great. You need to swear me in?
Yes, you have Jessica Corris and Travis is with Travis Stabler.
Correct.
So that's it?
Also Jordan Rogo from DXA.
Hi there. I'm sitting right next to Jeff here.
Okay, that's cool.
And we'll also have Justin from Silman Engineering.
Justin what?
Justin
Ben Herder.
Ben Herder, there he is.
Ben Herder, okay.
Good to see you all.
Okay, raise your right hands. Okay, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Okay. Jeff Mulligan from Kramer 11, representing the applicant for the variance at 81 Beaver Street. Good afternoon, Chair Perlmutter, Vice Chair Chanda, and commissioners. We did attend the review session, listen to your comments, and we'll respond to some of them in a follow-up submission in writing, but we did want to address a few of them at this time. So one question, Chair Perlmutter, you raised is why are we not applying for a 74-711? I think you certainly realize that the board has approved a number of variances for landmark properties where the applicant has successfully made the 5 findings. I can think of a number of examples in Soho and NoHo. There's an example I worked on Tammany Hall a couple of years ago on Union Square East, where the board granted a variance for a use change, and that was an individual landmark. And of course, the buildings in Soho and NoHo are landmarks. So, while there is another avenue for us to pursue, that's not the only avenue for a use or a bulk change for a landmark building. And we're happy to provide a written submission on that. But just because there's another avenue, I think there's a lot of precedent that as long as you can make the 5 findings, the BSA is available to you.
Just to that point, the distinction with Tammany Hall is the proposal was to add what used to be called the turtle.
Yes.
I don't know if it's still called the turtle because it doesn't look as much like a turtle anymore. But which might not have met the 74-711 findings, whereas this building, the penthouse is set very far back. That's why I was asking about the tower and the crenellation. Would that have been a requirement under the 74-711? So it seems that this building's more suited to kind of a straight special permit like that.
Right, right. I mean, yes, I agree that there is that opportunity, but I think there's also the board route as well, but we'll expand on that in writing. So then another issue touched on by a couple of the commissioners was the ground floor commercial, which we'll address in a submission as well. But we did just want to point out that we've been marketing the building for close to 3 years, and we haven't been able to find a single tenant for any of the spaces, including the ground floor commercial. In addition to the fact that, the storefronts are in the exposure, the glazing is relatively small. It's just not a good location for retail. Both elevations face residential use across the street and a park. So, again, we'll address this more expansively on this mission, but I think we have the experience to show that ground floor retail in this building at this location doesn't work.
So to that point again, because when you respond to this in writing, the fact of marketing the building in what we saw in the financial analysis states, the building is in really bad shape. The potential tenants wanted to see something already improved. When we're looking at it, we're looking at, say, the proposed building, where the proposal is to have only residential. So the building would be improved. So you'd be looking at beautiful vanilla boxes for retail tenants or commercial tenants. And in terms of the size of the glazing, for one, I'm not sure that the glazing is so small, but also the possibility, which definitely Landmarks Commission has entertained in the past, of dropping the sills down to some kind of street level, visible from the street level in the interest of adaptive reuse. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to, Jordan sitting right next to me can speak to his interactions with Landmarks on this issue. So let me just pivot to the side here.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case on a number of Landmark projects.
Sorry. Jordan, could you state your last name, please?
Yeah, Jordan Rogoff, a principal at DXA Studio, architects for the project.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so that is absolutely.
You have to be sworn in?
No,
I swore in with Jeff.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, you're behind.
That's
me.
okay,
Okay,
that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. So that is absolutely the case, that our previous experience with Landmarks on a number of Landmark projects is that we've been able to extend the sill height down and essentially turn windows into doors. In this case, working with Landmarks as an individual landmark, and then with SHPO as well, we were limited. They actually told us that on each one of the primary facades that we could extend the sill down one window per bay, the bays being kind of 3 divisions across Beaver and 2 across Belvedere. So they put a limit very early on. Our first proposal was to extend them down, and we were rebuffed. So there is a limitation on that consideration.
Mm-hmm. But are you actually taking advantage of that drop?
Yes, absolutely.
So what we see is
that is the limitation they placed on us. In part, they were open to it to facilitate some of the life safety considerations, the dedicated fire egress on Belvedere Street, commercial entry, and then entries into kind of divisions that were to be created because of these large party walls on the ground floor. So we strategically located and negotiated with both LPC and SHPO.
Okay. Can you indicate on drawings or something where those are? Because
sure.
That there were sill drops. Okay.
No, absolutely. We could do kind of as-built and indicate which ones we've extended down and update that. Okay. So I also wanted to point out that there were a number of other deficiencies identified this morning that we'll take care of. I think there was mention of getting elevation tags on so you could understand how the floors were split. and more clarity on the building sections on all floors. I think you had identified just the third and fourth floor were clear. And then there was also the, I think, street names on the ground floor plan. So all of those things we recorded and we'll update with the next submission.
Thank you.
So I think the next, one of the other items was the below grade space. Vice Chair Chanda, I think, focused that in particular. So, you know, it's quite possible that the below grade space, we agree with you, it's less than ideal. There's no exposure, there's no street presence. So it's quite possible that this space will not be rented out at all. But for, you know, the purposes of the financial analysis, we looked at using the space for commercial purposes and attributed revenue to that. Because we thought that was a conservative thing to do. So it's not so much a belief in the viability of that space for commercial use, but that it's there, and we could, rather than assuming it's storage, we attributed a value to it. So
But doesn't that add to your costs then, if you're finishing out with bathrooms and everything down there, and an elevator to get you down there, et cetera, and a lobby to get you down there? Isn't that cost that isn't necessarily reflected in income?
Well, okay, so we'll address that in the submission to see, you know, I don't know offhand, but fair question, and we'll take a look at that. Financial questions are a number from Commissioner Otley Brown. We will certainly address the site value, the historic tax credits and the as of right scenario. I did want to discuss the construction costs for the as of right scenario. The owner, who's here today, received cost estimates from 3 qualified bidders, and the cost estimate reflects the best and final pricing for an actual office development that, you know, we had planned on. We planned on constructing. It was based on actual plans that were filed at DOB. So it wasn't a theoretical exercise, which is the case in, of course, many variance applications. This was a real project that underwent a full value engineering process to reduce costs as low as possible. So from our perspective, we certainly don't see it as inflated. And in fact, we think it's reduced down to what is again, a real project, not a theoretical one. Travis Stabler is here if you have any particular questions.
No, here's your problem. Your problem is in your financial document, when you calculated your replacement cost new for your site value,
yes,
that's your baseline that you're then going to deduct for depreciation to get your actual remaining economic life. You actually had a consultant submit a document. They submitted a document, which is what the replacement cost new, using the cost methodology to construct the building as if it were a Class A or B office building in good condition. And you came up with a cost of $20.8 million. Now, you can't have that sitting there in the financials as an estimate of what it would be to construct a Class A or B office building. And then when you talk about your as of right construction costs, which aren't new construction costs, but are alteration costs, bring your project cost well above your replacement cost new that your consultant has already talked about, and not have some kind of justification for why those two numbers are totally different.
So, okay.
This is something you're going to have to work through, but that's a major inconsistency.
So you're raising issues about the replacement cost, or that, you know, what the basis for the replacement cost, not our actual construction costs for the office scenario, right? I mean,
I'm raising a point about the inconsistency, and it's all a part of your inconsistency is due to the fact that you actually had a replacement cost new created for an office building, to serve as your site value baseline for a property that's industrial. So that's what is the first way in which you've introduced this issue or this factoid. Now, if I then say, okay, fine, this is the site value should be based on an industrial building, I'm assuming the cost is going to come down. But in the back of my mind, I have a document that says if this were constructed today as an office building, it would cost $20.8 million. You have that in the evidence. And that's your mistake, not mine. Because then you can't then later in another bunch of pages say, disregard that information. It's actually $25 million without having me question it. Why would you submit a document from a subject matter expert, which that consultant is, and then disregard it and say, well, now we want to put in 3 cost estimators who are going to say that it's going to cost 25 million, when we know for a fact here on this board that cost estimators generally inflate costs, and which is half of the problem we've had with construction cost issues with the financials. So this is an issue you're going to have to correct. It's going to require you reformatting your report, but you can't have both of those things in there. And you can't then tell me, oh, we didn't mean it for that.
So Ms. Corus is anxiously trying to say something there, so go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, 1 second. Just tread
Sure.
carefully, Ms. Corus. That's all, because you don't want to say anything you can't go backwards on.
No, of course. I just want to say hello, good afternoon. This is Jessica Corus here on behalf of the applicant. Nice to see you in your little box over there. I'm asking a clarifying question because I went back to the report. I was in attendance at the executive session and I heard the 25 million. And I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page, because I went back to the commercial budget provided by McGowan and looked at the bottom line, and I'm seeing a bottom line of 19,986,000 and change. And I just want to make sure that I'm looking at the right one and comparing it to the correcting, which was the replacement cost provided by in Newmark, that was the office A or B class A or
So
B
what
office.
Page 16, your 19.98 million is just your base construction cost. You have soft costs that bring it up to $25 million.
That's how you're getting to the 25.
That's how I'm getting into the 25, because his replacement cost should have the soft and hard costs factored in, because it is the cost of the building.
Sure. It's the cost to rebuild the building.
I just want to add something.
Wait, let's finish with that. I just want to make sure.
Sure, go ahead. Okay.
Commissioner Otley Brown is getting at. Did you finish that conversation?
Me?
Numbers 25.
No, I clarified what I was looking at and how I got to the number, but Ms. Corus now has to take it from there for me.
And that's what I'll do. No problem. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page, and now I see where you are. Thank you.
So you'll submit it in writing?
We are going to review and submit in writing, absolutely.
Okay. Just want to make sure you understood before we move to Commissioner Shape.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I apologize. I thought they were done. But I want to mention the reason that I got to the conclusion that the construction cost is significantly, not just inflated, significantly inflated, wasn't just comparing the replacement cost to the new construction cost. It was just looking at the construction cost elements, items, prices that were submitted. When you look at the construction cost, and here I'm talking about page 54 of the PDF, there is a summary for the preliminary budget for the commercial, and it says that the concrete and concrete topping per square foot, and my understanding for per square foot here, it's per square foot of the building. Is that correct understanding?
No. No, what is it? No, it's not. Sorry, Commissioner Shaker, it's not.
It'll be per square foot of concrete that's poured.
No, I'm not talking about the construction cost tables. I'm talking about the summary, the preliminary budget on page 54. Can you please take a look at it?
I'm looking at it.
This, I'm talking about this, not the cost schedule, not the one at the end. When it says here concrete and concrete topping, the total is 1 million, almost 1.25 million. That
Correct.
is factoring in as almost $22 per square foot. Square foot here is square foot of the building, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then you add up to that structural steel, and this is $30 per square foot, right?
Correct.
If I calculate it right, if I want to build a 7-inch thick concrete slab, because the vertical elements are there, a 6 to 8 inch thick concrete slab would cost probably around $20 per square foot for the entire building. So you actually here in this table having a cost for the entire building, new concrete slab, plus an additional, I would say 80% of the same building to construct a steel structure. This is not just double dipping.
No,
this is a building with an existing structure, right? So
Correct.
I'm not sure why these numbers are like that.
Sure. If you don't mind, Jordan and I will jump in on this together and just address this issue. So relating to the concrete topping slabs, one of the elements here is the floors of this building. Every single concrete floor, masonry floor here is pitched towards drains. This entire building was built to contain water and drain towards water. Every floor. So the issue is that we have to place a topping slab to level the floors. And so we are pouring a 2 to 6 inch topping slab across every single floor on every single building to level the floors. That's an existing condition and something that SHPO, as part of our historic tax credit application, requested of us. So from a concrete perspective, that's driving the majority of the concrete figure that you see in that number. I would also add that.
Can I interrupt you?
Sure.
You're talking about leveling concrete on top of what is existing, right?
Correct, yes.
But I'm talking about the numbers in the construction cost estimate are equivalent to new reinforced concrete 6 to 8 inch flat concrete slab, entire building. And on top of that, I'm talking also about an entirely new structural steel framing for the entire building. You already included these.
No, we haven't. So our pricing here is a GMP bid reflecting a minimum of 3 trades bidding per bid on our 100% CD set, reflecting our fully approved and designed plans, including all the structural documents that you have. And so we are not rebuilding the entire structure. The steel and shoring that you see in those figures are the work required to insert the new means of egress, so the stairs, code compliant stairs for the whole building, as well as the new elevator, and then of course just supporting the openings for any new MEP penetration. Excuse me. So that reflects a highly those numbers reflect a highly value engineered process that we went out to multiple bidders on, and this is not a budget that was prepared for the purposes of BSA. This is a budget that was prepared for the purposes of building, closing, and buying out a construction project, which I think is should be highlighted here. It's a little bit unique. This isn't an estimate based off of some theoretical project. This is an estimate based off of a fully VE'd project that we genuinely attempted to build and finance, and ultimately after marketing it for a number of years, have been unsuccessful. So it reflects all the cost-saving ideas that the multiple bidders could come up with so that they could be competitive in their bidding process. And it also reflects, obviously, any other VE engineer items that both Silman and DXA could come up with to avoid that exact concern that you have, which is we want to make this as cost-effective as possible.
So maybe what I wanted to suggest is maybe the way you characterized it in that summary chart isn't accurate, because it makes it sound like you're using the entire floor area of the building multiplied by the 20.
No, Chair, he's not. But when you take the amount of money that he's putting in the construction cost and divide this amount of money by the square footage of the entire building, he gets the two numbers that I indicated. One for them is for concrete and one for them is for steel. And I'm not saying you're building entirely new structure, because if you are, I wouldn't be objecting to that. But what I'm saying is when you take up these two numbers and look at them, they are equivalent to the case as if you are building an entirely new concrete 6 to 8 inches or entirely new steel structure, which should be like 10 to 12 pounds per square foot. And you do have a structural engineer on your team. The way I looked at it is I said, okay, let's say 10 to 12 pounds per square foot of the building. This is brand new structural framing, steel framing. And if you take that, you multiply this by, let's say, even $4. So 4 times 12, that's 48. Right now, you are per square foot for an entirely new roof. This is what the number you were considering is $30 per square foot. 30 is almost 75% of the 48. That's why I'm like, how come you're not building a new roofing? You're not building a new flooring. You're not building a new structure. And you do have this element at $30 per square foot. In addition to this, you have concrete that's equivalent to 6 to 8 inch concrete slab for the entire building. That's why I cannot swallow this.
Well, one thing I wanted to jump in, the first comment about double dipping isn't the case, because as Travis mentioned, we're doing topping slabs. The building itself was like a machine for making beer. So every floor was pitched to drain. So we're filling that in, and the structure is robust enough to be able to support that. So there's a lot of concrete work in that respect. Then the steel work really has to do with framing out the new elevator cores and stair cores. And the stairs themselves are steel stairs with concrete poured treads. So all of the per square foot numbers appropriate that the steel is definitively in the steel category and the concrete is definitively in the concrete category. I think maybe one of the things that's confusing is this is how the contractor breaks down the fee in giving that to our client. It doesn't literally mean that it's that many square feet of that product. It's just that's what the value is over the entirety of the whole building. So yeah, and so Travis is just pointing out that in this package, and it's tough to tell which page it is in the PDF, there's a further breakdown where it gets more granular in the actual square footage and areas. But any way that we can, what's that?
54, page 54.
Well, no, I know that's the page that you pointed us to, but there's another, there's
got a printout. So
yeah, we have a printout, so I'm not seeing the page number, but if you're able to see here, this gets more granular and points out each individual category within the over.
I did look at this, but if the conclusion of this doesn't make sense the way I explained it, I don't buy that. I'm not going to ask you to submit to me the details of every single element in this construction cost estimate. And actually we did in our administrative notice. We said, please, when you put a square footage, explain it to us where you get from this square footage. Nothing was submitted. So all what I can do at the end of the day is take the total cost and divide it by the square footage. And thankfully you did that for me. And when I look at the square footage price, it's more than your building new steel structure a new concrete structure. I'm not questioning what you're doing, but I'm telling you, this is the reason why I believe this cost for these two, just these two elements, that steel structure and the concrete topping, the total is 3 million. If you divide that, you combine just these two, this is $50 a square foot. This is more than 3 times what it take, or 2 times what it take to build a new framing, new flooring for the entire building. And that's why I cannot live with these numbers.
So I'd like to make a suggestion, because though this may have been the product of lots of bidding, documents with financial information often have errors in them. I'd like you to go back and look at these to make sure they didn't get transposed somehow. It could easily have been that. We often find those kind of odd things when we're looking at these cost estimates. So rather than back and forthing, please take a look at these numbers again, understanding some skepticism on how they could possibly be that. They may not actually be that if you go back and look at the bids that were given. Okay.
Okay. No, we're happy to take a look.
Yeah.
I will say that there is an economy of scales on projects. This is a smaller project on the grand spectrum. And also oftentimes restoring buildings cost more than building them ground up. So there are some considerations that need to be weighted when figuring out those numbers. But for clarification's sake, we'll make it as clear as possible in the resubmittal.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Because I'm sure that the structure engineer got what I'm like hitting at.
Sorry, that was hard to understand. Can you say that again?
I said, I suggest talking to the structural engineer, because I believe the structural engineer got what I'm hitting at.
Okay, we will speak
So
with
he
him.
got my point.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so you were fading in and out. I think the gist of it was go speak to the structural engineer, right?
He's here. He's here. If it's him just weighing in briefly.
Sure, but we don't need to belabor this.
Sure.
Because, I think, working this out again, like in the air, is much more difficult than sitting down and looking at the numbers and talking to the structural engineer, because you can hear the questions, and let's get that answered with you sitting in your offices.
Right. Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Yeah. So Justin, unless you're dying to speak, I think it may make sense to huddle collectively.
Yeah. All I'll say is I understand, and we use similar metrics to review cost estimates on our side of things, even though we are ourselves cost estimators. We also know the overall tonnage of what we've designed and are willing to justify why the numbers are where they are for the steel and the concrete. So we'll huddle up and get you a response on that particular item.
Okay, and also just to check the numbers, make sure they're accurate.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sure.
Get posed, carried over from one document to another with a mistake. So, okay. All right. Carlo, you had your hand up?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, unrelated. I just want to alert everyone there's internet outages all over the place. So a little patience for everyone, just in case there's interference.
Okay, just to check though, are you watching the YouTube, or is Steve watching the YouTube to make sure this is properly transmitting?
No, don't they have YouTube behind us on their screen?
It is.
Yeah.
You're seeing it behind Jeff and
Isn't that behind Jeff and them?
I will check.
No, a lot of the apps are down. A lot of the apps are down. Facebook and all those, Instagram and all those are all down today. So
here, okay. But so someone though from our side needs to be watching that YouTube is streaming. Otherwise, that's not a good thing, right?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Please continue.
Okay. So sticking with Commissioner Shaita. Our original application did not include the analysis of removing the floors. We've never envisioned that as really a viable alternative. And we were asked by the project manager to take a look at that alternative. So we did, and Silman put together that report. But, as Vice Chair Chanda noted, realigning the floors cuts off some of the windows, which landmarks would never allow us to do. It would remove materials that SHPO wants us to keep, such as the tin ceilings and cast iron columns that they are requiring us to keep in, our discussions with them about the tax credits. And then, of course, even if we leveled the floors, we wouldn't overcome the other problems with this building, which is that it has shallow floor plates. Windows are relatively small and not as many as office tenants like. And it's in a location that is not desirable for office tenants since it's primarily residential. So we just never looked at that as, it's extraordinarily expensive and it wouldn't get us over the threshold of having a viable building. So I guess I raise it in the context of, I don't know how far we should go with further analysis with it, just because we don't really see it as something that we ever seriously considered or that we think should be seriously considered.
So can you, and I know that getting cost estimates on doing that is expensive. So, but if you take your other aspect of your analysis, the assumption is that if you leveled the floors, it would obstruct the windows. But if you were actually removing the floors, you could move them to a spot where arguably it's not obstructing any of the windows, because arguably you could. Whether or not that can be done structurally, I don't know the answer. So that's actually a response, right? So if we just talk about things like that, if we talk about if we were to level the floors, where would we put them?
Right.
If we were to do it just by picking one of the floors and continuing it across, where would that end up in the windows? If we were instead to remove all the floors and lower them to some level, is there some sort of technical reason why that actually can't be done? Is there a SHPO and a landmarks reason why that can't be done? Like you were saying, and this astonishes me actually, because I looked at the photographs of the tin ceilings.
No.
They're a mishmash of whatever you happen to be able to find at the store that day. Out actually that most of those are historic tin ceilings. You could buy that stuff today, right? So this kind of nostalgia for tin ceilings, it'd be one thing if they were all in perfect shape or pretty much all the way across, but they're like a crazy quilt. I'm shocked at that. So if there's a report from SHPO that in order for you to market these apartments, you have to retain the crazy quilt of tin ceiling on the ceiling of those apartments. Is that true? So anyway, so that's part of my question. But the other is, if you have some kind of report from the SHPO that says in order to qualify for tax credits, you must do the following. That would be really useful. I once worked on a school and they made us, that was being converted to residential, they made us keep the blackboards. So as an example, so I understand that can happen, but I would like to see some kind of report from the SHPO about that.
Okay. So fine. So we'll provide that in a response, but yeah, we're just concerned about having the engineer go down, what would be a real rabbit hole of analysis when I think we can address it in the ways we've just discussed.
Regarding the floor levels, if we're going to do that analysis, do you want to see sections of kind of an optimal floor realignment?
Yeah,
okay.
And it would be something simple, right? I don't want you to, so, it used to be when I'd say, give us a sketch, that meant a hand sketch.
Yeah.
Somebody like 11 minutes to do. Now it becomes this whole CAD opportunity that takes 4 hours to do. That's not the goal, right? So if you do it even an overlay on top of an existing sketch, a drawing, that I think would be very helpful to show where the floors would go, where they are in the window system, and then what the relationship of the window is to the floor, right? So in some cases, we see projects where the window is actually below the floor or way up in the air or something like that. Yeah, Commissioner Shetta.
Yeah, I just want to mention that, yes, based on my understanding for the drawings, I was like under the impression that no floor realignment is going to happen. But reading through the structural engineering report and then the statement of facts, it gave me the impression that the need for realignment and the need for the shoring and the structural complexity of doing such work is one of the reasons for the hardship. So I was like puzzled by that. Then when I moved to the construction cost, I was like, we have about $250,000 shoring cost over there. So I was like, uh-oh, are we going with the realignment because we have shoring in the construction cost, or we're not going with that option? So if we're not doing that, why would we have shoring cost in the construction cost? That was puzzling.
Yeah, I can weigh in on that real quick. The shoring costs have to do with the new elevators, the stairs. And then there's a kind of a particularly difficult moment that happens interfacing the above grade with below grade. And this also kind of touches upon a comment made about the elevator location. So when we come down vertically through the space, we have these like beautiful barrel vaults on the subcellars below. And so there's some complexity cutting through the barrel vaults, given the way the weight is distributed. I think you even mentioned that. So there's quite a bit of shoring expense that goes into preserving the barrel vaults and bringing in all the new life safety, fire egress, stairs and elevators throughout. So the shoring costs that you see have to do with those fields of work, not realigning floors.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
Did you have additional?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to turn it over to Jordan for a little bit more because he had some. We just wanted to address some of the smaller items that.
Smaller items that what I just touched upon also is kind of our explanation for the elevator location. There was some concern that maybe we were making it look like a little infeasible with the as of right layouts, but in reality, that the barrel vault consideration, the fact that we already had an elevator where the commercial elevator is located, we kept that kind of stacked opening through the building to avoid unnecessary structural work. And again, the sensitivity of kind of coming down through the barrel vaults well below grade, the areas that were used for storage below the building. So I just wanted to kind of speak to that. The other elevators and considerations about the control rooms and the kind of ancillary facilities for the elevators, that has to do with sticking with hydraulic, which was in the existing elevator locations, and then doing a machine roomless elevator for Landmark's considerations for the elevator that actually penetrates the roof. So that's the reason you have kind of a mishmash of different typologies with the elevators, and then all of their ancillary facilities are located as close to the elevator as we possibly could because the runs are the expensive part. So I just wanted to weigh in on that. There was a comment about.
I have a question, and
Sure.
that is with regards to subcellar 1. In subcellar 1, there's only a small area that is going to be usable for commercial, and the elevator that accesses it is core elevator number 3,
Yes.
which really not meant for commercial use. It's for residential. So how is that section of commercial space in subcellar 1 will be accessed? If you go to A101 drawing, A1
Proposed project or the
proposed in the proposed project, A101 has so the building along Beaver is in 3 segments, and it's the last segment of Beaver that is only being used for commercial. The rest of the 2 are not accessible.
I thought it was amendment.
Yeah, Blueberry is commercial. Right.
I can use
No, I'm
my
looking at it right now.
state-of-the-art technology to show it. This is what I'm referring to. Where is it? This is the one.
Which one?
Right.
Point 2.
That's the one that.
So this is subcellar 1, and this is the only commercial section that's in subcellar 1. The only elevator that is accessing it is core 3.
Right.
which is a residential core, because that is the commercial core elevator.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is commercial over here.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah. Yeah, right. It's the only way that you can get to that floor from an accessibility perspective. However, there is a fire egress or dedicated stair that takes you down to that commercial space, which would be kind of a primary space for that. But in leasing the space, we assembled this with the space down below, right? So this was kind of back of house, not like a primary accessed area for the commercial space. So, and they would, you're right, in a perfect world, that elevator is dedicated just to residential. But in this case, for accessibility considerations, we're able to get permission to use that, again, for back of house use for the commercial space.
Which we see with PCEs all the time, right?
Right. Okay.
Residential.
I mean, that adds to the level of complexity with regards to the commercial space and
Yeah.
the leasing also.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle, and that the floor levels don't align, and so that elevator really had to be there because the floors are split all the way up through the building.
Can you turn off?
Starting to echo. Yeah.
Your YouTube is on and you're echoing yourself.
Yeah, no, we got it. We got it.
Did you have more?
Yes, there are a couple other quick points. Just wanted to weigh in on the conversation about the penthouse. And I believe the explanation given was our understanding as well, that the amount of area is grandfathered throughout the building with the mechanical deductions. And so the area that is built outside of the existing building envelope is considered an addition, but not additional area. And so that would qualify or require parking. However, the total square footage is 1,433 square feet. So the parking requirement would be well below the waiver parking requirement. So that should be a non-factor in our understandanding. But the explanation given previously was correct. That is how the DOB evaluates and addresses area redistribution. On the roof, there was a conversation this morning about, I guess, the expense of the roof, and just wanted to clarify that there are a couple big triggers for that. One of them is the amount of mechanical equipment that needs to be located up there is requiring a kind of complete rebuild of the roof. So the roof is still largely original, so 150 years old. And so we would be completely rebuilding that. So that is right. There's a decent amount of steel up there. The other consideration is that even for as of right, we treat the roof as an amenity space, which has a live load consideration. So a lot more robust structurally. So when you see the big numbers for the roof, those are the two big driving forces, or three big driving forces. One, obsolescence of the current roof. Two, additional mechanical equipment that goes up there. And three, outdoor amenity space. And even, I should add that even if the amenity space is not dedicated for either one of those uses, there are a couple local laws that are starting to be required for photovoltaic and green roofs requirement on roofs. So those would also increase the load considerations up on the roof. So just wanted to weigh in on those points from this morning.
Mm-hmm.
We have mechanical on the roof, and we do have, in addition to that, mechanical space that's going to be replaced by adding floor area, which is the penthouse, right?
Yes, penthouse is up there too. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So if the can you put them? Isn't it possible to put the mechanicals in the basement or in one of the cellars, and instead of driving this variance by asking for the penthouse in lieu of the mechanicals? This is the first item I'm looking at, and the second is adding more load to the roof, making it much more expensive than if it's just a roof designed for snow and light load. If we think of something like that and it's doable, probably the construction cost would go down significantly of that specific roof.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the cost, I mean, we did speak about this beforehand, and, it's certainly for both the office and residential, it's an amenity to have the outdoor space. So while there is a cost associated with it, it does provide a significant amount of revenue because of the attractiveness of it. So, and in terms of the mechanicals, I don't know if
Mechanical, to weigh in on the mechanicals, we did put a fair amount of mechanical down in the cellar. There are certain components of the mechanical, chiefly the condensers for the heat pump and split system that need to be up on the roof because of the amount of air that they need to cool. So there was no way to do that, to pipe that much air down to a cellar. So that's the lion's share of the mechanical area that's up there, is an array of condenser split system units that are stacked. And again, we tried to bring them all together in the smallest footprint to not be visible from multiple perspectives over the primary facades per the process with SHPO and landmarks. Yeah, I mean, that's it. We have to rebuild the roof anyway. So making it more robust to take on the live load for the amenity is kind of an incremental cost. I understand what you're saying. It can be less expensive if you don't have those things. But my point would be that we're going to have to put a green roof, which is a heavier load per DOB's local law requirements now, and photovoltaics, which are also not the heaviest thing in the world, but the uplift in some of those considerations will mean more structure as well.
Probably you could live with
Sorry,
the existing.
Commissioner, we can't hear you. Can you get closer maybe to your screen, or I'm not sure what?
Like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it could be not just less expensive. It could be much less expensive. It's possible that you can live with the existing one with some structural alternations. My point is that you have mechanicals put in the roof. These mechanicals are doing two things, are justifying taking additional floor area, not additional. I understand that the total at the end of the day is kept the same, but it's justifying, I would say, the addition of the penthouse. And in addition to that, it's increasing the construction cost for the roof. If it's a must, please have your mechanical engineer submit to us explanations on why you need these mechanicals up there. One more thing before I conclude. I just wanna, I wanna avoid back and forth. I hate that. This is the construction cost schedule that you submitted to us. And you see that I highlighted some items here. On items like this, steel on steel decking, this is 16,024 square footage. I have to keep digging in construction plans to try to understand where this is coming from. I do not need to do that. More than 3 years ago, we asked applicants to provide to us explanations on the numbers in the construction cost schedule. Please provide that, especially with this kind of inflation that I'm under impression that this cost should be taken down by probably, I don't know, for the structural alternations, maybe it's 50%, maybe it's 40%. So to avoid back and forth between us, try to explain to me what is the 16,000 and all other similar numbers. I'm not just talking, to be clear, I'm not just talking about this specific number. All the quantities, I wanna clear explanation, where from you got them, and all the unit prices. If you can, in the remarks, digit, if you can add some explanation to justify this unit price, or if you wanna submit a memo separate to justify these unit prices, that would be more helpful.
Okay.
Just throwing that cost estimate like that, and I need to spend tons of time on it, and at the end I'm struggling. It's not gonna help this case.
Okay, and I just want to suggest, since this was bid out and value engineered, you probably already have all those unit costs that were broken down by linear footage and so on. So
No.
Yeah, we can, just to make sure we're all on the same page, we can get you guys takeoffs for all of these. I mean, these, as I mentioned, we went through a pretty significant value engineering process to try to minimize as much of this as possible. And I'd love to think that there's a math error in here, but I'm pretty positive there's not. Yeah, we can get takeoffs for all of this, and obviously the supporting bids, we should be able to get some detail for you as well. So we'll just put that together for you guys.
great. Okay. Anything else, Jeff, you want to go through other things?
I think that covers everything for the time being. Sorry, Jordan is.
Yeah, sorry. The one last thing, that there was a comment about the fire escape. And we are not proposing adding a fire escape. All that was proposed and approved by both DOB and LPC, as well as the FDNY, was a one window extension to the existing fire escape. And that had to do with how the partitions and the fire egress worked through the building. We just needed to move that over one window. And there were no objections at any of the agencies.
So, but when you went to DOB, was that for the commercial building that was the first time around, or was it for the residential building?
No, it was commercial building.
So my question is about the multiple dwelling law, that I wasn't aware that you're allowed to use fire escapes for a second means of egress for multiple dwellings anymore. So, and you have that one unit that is egressing that way through a fire escape. That
Right now, we'll confirm that. We've been successful on previous projects, so I think that shouldn't be an issue with an existing building, but we'll confirm that.
Okay. And then my other question was also about the MDL with respect to, for instance, the depth of the units away from the one small window. Like, I don't know whether you're qualifying with the amount of area for each window, but what I do remember is when there were a lot of conversions in downtown in the financial district, that's sort of the Stephen Jacobs time period.
Yep.
Where there were these really, really deep apartments, much further away than, I forget what it was, 50 feet from the window. I'm not sure what was done to allow that to happen, but you have these really deep units, and how are they qualifying? Are they?
Yeah, so I know exactly what you're talking about. We've done that MDL in Article 1, Chapter 5 conversions. Here, we actually meet contemporary requirements for light and air. And so the units where you have lot line windows, we're still getting light and air from the primary elevations that are not on lot lines. And we're following the 5 and 10 rule for all the fenestration. So that's 5% air, 10% light of the floor plate. So it checks all the boxes, and there should be no issue with that.
Okay, even for the depth of the unit away from the source of the window.
Yep, we're good. Yeah, that's right. The benefit of a narrow floor plate. So we go back 30 feet in the primary rooms. So that it is fine per all the requirements.
Okay, and I guess that one of my comments was about that unfortunate corridor that you have that is linking between the elevators, or maybe it's the fire stairs, and that there's no way. I mean, for instance, the way you approach the Belvedere side, where you have those little maisonettes, is much less internal circulation there. It's a much more efficient system. Did you look at a more efficient system for the residential, so you don't, I mean, for instance, you have windows, even though they're not legal light and air windows, but you have windows on the back of the building, right? Or is this a completely separate zoning lot from the one that's adjacent?
Yes.
So anyway, they're not legal light and air windows, but still they're glazing, right? No advantage by having that corridor that travels along the back. Isn't there a way of creating a more, maybe adding a core and then you?
Yeah, we actually looked at it, and I can tell you that. So we've been working on this almost six years now. So we have just about every possible iteration you could imagine. We had one that was a lot like the Sterling building that I worked on a little bit with Morris Adjemi. where you have separate cores at each one of the partitions. None of them worked efficiently. And so while it is a bummer to not take advantage of the windows on the back of the Beaver Street side, this is by far the kind of most efficient when it comes to constructability, unit layouts, core distribution. As I mentioned, it gets a little touchy weaving too many cores through the existing building. So through a lot of iterations and cost benefit analysis, this actually is kind of the optimal layout that we were able to find. But we have tomes of sketches of different core configurations, and this, given the extant circumstances, is the best arrangement.
Okay, I'll have to take your word for it.
You're welcome to look through all of these sketches. It's going to keep you busy for a while.
Okay, any, yeah, I see Chief Daly's hand is up. We're not technically in the review, but he's a fellow sort of participant. Is it okay if I recognize Chief Daly? Yeah.
That's fine with us.
No, I'm asking.
You mentioned that he had FDNY approval for a fire escape. Could you tell me who here at headquarters reviewed this?
Sure. We should have the correspondence. I don't know if I can tell you on demand right now, but we're happy to get back to you.
Okay, so yeah, I'll be submitting a letter to the BSA, a letter of objection. You show a FDNY path on the roof, but you're supposed to provide us with a landing area up on the roof. I don't have the code book in front of me every so many feet. So I'll be writing a letter later this week to submit to the board and CCing the applicant and the everyone on it. So thank you.
Oh, yeah. No, we'll review your letter. I can tell you that the configuration that we have for the proposed plan here is the same as the one that's already been approved. But if there are issues, we're happy to study them, see how we can fix them.
You got a mechanical room on the roof that has FDNY path. I don't think we're going through the mechanical.
Okay.
We can, but we're not.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
I mean, a lot of this is, I made a comment that your approvals from LPC, for instance, are for a commercial building.
Right.
They have to look at also to make sure that it's not affecting somehow the landmark differently, that it's residential with more divisions, right? Because also, so we need a revised C of A. But the other thing is, I wanted to know about the mechanical shafts in your, I guess in your as of right, but I also see it on your proposed. They're not really shafts. They're just sort of boxes that are different on each floor. Like what is that? You're muted if you're speaking. If you're speaking to us.
Sorry. Yeah, we were
Sorry,
just going over the C of A issue.
The C of A, right. So we currently have a C of A, and anything that's going to change to change from the commercial design to the residential is going to be staff level. It's small issues, and then we'll do a C&E right for the interior, since that's all completely different. But that shouldn't affect the C of A, the interior layouts.
So we don't go on your word. We're not.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah.
LPC signs off on the project that's before us. So just.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
And obviously, because this is tax credit project, if they haven't looked at the apartment layouts that are as I said, I worked on a school where we had to keep the blackboards, which meant we couldn't move the partitions on which the blackboards were located, just for as an example, right? So you're proposing to install many partitions now, and how does that comport with their idea of your, retention of the tin ceiling and all of that? Who knows, right? So we need to hear about that as well. Okay. Yeah, so my question before was about the strange mechanical shafts or not shafts. Can you talk about those? They seem
Sure.
odd places.
Yeah, the mechanical shafts, they're not speculative. This is like, we actually worked for the past 3 years with all prospective tenants for the spaces. And we're able to glean exactly what equipment they needed, where they needed it. We did test fits for all manner of different prospective tenants, from new breweries, which we like just dreamt and prayed that those would be the guys to take over the building, because it's, yeah, ultimately, people got cold feet. All the prospective tenants got cold feet over the course of drawing up all of the different test fits. But based on those deliberations with the tenants, those shafts located equipment that was essential to each one of their prospective spaces. So they're scattered throughout. Some are existing shafts that were in the building that were already framed out. Others were located in places that structurally made the most sense to frame out with steel. So they're scattered throughout, but the ultimate goal with each one of the shafts was to accommodate what the tenants needed and put in a place that was either already kind of the right spot to locate the equipment, or it was the easiest and best to frame out in that location.
So this is actually based on the DOB filing set then?
Correct. Yeah. So,
in a sort of as of right conceptual package.
Correct.
I see.
Yeah. It's absolutely. So there was a period where we had a number of prospective tenants that looked really good. We're ready to start. The pricing that Travis was sharing was actual contractors ready to start a demo and start building all of this. And so it's all very real. But ultimately these opportunities fell through.
I see. Vice Chair Shonda has her hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, and I think you may have answered my question, Mr. Rogoff, is that the viability of commercial use below grade in the proposed, from what you're saying is you're hoping, but you do not think the as of right conditions and the discussions that you've had with potential tenants are not viable under the current market condition for the below grade spaces.
We're actually very hopeful that the below grade spaces remain commercial. And the closest we've gotten with any prospective tenants has been below grade. It's really beautiful space. These incredible masonry barrel vaults where they stored all the beer. So we've gotten very close with tenants. Like that's the only space in the entire building that's gotten an LOI, the first step to getting a signed lease. And so we're still hopeful that that's going to be very viable commercial space.
So can you explain like what kind of a tenant wants a space?
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, anywhere from clubs, performance venues. We had the closest that we got was a bakery. So there was very high end, like a bread bakery. They were interested in doing all of their operations down there and having kind of a small COV experience. So there are, it's New York City. There's a place for everybody. So there have been some great interest.
Just
Yeah.
on that for a sec, guys.
So a monastery with a wine cellar where the monks are in the wine cellar, like that kind of user?
Yeah, so it truly is an extremely unique space. It's not just dark, dank basement space. So I'd say that sort of two things that have driven value there. And I think one of the reasons we've had limited success that we had in trying to find a tenant there is
can't hear you, Mr. Can't hear you.
Can you guys turn your volume down?
It's off.
It's off.
Okay, I'm just going to mute. All right, is this echoey still?
Better.
Better?
Yeah.
So what I was saying is the uniqueness of that space.
Still can't hear you.
Not better, unbetter.
Do you want to come over here?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me go to the other side of the table here, sorry.
21st century technology, right?
There you go.
While we're waiting, can we, I didn't see, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, can you guys hear me any better now?
Much better.
Okay, I apologize. We were trying to strategically listen in. So as I was saying, that this space is not your typical dark dank basement. It is really genuinely unique old beer caves. And I would say of all the spaces during our marketing process over the last 3 or 4 years has probably garnered the most amount of interest just for its sheer uniqueness. The tenant that we were furthest along with was a high-end bakery James Beard award-winning bakery that was interested in the caves for 2 specific reasons. One, if you look back at all the oldest sort of recipes that bakers used dating back to sort of medieval days, they all took place in caves, and they wanted to rise their bread in these old caves. There's a very specific temperature point, I guess, at 58 degrees for these below grade caves that was of interest to them. So I don't know many other manufacturers who would like to be 38 feet below ground, but they were very interested in it. Unfortunately, we ultimately weren't able to make it work for them, but that's a good example of a very unique tenant that was able to sort of see a potential future here.
Okay, so, but I think this is useful because earlier in the conversation, someone stated, I don't know if it was Jeff, that we're not sure about how viable that commercial space is in the cellar. And I said, well, then wouldn't it be an unnecessary building out the cellar when you have to have bathrooms down there and an elevator access and a lobby? But what you're actually saying now is it's quite the opposite. This is very desirable space for the right kind of tenant.
If you could find me another bakery who wants to rise bread in 38 below feet, please send them my direction. I do think it's unique space. Listen, I'm a developer. I'm optimist. I wouldn't have spent 3 or 4 years marketing this building as a commercial building, getting it fully approved as a commercial building, pricing it out as a commercial building, if some part of me didn't believe it was feasible. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in this position because we have pushed for years and years, and then ultimately we haven't achieved success. The space is the one area we have been successful. I'm cautiously optimistic. We're ultimately not successful, I guess, but I'm cautiously optimistic that we could find a tenant that values the space, and ultimately it is the cheapest space in the entire building. So that also is to its advantage.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have something else you wanted to say before we go back to Jeff?
Yeah, in Selman's report, I saw a reference that wasn't responded to. That's why I'm raising this. I saw a reference to a geotech report. I need them to provide that. And in addition, with the explanations for the construction cost, quantities and prices, if they can submit the construction drawings or the design drawings for the framing, just the framing plans for the floors that they are working on. So I can compare the numbers to the pictures.
I thought there are framing plans. Didn't you provide those?
Yeah.
They're in the set. I saw.
Correct, they are. They are.
Takeoffs for him if that's what he'd like.
We can get
Yeah.
we can provide the takeoffs if that's what you're also asking for.
No, I'm talking about framing plans. Have you provided framing plans?
It's in the set.
All in the construction set, including the geotechnical.
Geotech is there too? Are you sure?
The geotech drawings are out there.
Geotech drawings.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, framing plans are in there. I don't know if the geotech report is in there, but we will provide it if it's not, and we'll have the breakdown of the costs as well.
So when you provide the breakdown, either resubmit the framing plan or just tell us on what day in what folder it's located so the commissioner can find it easily.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, there is no geotech reports here. There is no folder called structural. I'm looking at the set. I can't see any framing plans.
I saw framing plans. So I was, I saw
within the Silman report, at the back of the Silman report.
Okay, the ones that's in yellow and red?
Yeah.
Yellow and red, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, while he's looking, is there anybody else? Because we need to move on. Anything else you want to add? Any open questions? If not, let's go to the public. Oh, there we go. That's a framing plan? I can't see really what that is. Where are you?
Okay.
Someone's putting it up, Sean is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Champa,
So
you're
they-
muted.
Champa, you're muted, so we can't hear.
This is my advanced system of sharing screen. This is a
But so-
drawing number.
Can you say where
I don't have the same.
This is exhibit number, exhibit K, engineer Suleiman letter, and it's pages 20 onwards.
There you go. Who was sharing that?
So these are the
Yellow.
framing plans.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
I can
so-
see these. These, I'm asking, are these the framing plans? The proposed ones?
These are the existing framing plans.
No, yes, that's my understanding.
We'll give you the
I'm not talking
proposed.
about-
Yeah.
I'm not talking about existing, I'm talking about the proposed.
We will give you that.
Okay, once proposed. Okay.
I wanna make sure that whatever is proposed is consistent with the quantities in the takeoff.
Okay. We will give you that.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Got it. Sorry. Okay. All right. So while you think of whether you need more, you have more questions or comments, let's go to the public.
The current case we are discussing is 2021-15 BZ, 81 Beaver Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 952-3706-3350, and the passcode is 180393 should you require it. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand and *6 to unmute.
*6 to unmute if you called in.
If you called in. I always
Okay.
get confused.
All right. I don't see any hands up yet. Let's give people a little bit of time to call in. So are there any open questions, comments from anyone?
We have a hand.
We have a hand up. Where's the hand up? Oh, right. Okay. Stephen Grasso. Okay.
That's an architect for the other case after this.
Oh, this is a
Thank
call
you,
in.
Bella.
Yeah, this is Mr. Grasso. We're speaking about the Beaver Street case. If it's not your case, yeah, hand down. Thank you. All right. How much time to respond to these comments?
I think we could provide a response within a month. We'll try to get it in sooner than that. And of course, I think you probably have heard from staff that we're trying to move this as quickly as we can. Since we've been holding the site and it's been vacant, holding the site for a number of years and it's sitting there vacant. So, and our loan matures at the end of the year. So we appreciate your putting us on as soon as possible.
Okay, as you know, we have a very crowded calendar. We'll do what we can, but I'm making no promises. Okay, I made note 30 days to submit. All of your consultants are agreed to that schedule.
They're going to have to agree. Yes, we
You know
talked.
what? So I know that you know this, Jeff, but the worst thing is to agree to submit in 30 days and then you can't. And then you don't, and then we have to,
will.
and it means we don't see you again till February. That's
Right.
just the reality, okay? So don't make a commitment you can't keep. So what I want to say is there's time for you to discuss among yourselves the real amount of time you need. When we assign the case to a date, you'll get an email from your project manager checking with you that that's a date you can submit by, and you confirm that, okay? So all the consultants need to think about how much work they have to do and how much work they have besides this one application, which I'm imagining you probably have other jobs, and et cetera, even though your client doesn't like to hear that, but never mind. All right, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank
Thanks so
you.
much. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next item is item number 22, 2021-30 BZ, 222 44th Street, Brooklyn. Yeah, put the light on.
So if this is your case, please raise your Zoom hand to be admitted. Richard's already there. Is someone else joining you?
Yeah, like 6 people.
Who? Kevin Williams. Carrie Finnegan? Yes.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Up to the architect. Bounced out. Stephen Grasso. Amanda. Do you have everybody? So we've got you, Carrie Finnegan, Stephen Grasso, Amanda Arnatti, Kevin Williams. Anyone else, Mr. Lobel?
Amber.
Amber?
Cartalian, yes.
Amber. Okay, are we ready?
Amanda?
We're ready. There were some more people. I don't know if they're with Stephen from PFA. Reiner, if they're on the same Zoom or if he is separate.
Arasanu?
Irina and Reiner Schramm are also from PFA. There he is. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Are we good now?
Oh, hi. This is Irina Orashano from Partners for Architecture. Sorry, I was muted.
All righty. So can I swear them in, Richard?
Yes.
All done? Okay.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC, the applicant. Good evening. We're here for you today on a 7221 variance application for a school. Obviously, this is in a different posture than many of the school applications that we bring in manufacturing districts. To wit, typically, as the chair noted in the review session, we are typically coming in with 7319 applications for schools located or proposed for within 400 feet from a residential district. Falling just outside that 400-foot number, we were faced with a decision, which was whether or not we were going to come to the BSA with a variance application. Obviously, Chair, Commissioners, we understand the challenges of a variance application. We also did work and diligence on the front end of this application. Kevin Williams and Amber Cartalian, who are here, will discuss some of the prior conversations that were had with DOT. But importantly, Carrie Finnegan joins us today, who's the head of school for Brooklyn Rise Charter School, in what is a very tenuous and often challenging process. I just want to, for a moment, commend her as an applicant for having what I view to be courage, which is to take roughly 160 kids who are currently housed in a 10,000 square foot space above a Rite Aid drugstore and to come to the BSA in what is, again, a challenging process to attempt to receive a variance here. Brooklyn Rise is to be commended as an institution. Most of their students are from the Sunset Park area. Roughly 97% of those students receive some form of free or reduced price lunch. These are underprivileged students. Many of them are also English language learners. Many of them are special education students. And where are they right now? Right now, they are housed, in a 10,000 square foot second floor of a building on what actually ironically amounts to be a very busy street corner in a facility which has no cafeteria, no gymnasium, no library, no art and music space. I mean, it is a really bitter pill to swallow for kids in this area. And so Carrie, who can speak far more eloquently with regards to the school, its founding, and why she would go through this process, really kind of entered into this search 3 years ago. So what do we need to prove to the board? Well, the board is well aware of the 5 findings required pursuant to the variance application. We are a nonprofit school. We are able to allege our program needs. We will do so. We have no financial hardship finding. And so it really amounts to a discussion of character as well as safety considerations, which will be discussed again by Equity Environmental. But Carrie's important point here with regards to the cornerstone of this application being the program needs of the school will tell you that she, in a very deliberate search, attempted to find a home for this school for over 3 years, looked at multiple locations, and sadly, for the work and the feasibility which was able to be given to her by the owner of this property, no one else even came close. I'm speaking for Carrie for a sec when I say that I don't think she would have entered into this process if there was any other site that was even remotely feasible. So with that, I understand that there are concerns about the program as well as the search for the property. Carrie can talk briefly. And again, on all of this, particularly given the lateness of the hour, we're happy to submit to the board in writing. There is going to be some discussion by Stephen and Rainier, who will talk a little bit about the physical plant of the school and the modest changes which would be required to house the school here. And then importantly, Kevin and Amber are able to have a very thorough discussion about what really keeps us here with regards to this application, which is safety. And the fact that we would not want these kids to be at this school if there was any concern over their ability to be safely delivered to the school, over their ability to be safely housed at the school in terms of any environmental factors. This is of critical importance to us. And moreover, we understand we cannot get through the BSA process without that discussion and without satisfying the board. Having said that, and merely to recognize the board's presumption here that a school is benefiting the surrounding community, I would introduce Carrie, who can briefly touch on some of the points we made, and then we'd advance the conversation to our other professionals. Carrie?
Thank you, Richard, and good evening, everyone. Thank you. I know it's been a long day, so I will try to keep my part short. As Richard mentioned, I can speak less to the technical details of the application. I know there are others on the call who will, but I can speak passionately about Brooklyn Rise Charter School. So I am Carrie Finnegan. I am the founder and current principal of Brooklyn Rise. And when I first decided the idea of Brooklyn Rise was born, I was working in Sunset Park at a traditional public school. It was there that I really understood and began to realize that the school options in Sunset Park for the elementary schools were very large, class sizes were large, buildings were overutilized, and the way that special education was approached within schools was not based on inclusion. And so I dreamed of a school that would be a small school that would serve multilingual learners and students with IEPs who need special education services. That would be a small school with smaller class sizes and 2 teachers in every classroom. I applied and was given a charter for that school, Brooklyn Rise, to open in November of 2019. We were chartered in 2018 and we opened our doors in 2019 with kindergarten and first grade, as Richard mentioned, in 10,000 square feet above a Rite Aid. Finding temporary incubation space was challenging. I knew space would be challenging in Sunset Park. That's why I began my search immediately before I even applied and was chartered. We did find temporary space, 10,000 square feet. We were only supposed to be there for 2 years. This is now our 3rd year in operation. We are serving kindergarten through 3rd grade in our space. As Richard mentioned, we don't have spaces for enrichment, such as gym, physical movement. Our students walk to a local dance studio to get dance, and we don't have a cafeteria. Our students eat lunch and breakfast within our classrooms. Our school is designed for and intentionally enrolls students who are multilingual learners, so whose home language is other than English, as well as we have a higher special education population than many of our local district schools because our model is inclusion-based. And I started the search for temporary and forever space immediately and worked tirelessly, recruited brokers, as was mentioned earlier in the comments. You know, there are certainly other spaces, and I looked at them quite a lot, but to find a space that has a developer who's willing, we are a small startup school. We don't have cash reserves, and we certainly don't have the type of credit to get the types of, you know, building loans and things like that. So we really rely on developers who are willing to invest the capital in developing a school for us. So it is unusual to find someone who is willing to do that, and to find the space that will house your school, and to find a school space. I was very passionate that our students deserved outdoor play space, ideally a gym as well, because we are planning on being K-8. And so I really felt like that gymnasium was an important addition for our middle school students that we will someday serve. And so finding all of those things was very difficult. We actually almost went to lease on this exact space in February of 2020, but my board and myself didn't want to have to go through the risk of the BSA process, and we were concerned. And so we actually spent another approximately 6 months looking for other alternative spaces, only to return to 222 44th Street, feeling that at this point it was our only option for a school for our students. In terms of, we engaged our families who live in Sunset Park. We asked them about the location, how they would feel about crossing 3rd Avenue. They said, we cross 3rd Avenue all the time to go to Bush Terminal Park, which is the 2nd largest park in Sunset Park. It's where the baseball fields are, soccer fields, views of Manhattan. So families have been going to that park and crossing that exact route their whole lives. So, and now with Industry City, and there's a lot of programming happening west of 3rd Avenue, our families really said, you know, this is not a problem for us. We trust you to keep our students safe and healthy. And so that's when we began the process of the traffic studies and studying. I know Kevin and his team will talk more about that, but studying air quality and traffic safety and really doing our due diligence, because nobody more than me wants to ensure that our students are in a safe space. And this building really is, you know, after years and years of looking, the only space I could find that had a developer willing to invest. Even in this process, the BSA process is an incredible investment of time and resources, and is not something I could have done without someone who was willing to do that with me in terms of resources. And so I'm happy to answer any other specific questions about our search process or other spaces that we looked at. I did want to also address some of the questions that came up earlier about the square footage of our classes. And I apologize for not including like more detailed description of why we do our program demands having more square footage in our classroom. And it really comes down to the fact that we're an inclusion-based school. So we don't believe in, as we want to pull students as little as possible outside of their classrooms. And so what that means is we have more adults pushing in, doing small group work. So we know with multilingual learners and students with special needs and special services, that small group work is really critical to academic success and happiness and joy in school and learning and development. And so our classrooms are designed for a lot of small group learning opportunities, and having more than just the 2 teachers who are always in the classroom, who are the main classroom teachers, but also our MLL specialists, our special education specialists, our speech therapists. So it's individuals pushing in and supporting and doing small group work within the classroom, which necessitates having larger square footage in the classroom. And so it's part of that inclusion philosophy of ensuring that students are being pulled out as little as possible, that we make the classroom sizes larger themselves to allow for alternative forms of instruction and learning to happen throughout the day. So I wanted to also address that point, because I know that was a question that came up from the board. So if there is anything I might have missed out, but like I said, I'm happy to answer any questions that have to do with school programming needs or the search processes. I am intimately familiar with it, having done it for the last 3 years myself.
With respect to the classroom sizes, you said we need larger classrooms, but then again, that's loosey-goosey. How are you deciding what is the right size for all of these rooms? And also, you don't have to that now, but it does need to be answered. How are you just
when the question came up earlier, I felt how silly it was of me not to like draw a diagram to show exactly what I mean. So with the rug, and so we can absolutely present all of that, that shows the multiple small group table, like teaching tables are called kidney tables in the room, as well as the rug space, in addition to cooperative seating, so students can sit in groups, which is also really important for our multilingual learners. So I'm happy to kind of provide more detailed layout of what classrooms look like.
There is already a drawing like that shows the furniture laid out in the space, but we work with dimensions. And so you need this many tables, this many chairs, that fits how many in a space, right? Not that you can take any space and lay out tables nicely and chairs nicely, I have no doubt. But the question is, are you, you make a representation that you look for space that would be suitable for your school, and that you gave to the brokers the parameters. But what we're doing when we look at programmatic needs analysis, we're looking at how much is that space really? And it's different than saying, I have this much space, I'll just divide it up into this many rooms and it works, right? Instead, you start off with a program. That's normally the way it's done, that the architect helps you establish your program, saying each classroom needs to be a minimum size of X in order to accommodate whatever the program, the pedagogical requirements, and then that totals to square footage, and based on that, you go to a broker and say, I need a site that will hold this many square feet, right? So that's what's missing from the analysis. That's why I say it sounds like you backed into the analysis as opposed to came up with it up front and then went looking for a place. Okay, Mr. Schrom has his.
I understand. Yeah, maybe Reiner has a comment on that.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Madam Chair, I thought maybe I can shed a little bit more light on that. It is certainly not that we backed into this building. We did get a very detailed program from the school, and we have extensive experience with schools and how much people, kids in kindergartens and in elementary school and middle school really need. There's also New York State education guidelines for that. There's the building code. And based on all that, these classrooms are not at all oversized. There's several considerations that play into that. What you see on our drawings, and I don't know if it helps if I share my screen, but what you see on our floor plans is the total area that this room bounded by the walls has. But you will also see that most classrooms, the way I laid it out, have columns in there, which reduce the net area that's available to have a clear view to the teaching wall. And that area that I gave, there's about 3 feet distance between the column line and the classroom walls. That area could be what we still haven't shown in there, that there might be closets in the classroom, there might be cubbies in the classroom, there might we always need an area where we can store temporary teaching items that are not used at the time. And there is obviously the entrance to the classroom that wants to be somewhat recessed from the rectangular space of the classroom itself. So yes, some of the classrooms are around 720 square feet. Which is a little bit larger than what the guidelines require, which is between 17 and 23 square foot per occupant, which would come to about 630 square feet. But if you account for that, this building is yet, because we haven't gone through design development at all in this, obviously, there will be shafts, there will be mechanical shafts, there will be chases for plumbing, there will be all kinds of other elements that reduce the actual net area for the classrooms by the time this building is fully designed. Together with the closets and the columns that I mentioned, these classrooms I could have very easily put the classroom wall at the column line, showed a much smaller classroom, but that would not have served the school, and it would not have gotten us any reprieve of not putting a gym on the 5th floor. It wouldn't have helped us at all. So we laid the classroom out based on what we think is the best usable layout for the school that provides each classroom with exterior windows, natural light, which we have, succeeded in, which minimizes the distance to be traveled in common corridors, and which eliminates any dead-end corridors, which gives a very nice egress scheme and doesn't crowd the corridors when classes change or kids need to go to a gymnasium or to the cafeteria. So it's not at all that these are really large classrooms. This is, I would say, adequate for the school, for 26 people in a room like this. And it's necessary given that there's columns in the classrooms.
Okay, so before you go on with that, the point of my question wasn't about yet the layout of your project. The point of my question goes like this. You said you got from your client a list, a programmatic list, right? What kinds of things need to be put in the building? So in order for the school to begin their search for a site, they had a list of programs. They said, we need this many classrooms. Each classroom has to be X square feet. We have these other kinds of needs, library, cafeteria, et cetera. Each of those needs to be large enough to handle this many kids, therefore Y square feet. When we add that all together, we need to locate a building that has this many square feet on this many floors with a minimum floor plate size of something, right? That's what we're looking for, so that we can see what the site search looked like. Because right now, so rather than the subject of you pick this building, it laid it out and it's working, that's not the question, the initial question. What other sites did you look at? What parameters were you given? And in particular, I want to say, because there were sites that were identified as possibilities, but the explanation for not going with them is they didn't have enough floor area. We're the floor area people. We can grant additional floor area and height and setback waivers and all of that. And rather, because this site is a very problematic site because of its location. And so we're trying to say, what about those other sites, going for something there where you could have more floor area? That's really what we're getting at with these questions. And we can talk about your layout in another part of the discussion, okay?
Yeah, Chair, thank you for that. I think Carrie and the team will go back and look at the list and to drill down on the requirements of the school in order to demonstrate the point. Carrie has, to our good fortune, has an operating school and has a very good and clear idea of what is needed for her students. So this is something which is not unknown to her. It's an analysis which has already taken place, and we're going to merely flesh it out for the board.
Okay, and if there, for some reason, you're not familiar with how to do this, I think, Mr. Lobel, you are, but we have many really good programmatic needs analyses.
Sure.
That start off with the requirements and then find the building into which they're put, right?
Understood.
Okay, so I'd like to go before we continue with the design of the building, because we're actually skipping over the two most critical parts. What in the world is the size of this site? What's slide 11 and what's lot 1?
Right, so thank you, Chair. The calculations as were set forth to the board included lot 11 and lot 13. And Amanda may know more about this than I do. We understand that there has been that there's a zoning lot declaration which is evidence of a merger of lot 1 into that lot. That lot has roughly 20,000 square feet and roughly 22 to 23,000 square feet of floor area. So, I mean, the short of it is we'd like to go back and take a look at the lot history. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Amanda, I think, was just recently alerted to this as well. We're going to come back to the board with the calculations, but we should be able to provide the board with a thorough accounting of what happened since that lot merger in 2000.
Okay, so there's the lot merger, and then there's the lot subdivision, because you're representing somewhere in there that lot 1's no longer part of it. But my other problem is you've got what's being described as a zoning lot that's including a piece of a building, which you can't do. So what's that? And I know you need to look all of this up. The other part is if the school has control over the piece of the building, which it's showing on all the drawings, then why not include that piece of the site in this project and expand the building there, or cantilever the gym over it so you no longer need those waivers? I'm actually quite concerned about the residential buildings to the rear. So that would be a way of avoiding having to impose on those buildings. And then, of course, we have the problem of school safety. And if we can't get past school safety, then
Sure.
there
So
before.
with regards to the lot and cantilevering issues or other available site layouts, we'll answer that in full in our upcoming submission.
And we had a lot of other. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, no, I know that the chair just mentioned site safety. We are happy to, particularly happy to engage in that conversation because I know that the chair had the benefit of reviewing the hearing that took place at the community board. Again, understanding that we have not yet received a determination from them. We have another pending hearing, and that DOT has weighed in, although not finally weighed in with regards to their testimony after the community board hearing. Having said that, I know that Kevin and Amber did submit a rather thorough response to the community board issues, which in particular, given the weight of that issue before the board, we would be thrilled to have an opportunity to address that.
Okay. So
Madam Chair, members of the board, Kevin Williams from Equity Environmental with Amber Battalion. So the way I'd like to handle this is we prepared this presentation that really is about site context. And by site context, I mean all of those things that are sort of threshold safety issues, not just pedestrian and vehicular movements and school operations, but air quality and noise and the like. And so to start, if I may, I'd like to share my screen. Okay. Okay. Are folks able to see?
Yes.
My screen. Okay. So the first thing I'd like to sort of go through the layers of the onion, kind of the epistemology of how we understand the site, because as Carrie alluded to, the interest in the site as a school started more than a year ago. I went and met Carrie and the property owner right after 30 Clinton, which we certainly learned our lessons on, and we certainly understood the thresholds of having a very active industrial street. Having said that, we've also had multiple schools that I think have been very challenging but successful with this board. 2500 Park, 411 Wales, 2 active areas where basically what we did was try to present the framework of the area as it's transitioning and the role of the school in that, and the ability to sort of adapt to that environment with, of course, the privilege of and the acceptance of the board and DOT school safety. And so in the process of doing that, one of the things that I'd just like to walk through, because the environmental assessment is very long and tedious, and seeker is what it is. And basically the community board kind of put us on point, because the fact is, you need to go beyond seeker. People cannot read these documents and cannot understand them. And so what I tried to do and what our team has tried to do is frame the site in practical context. And in the course of going through that process of discovery, the first thing I'd like to do is just kind of give an overview of the site. So 44th and 45th Street are pretty unique in this area, in that, from an upland standpoint, you have Prospect Park, and then you have this block that has the special permit for the M12D. So you have these long existing residential units. And then when you go closer into our site, even though the Zola map describes an area that has quite a lot of industrial, one of the points here is that this building here on the end, and if I reference some of this PowerPoint, this is an applicant-owned building, and it's currently vacant. And all of the curb cuts associated with this are associated with past use. This is our project site. And what I want to do is just bear that in mind when you look at the land uses, because when you look at this corridor, this is listed as industrial building, but this is actually a printer location. This is the large, end cap that's owned by the applicant. This building here has been transitioning. There's a cooking school and an IT related use. And, it's been in the process of being transitioned. None of the curb cuts that are present in there, the pull-in docks, have been utilized during any time that we've witnessed over the half a dozen times we've been out to the site. And if you look at aerial recon as well for the past many years, there's no utilization of them as well. This building here is currently vacant. It's a warehouse. This obviously site is of the greatest concern because it's the Verizon location, but even this site as well, there's no trucks going into this panel van service vehicles that come out opposite of the street. And there were 10 over a 2-hour period going in and out in both the AM and the PM. This site next door is a tie storage warehouse, so that's what it's called. No trucks were identified during any times going into this building. There was a hand cart taking material into the building for storage, but we saw no trucks pull up into that building during any time that we looked at that site. Adjacent to that is an office building with a parking lot that's associated with it. And so for the most part, and then the frontage is basically all mixed use and commercial. So the implication is, if you were to make a gateway into an area that desperately needs access to the waterfront, this is one that a planner or a long-term planning effort might consider. And lo and behold, that's what we've discovered. I prepared a letter to DOT, expressing that, we uniquely understand where the community board and where DOT is coming from, because we've been through this many times before. And because we've been through it many times before, going back to the discussion that we had with Carrie and the property owners way back in the beginning of 2019, there was real concern about the implications of 30 Clinton. And I walked that site in an absolute cold with both of them. And then we went to the other site and we kind of evaluated what the differences are. And a lot of the characterizations that came out of the board today, which I understand, if you're not intimately familiar with this site and with this area on a day-to-day basis, you're going to brand it with the Southwest IBZ concept that it's very heavily truck activated. There's a lot of curb movements. There's a ton of industrial activity, and that simply is not the case. It's not borne out by the research that's been done. It's not been borne by the 24 hours of cameras that we deployed over a 2-week period. It's not borne out by our in-field analysis of every in and out in the curb. And the main thing here is we went to DOT before this application ever started. And we do that on every application nowadays. It's discussed with staff and with Carlo, because we were very concerned that we were taking applications where, really a more modern standard of student safety was present. And we were kind of in the middle of that, where DOT was evaluating things in a different way. The board, to their absolute credit, had clear standards on citing schools in M zones. And basically what I did is I went and looked at the site, we walked the two. And if folks remember 30 Clinton, you had pallets on the sidewalk, you had trucks on the sidewalks, you had gas station on the corner, you had active, car utilization in terms of chop shops and repair facilities and all of this type of activity going on. And I have to admit to myself, my argument then was there's a lot of non-compliance going on. Here, there are no cars on the sidewalk. The sidewalks are clear. Are there curb cuts? Yes. And we discussed this with DOT and we discussed the activity. After that meeting, they had no specific comments. 2 to 3 weeks later, we got a letter from Ms. Heyman at DOT who indicated that she would like to hear from the community board before they make a determination as to whether or not to support this application. And of course, that community board, as you watched, we did not have a full vote from the Land Use Committee. There were 2 members of that board were particularly concerned about the site, and there was a representative of the IBZ and a representative from the community called Uprose. We took those comments to heart, and we spent multiple months throwing away the seeker technical manual and going in and looking at these issues specifically. And so what I want to do is, within the context of the questions I have, just kind of quickly walk through those findings and also the site characteristics. So one of the issues was about whether or not it's appropriate to cite a school in an IBZ. And in the course of doing that analysis, we discovered a few things. First of all, it's been long known throughout the city, there's some 300 schools located within 500 feet of the Gowanus, and that was a major concern. And of that, there's been a lot of news lately, more scientific information about the effect of PM 2.5 and other pollutants in the air. And so obviously, 2 wrongs or 500 wrongs don't make a right? This school needs to be cited on the basis of current science and knowledge of the impacts of vehicle miles traveled adjacent to the site, the presence of air toxics and ambient traffic. And so that's what we did. And this first slide basically shows, that sort of context, that there are a lot of schools on these corridors. And most importantly is the most recent 1,000 student school that's at the PS 939 on 59th and 3rd. That school is within 60 to 70 feet of the Gowanus. And what I wanted to do just in this context is kind of show that site. And we went out there. So this is the location, and even more, this is the street view. As you can see, you have a very active full block warehouse here, distribution center, with a curb cut right across from the bus drop-off area. You have another curb cut right here. And then you also have a large parking lot here with just a ton of cars. And then at the street level, we wanted to look for guidance at what they did to make the street crossable. And I think this is instructive because what they've done is and just be aware, you're not crossing 3 lanes on the east side and 3 lanes on the west side. You're crossing 3 lanes under the Gowanus. We do not have that condition here. We have parking areas on opposite sides of the Gowanus and a much larger sidewalk. Now, I also took photos of this. And so this is actually the improved condition where they've made channels here on opposite sides. Oh, and that's my dog, sorry. So,
your dog?
Anyway, so the point being, we only take that as guidance because we wanted to see what have they done here? What are the siting conditions that are different here? And it's really not a question of fairness. DOE does what they do. But we also tried to ask School Construction Authority, and we put in a FOIA to find out, has there been an environmental assessment, environmental impact statement prepared? It's in an IBZ by all, manners and requirements. They should have went to the Board of Standards and Appeals, and because it's in an M12, or they should have done a zoning override.
Sorry, it's a city-owned building. It's a mayoral override.
Right. So the question is that should come with an environmental impact statement, right? So we have no evidence that was provided, despite being 70 feet, despite having operable windows within 80 feet of the highway. So, the types of schools that we represent from private applicants are accustomed to much higher standard of review and safety, and they should be. And so I wanted to provide that context as a question was brought up. But as I said, 2 wrongs or 1 wrong don't make a right. But there are a lot of other schools in the Southwest IBZ as well. And
so before you say that, because that's what my comment was, that was a comment that was in your materials. And so I was like, really? So I started at where they are, right? Yeah. This one that you just showed us is in a section of the IBZ, which is kind of this kind of bizarre little bit. And it's on the very edge of it. And right behind it is not an IBZ. So this is a classic one where this board has looked at cases where if you're right on the edge of the IBZ and right on the edge of the M district, the board has also allowed for such changes. The issue here is that you're in the middle of the IBZ, you're not in your proposal, and it's not the same, right? So the location is basically just at the edge of the IBZ, and also I think it's at the edge of an R district, so you don't have the IBZ and the zoning map overlay. Aren't you on Zola?
But we do have far more residential backing our site than they do.
But that's a different question. The question we presented was, is it appropriate to put it in an IBZ, right?
Well,
That,
so just the point is that this is not the only school in an IBZ. There are many other schools in IBZ in Brooklyn.
saying many when I didn't find any that were in a similar situation. All of them are clustered around, there's maybe 3, and they're
No,
all.
I'm showing my screen now, and there are actually 7 in the Southwest Brooklyn IBZ, section 3 in the Red Hook portion, and 4 clustered, as you indicated at the end. But that doesn't make it any better, Chair. Just because you have a map that has been, gerrymandered and worked around, does not, you have NYU Langone right in the middle. You have a park right in the middle of the IBZ. You have daycares in the middle of the IBZ. There's also a madrasa on 3rd Avenue in the IBZ. And I would argue, just contextually, and just hear me out, I hear that concern, okay? But when you look at the actual context of the school, and you also look at what's trying to be done on this corridor, there's a few missing pieces here. And one of the things that I provided in the DOT letter was the planning context. And the city spends a lot of money and effort, starting with Plan NYC to Vision 2020 to New York City Comprehensive Waterfront Plan to the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway Implementation Plan to the Sunset Park Upland Connectors Project, which is an interesting part of this because for the past 6 years, DOT has been working with members of the community and the CB that I might add, and we'll show to the board, 30 sites were evaluated and by the Community Board 7 5 years ago for preferable location by DOE. 4 of those are actually deep in the IBZ on 2nd Avenue. The board itself determined these as good locations. One of those locations has been built on. So this notion that either the community board has changed its feelings or that sort of thing, and which it can, and it's apt to do. But I did want to, indicate as far as the planning context and the support of the community, there are a lot of different efforts to tie Upland Sunset Park to the waterfront. And part of that is the Upland Connectors project. And our project, 44th and 45th, are part of a infrastructure and a plan to connect Sunset Park that's long been cut off by this IBZ and the post-industrial waterfront from the ongoing development of Bush Terminal Park and the Brooklyn waterfront. And what this slide shows, and actually I have the PowerPoint from DOT here that I'd like to just show for a moment. Here we go. Sorry. Is the Upland Waterfront, it's the Upland Connectors project. So, sorry, that's not the Upland Connectors project. And, so the link is broken on here, but one of the things that I have provided links in a memorandum that provides all of this connections, but basically, and if you can, let me see if I can just show you this slide. Okay. So currently, this corridor has a city bike location that was deployed in the last 5 months. That's right on the corner of the entrance to our school on 33rd and 4th Avenue. In addition, they've rebuilt and restored all of the curbs and sidewalks and put ADA ramps. And I'm like, well, why did they do this? And you pull up the STIP number and here it is. This is a part of a 5-year program, 6-year outreach program with the community and including members of folks that were present at the CB. And what it describes is a set of one-way pairs. So right now we have the eastbound connection from the waterfront, and then 45th is to be the bike and pedestrian lane down to Bush Terminal Park, and the return is our street. And as a part of that project, they have now improved, and I'll just show you the aerial here. So this is showing under construction, but the city bike, I might just move this back so you can see. Sorry, it just went in. So here's the, sorry. So here's the city bike lane, the improved sidewalks, and they've also improved 45th Street, same thing but they put the city bike deployment on our street. And then also, so literally the three sort of corners where students could plausibly enter from the Appland portion have all been improved. And what we're saying here is, listen, Sunset Park is really desperately trying to get access to its waterfront. We would like to locate our school. This block, we've looked at the curb cuts, we've looked at the ambient traffic and the truck movements going. The sidewalks are 15 feet wide. Yes, the building is about halfway, down between 1st and 2nd Street. Having said that, the curb cuts that are all present on here, and you can look at the utilization study, there's literally one car on this side of the road in 4 hours of observation. That if you compare this to the current location, it's far more truck activity, far more cars pulling up the sidewalk, far more conflicts at the intersections. We have a fully controlled intersection. So the question is, what can we do to make this even more safe? And I just want to hop to that because, I don't want to waste all your time. And we have a plan here, and we're not assuming we're going to be able to work through this, but we're committing, and we're going to commit to the community board to sit down and work with them on both effectuating this corridor that they're trying to have to get a safe walk from these residential communities. And a school can be a part of that because schools need to be safer, even safer. And I really think if you look at what DOE did and you look at what we're going to do, I think our corridor provides this safe access, and then they're trying to do the same thing on 60th to provide joint connections from the community to that waterfront. And so what I did in this PowerPoint, to show them, and I'm just going to hop to the end, and then I'll discuss the air quality issues because I think those are also very interesting to look at as well. Give me one moment. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to cross-reference a lot of things here. So
57, Kevin.
Oops, sorry. Can you see?
Kevin, while you're looking for that, I just want to make sure someone takes note of this question. You said, and because I can't get off this, you said there are many schools in the IBZ. To substantiate this claim, I'd like to see a map of the schools that shows the location of the school with the IBZ and the zoning district and the actual blocks, and to see where the school is actually in the IBZs, because if we use PS 939, then I'm not buying the argument at all, because you see, you're showing them right now, and you need to see the overlays. There's even residential districts right adjacent to a lot of those schools. You see, they're all on the edges, and that's the point. So when I'd like you to submit a map, not to talk about it here, but to submit a map to make clear which schools they are and so on, because I don't want to mislead the commissioners. Believing that there really are schools in the dead heart of the IBZ. I do not believe that's a true statement, not based on my own research. So
Absolutely, Chair, I'll do that. If you want to stick to boundaries and you want to stick to uses that are present there, I just think there needs to be a little bit of perspective about what's within and what's actually within an IBZ, because there are sections of this IBZ, fine, we're 500 feet inland of the border of the IBZ. The other school runs 300 feet with a playground about 500 feet into the IBZ. So I'll provide this analysis to you, but I would also like for consideration of the intensity of use that's present within, just the lines that are drawn in the IBZ, because they're, that's probably more important than the line. But I hear you, Chair. I will provide that to you. Okay. So one of the things that we prepared here is sort of a master plan for this corridor. And we already have sidewalks improved on this, on the cardinal corner of the project site, 3rd Avenue and 44th Street. And we have a bike stand that's located here. In addition, as the applicant owned building here, which has a number of curb cuts, the applicant has already agreed to remove all of the curb cuts on the adjacent tax lot 9 and to extend the drop-off zone in this area. This is where the concern about a truck loading zone was present and is signed. The applicant is also willing, even though there are likely not many students here, prophylactically to close the remaining curb cuts if it should please the DOT and the board. So that would basically encompass half the block. And then we have 4 other curb cuts on our side. One associated with this, the ones closed. This is the active one that we haven't seen any trucks enter. This is a glass installer and a reprographics company that's located at these curb cuts, which we've also seen minimal activity and no large truck use. Well, what we would like to do is we'd like to put a curb extension on this recently approved corner. And that curb extension is meant to allow more alighting area for pedestrians, reduce the crosswalk area, and to prevent parked cars from somehow backing into this channel. And this is a recommended, tactic by DOT to enhance street safety. In addition, we have improvements underneath the Gowanus that we would like to propose, but we also want to complete this corridor by putting in the ADA ramps and improving these sidewalk corners and providing new high visibility crosswalks. And so under the underpass, that's perhaps the most important piece. So this is currently what you have, similar to the DOE sidewalk areas. What we're proposing is to put channelized curbs, restored curbs into this crosswalk area. And this will show you a little bit similar to the design. We're expanding by 1 foot and widening this sidewalk. We currently have 25 feet in there. There's enough to maintain the existing travel lane in between the bike share lane that's present on this corridor. So this is the opposite side. And so we believe with those combinations of improvements on a corridor in terms of restoring the sidewalk, in terms of adding the ADA ramps, we're willing to pay for school striping in front of the crosswalks as are done in other locations throughout the city, where there's students that would be traversing back and forth on a busy roadway. And one of the other things in terms of the context and in terms of the accident numbers that I think Commissioner Champa mentioned is, we actually looked at a quarter mile around the site in terms of accidents, and people call this the corridor of death and all of that, but the facts do not belie that, that name for the corridor. Now, I'm not saying this corridor is like, where kids should be playing in the street, but when we look at the numbers and we look at those corridors that have been improved with pedestrian amenities, this notion that the addition of people rather than the few people that would come by here in bikes would result in accidents, I would offer that that's not true, because once a corridor becomes activated with persons who regularly cross it, those people that go through the intersections, you see masses of people. The occasional bike that goes to the bike lane, those are the ones that are susceptible of getting hits because they're not expected, because you're not creating, the corridor is incidental. It's not primary as a conduit from one land use to another. So I did want to address that, but in terms of this corridor, there have been no pedestrian or bicycle accidents in 5 years at this location or on the 45th corridor. So basically,
because there aren't many people walking on that corridor right now, and there will be an influx of that
there are a lot of people that cross this crosswalk. There's a commercial area that serves this entire neighborhood that fronts our site with residents. There's a hotel there. There's bodegas. So it's a very active commercial street frontage on the west side of 3rd Avenue. But that again, Commissioner Shabeta, goes to my point. The incidental bike going up and down this area, all you have to do is you compare it to the traffic accidents right now occurring at the school on 59th and 3rd. Okay, and so if that has evidence that increased pedestrian activity of over 1,000 students, K through 12, and that one is far more dangerous, if I might say, given the 9 lanes of traffic that have to be crossed in comparison. So my point is, when you create a dedicated and clearly improved pedestrian corridor. The DOT has already put Cheryl lanes in here. It's policy by DOT to improve recreational and neighborhood access to the waterfront. There's an implication of safety that it's a safe corridor, and DOT's already implicating it as a safe corridor, and the community has already indicated as a corridor. Basically, you need to enhance the pedestrian and bicycle movements through that corridor, and that additional pedestrian and bicycle traffic will demarcate that as an upland crossing to the waterfront. And when you make half measures, when you don't improve the corridor, you don't sign it as a passageway. Then if you have more people trying to access a waterfront improvement through that area with a pedestrian corridor that's not ready to accommodate it, you could have problems. But we're suggesting improving it, highlighting it, and building on the connection plan that the city has long been working on. So anyway, all of this presentation was supplied to the board. I'm happy to answer questions. If I may, just to very quickly, just address the PM 2.5.
Before you go on with that, I just want to pick up, your analysis is only looking at and I understand why, but your analysis is only looking at the potential danger to the students. I'm also looking at, this is an IBZ. Right. I'm looking at the loss of businesses and the impact of having what is quite a delicate use in the midst of a rough and tumble use. And the idea of saying, oh, this one is vacant and this one is now a tie shop, et cetera, it's permanently an IBZ where businesses will come and go and change and so on. And just because there's no truck dock being used today doesn't mean there won't be a truck dock being used tomorrow, unless you're saying that, truly any kind of business at all that has deliveries, that has manufacturing is dead in New York, which doesn't really make sense because we're seeing so many development of worker spaces and so on, light industrial uses. And that for me is the point of the IBZ, and I'm concerned about whittling down of the IBZ. That's why I keep focusing on, if the school is on the edge of the IBZ, it's bad, but it's not in the center where businesses and trucks and so on have to drive around the kids or worry about the kids. We have had schools that frankly, it was hair raising to go visit them and see the kids walking to school in the middle of, forklifts and so on. I think it's a very unfortunate phenomenon that exists in the loss of the manufacturing districts. You need to respond to that other fact. And we do have a submission from the one of the business communities who attended we don't have the submission, but they attended the community boards hearing, and they expressed their opposition to this because of the fear of how it's going to impact the businesses.
Kevin, that's something that we can provide to the board. This is not a new situation in terms of BSA precedent. BSA has previously granted the ability and waivers to allow schools to operate in IBZs. And the standard that those applications were held to is the one that is suggested by the chair, which is that they will, quote, not negatively impact surrounding industrial uses or frustrate the policy goals of the IBZ. So in our upcoming submission, the chair and commissioners can expect us to thoroughly address that and demonstrate how, again, in our opinion, based upon data and a review of the site, that we would not be frustrating the IBZ goals here. We totally get the chair's message and we can provide that to the chair.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, you wanted, Mr. Williams, you wanted to go through the air quality issues.
Sure. So as most members of the board are aware, when we do a seeker review, you have a number of types of analyses that have to be done. One is related to mobile source impact, and that's for what's called an atypical roadway. The Gowanus is such an atypical roadway, which basically means it's an elevated highway with a lot of cars on it. The standard for that is being within 200 feet Otherwise, you screen out. We're 463 feet away. Now, that shouldn't give anybody safety or security that it's safe, and we didn't take it as such. We also do air toxic screening related to the neighborhood, and that has a lot to do with the context in terms of the siting and an IBZ. We found no air toxic emitters within the 500 feet that we analyzed, and no active industrial permits in the area. Now, that doesn't obviate the fact that those may occur in the future, but those are all subject to DEP, and we're adjacent to residential zones. So any use that does go in there would have to be of such standards that, you know, it would be safe for human air consumption. But having said all of that, we went into the ground, and then we went into historical record. We do other types of analysis that weren't relevant here, like HVAC screening. You know, the building is above potentially having an emissions related to the HVAC. But one of the things that we took to heart, and, you know, I follow this a lot, is the impact of PM 2.5 on disadvantaged populations. And in New York City, as we all know, it disadvantaged populations, and have had highways run through their communities, and this happens to be one of them, and it has divided the uplands from the waterfront area. Having said that, the city has done an 11-year program that's currently ongoing. They're called the Community Air Monitoring Survey, based on these concerns about PM 2.5. And from that analysis, let's see if I can just share this slide. Apparently not. Really must learn my. My apologies. Okay. So the major takeaway from this study is that the major pollutants that the city looks at and has looked at since 2009 and has been aware of since far before then are PM 2.5, NO2, NO, and both NO is related to NO2, BC is related, black carbon is related to PM 2.5. Those three air pollutants, and then SO2 has declined 95% in the last 11 years, related to changes that the Bloomberg administration did in terms of fuel oil for homes and the introduction of the low sulfur vehicles. Basically, you have declines of 28, 27, 35, and 24% citywide. This data that's prepared, however, it literally goes to the individual sites. So not only were we able to look grossly, we were able to look specifically at our site. And this chart just summarizes those findings. And 2019 is the latest available data. And PM 2.5 in 2009, this line here was 11.1 at the Sunset Park site. And if you guys want to have a frame of reference, 1991 New York City, citywide PM 2.5 was 43.8, which is, or sorry, 2001 was 43.8, incredibly high. So the safe level by EPA is 12, the World Health Organization level is 10. The current level, average level in 2018 is 9.5. Was 9, now it's 7.3, and our site is 8.47. That's below all sensitive standards, either by WHO, by EPA for annual exposure to PM 2.5. But we didn't just stop there. We actually went out and did our own monitoring. And so if you look at the other pollutants of NO2, nitrogen dioxide, 2019, it was 22.89. The EPA standard is 50. The World Health Organization standard is 40. The SO2 standard, there's, it's so low they stopped tracking it. It's 0.165 in 2016. The EPA standard is 30 microns or parts per billion. The black carbon level, 0.197. The New York City mean 7.3. There's no EPA or World Health Organization standard, but the level from scientific abstract.
One second. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
The standard that I pulled out is 100 parts per billion, but again, that's a part of the PM 2.5. Nitrogen oxide is at 19.8. Again, there's no specific standard for that, but like CD7 Manhattan, 22.34, and NO is a byproduct of NO2. And then ozone, at our site is 27.8. The World Health Organization standard is 100. CD2 in Brooklyn is at 27.5. So just some frames of reference. And then we went and mapped all of these. And you can see, like right now, Midtown Manhattan has got the worst PM 2.5 in the city. We're basically right in the middle of the sampled range throughout the city at 8.374. Again, nitrogen dioxide. Again, this map that was developed was, no funny business with it. All equal levels were recorded in terms of the analysis, but this one is also basically approximately in the middle. Again, Midtown Manhattan, sections of the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens nexus is also high, but none of these levels in New York City exceeds EPA standards. Black carbon, again, so here we're quite below or quite commensurate with other areas of the city. And then ozone, we're actually quite lower than many areas of the city. And then nitrogen oxide, also on the sort of lower end. And so one of the things is just people are very familiar with looking at air quality index standards, which is a very simple way, taking away the PM 2.5 and the microns and all of that, just to capture what, how healthy is the air on a day-to-day basis. And this is at our site. It's actually from a monitoring station that's overlapped like 3 highways. It's even worse. But the AQI at our site annually, it was 14, which is not to be mistaken with the micron level of 8.37, 8.7. But so it's in that green area. All of these criteria are in the green level. Air quality satisfactory and air pollution poses little or no risk. Now, are there blips during the summer where we're in orange? Yes, there's one particularly that basically, if you look at the entire city, this is coming from wildfires from the West Coast, but most of the days are in that green area. And as you know, this is also during summer time. But having said all this, we went out and tested the site. And we did basically monitoring for 10.5 hours in the worst time of the year in August, and basically did dust track monitoring. And the standard by hour is 0.087 microns. And these are the results for each hour average, 1 through 10. So I don't think any of these is even close. 0.06 is the closest. So this is done on the street, with all the trucks going by and all of the traffic and all of the industrial activity, which I've characterized, and the traffic data shows as being very modest on this and the companion streets on 45th and 43rd. And so we took these very seriously. We spent a lot of time doing this and a lot of costs doing this, just to make sure for Carrie and her students, not for the community board, not for the BSA, to go above and beyond the seeker standards, to both put in physical improvements to help bolster the safety of the site for more students to cross here, and looked at the background policy that was present. We looked at the air quality. We also we did flood hazard mapping, even though the site is outside of the 500-year flood and is outside of the 500-year flood in 2100, because the community board was concerned about it. And because Carrie and her families need to know about this. So this presentation has elements on it regarding toxic fugitive chemical release, which was the basis of the UPROS, the local community concern, where they partnered with RAND Corporation to evaluate after Hurricane Sandy, the concern that occurred in Red Hook, and many projects in Red Hook, about about pollutants, transferring through floods from one site to another. And so all of these analyses are contained in this presentation and are going to be presented to the community board. And what we ask at this time of the board is just keep an open mind. We'll provide all of the evidence. Obviously, we have to convince the DOT, and the DOT is certainly not interested in sticking its neck out in this neighborhood. The community board made it very clear that they have been very disappointed by the DOT. And I don't know what the background of the citing of PS 939 was. I didn't get a lot from the community board on, what the background of the siting was on that. But, we intend to keep the lines of communication open, and to see if there's a way in which we can work in both parties' interests, the community's interest and Brooklyn Rise and DOT and the board, to make this a safe location and one that is clearly defined by the characteristics of the site and the loan characteristics of the site. Because if you go back, and this will be in the analysis that Richard identified, the long history of this site has, the buildings have remained. And the reason why the developer has not developed this as a manufacturing use is the building simply, it is not in compliance with modern manufacturing buildings, as are many of the buildings on this street edge. And to demolish, remediate, and to build new light manufacturing, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a lot of new such deployments of capital in this or any other IBZ in the city to accommodate modern manufacturing. So I hear what you say. We always see this as a two-pronged evaluation, the existing uses and the proposed and the safety on them. And we will provide or highlight the due diligence that we've done on the existing operations of light manufacturing and make our case that this area is unlikely to be a comprehensive redevelopment of heavy utilization light industrial. So that's, there are a bunch of individual questions that the board brought up that I can answer individually. If members of the board, if any of the commissioners would like me to directly respond to their questions, I've written them down. My hope is that some of this addressed some of the siting concerns that were brought up, but I'm available to discuss those specifically.
Thank you.
Thank you
Actually, the air quality analysis helpful. Thank you. And in terms of the traffic issues and safety issues, obviously, anything more that you can give us on this? I'm surprised about that corridor that you described between 44th and 45th, that to take you to the park. I've asked our staff to reach out to DOT to find out more about that.
In my letter to DOT, it shows the roadmap of the planning and hyperlinks to all the documentation. So that may be an easy way to sort of kind of go through the levels and also see the specific plan and the construction deployments. But I absolutely reach out to DOT because it was sort of a mystery to me that wasn't brought up when I had my DOT meeting, and then to see construction occur while we're in the middle of planning was sort of surprising, but then I connected all the dots here. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. And so I just want to go back to a comment Mr. Lobel had before about preparing a response to my question about IBZ. When you submit your response, please don't just submit it with a stack of BSA cases. One of them needs to be mapped. We need to know exactly where they were in the IBZ. I don't frankly remember any since I've been here deep in the heart of the IBZ. If anything, again, they were on edges. So that's what I'm looking at. And also, if there's any kind of, so far, all the policy papers that I found on IBZs are very strong in wanting to retain them for industrial use, commercial use, and so on. If there's something that you can provide to us that shows there's a shifting in policy, I'd be interested in seeing it, but at the moment, I don't see shifting in policy under the current administration. Certainly, I can't, obviously, nobody can speak for the future administration.
Chair, I do have a policy paper on that matter that actually discusses in an IBZ considerations of mixed uses. And, it brings me back to the project we had on 44th Street, which was actually an integrated mixed building with light manufacturing and school. Well, this is not that, but I will supply that. Unfortunately, it's relatively bare. They're basically looking for instances of such things and how they would work. But this is really, from my point as a planner, I'm not suggesting we keep a Euclidean base to everything in the city. But if you're going to have pedestrian corridors and move through a manufacturing area, and there's an interesting PhD thesis on this project, by the way, on this connection to the waterfront, you have to find some commonality with the land uses and the traffic improvements. Just improving and doing pedestrian and vehicular enhancements, as all planners know, you must have a land use and pedestrian vehicular improvement framework. And so and I'm not suggesting this is the only one, but this is the entree into the corridor where there are a mix of sort of lighter industrials or light non-industrial uses that are present on this block. And yes, and those are not inviolable forever, but this is one of the things of the city, as you said, it would be good to have policy guidance on some of it. And my suggestion is the only way to effectuate these type of safe connections is you have to slowly change the land use fabric or work with areas where the land use fabric has already changed and has a long existing difference from the rest of the IBZ. And I would argue that this is such a corridor. So, sorry.
Thank you. Don't be sorry. Thank you for your very carefully, as always, arranged presentation and the materials that you submitted to us. Let's go to the public. There are 4 people, I think, who would like to testify on this. Go ahead.
The current case we are discussing is 2021 30BZ 222 44th Street, Brooklyn. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 952-3706-3350. The webinar passcode is 180393 should you require it. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand and press *6 to unmute.
Okay, so there are already some people who have their hand, or one person who has his hand up, I think. I'm unmuting, yeah. Aaron Pluke, go ahead.
Plevke, thank you. Aaron's fine. I'm not seeing an option to put my camera on.
Oh, no?
Oh, John Deal is also looking for my.
Oh, I didn't see John. Okay, yeah. Oh, you don't see I don't know. I can't help you. I see you. We don't see your camera as an option. Go ahead, though.
You can speak. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear us?
Mr. Pluke, whatever your name is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize for the mispronunciation. Sir?
Aaron, hear us?
Hello?
We lost him.
What happened? Do you want to go to John, maybe?
Yeah, let's go to
Fire
John.
department? Fire department? Sorry.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My question really is directed at the architect. And regarding the proposed roof plan over the 5th floor gymnasium, the roof of the gymnasium, what is the construction?
Good evening. We are proposing to build the gymnasium addition on the 5th floor as light gauge framed walls with an exterior insulated facade paneling. It provides us the continuous insulation the energy code requires. We have done this at one other school which just opened last year. Existing school wanted to have a gymnasium and the roof was the only place to put it. And it was also an existing building, and we had to consider that it was not feasible to offset the loads of that gymnasium through the building in the middle, where you have to build new foundations and such. We did an analysis. The exterior walls of the existing buildings are strong enough to carry a light gauge framed addition for the gymnasium. That's what we had planned it for. And that's a typical construction method We found that to be the most feasible and also most economical way to provide a gymnasium on top of the existing building.
I will be submitting to the board to submit a BSA requesting some details on that roof construction, because I need to know if the roof would be able to support firefighting operations up on the roof. But the next question, and then we will be objecting to fire department. You propose a balustered railing system around the solar panel. While we do support installation of solar panel, this railing system it's weighted down. Now with members in full gear, we're talking about at least 500 pounds, a member carrying, his own body weight and his equipment. And we're gonna have several members. Once we grab onto that railing, we're falling off. You do not show any railings at the parapet edge at the exterior wall. So there's a great chance for firefighters falling off of that roof. So that's another objection I will be submitting. And also that there is no firefighter access, rooftop access, to the 4th floor level, to the 5th floor. Now I did talk to our tech management unit, and I think we came up with a pretty good solution, which I'll discuss with you under another phone call with the project manager, because you have a roof access ladder, which is of no use to the fire department. We would prefer to have steps going up, exterior type of fire escape steps going up. So I'll be bringing that to the board's attention, and we can talk. I'll talk further with you and with the project manager to discuss this. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think Aaron, because I'm going to mispronounce the last name again, called in on a phone number. So go ahead, *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I think perhaps someone tried to give me video access and it kicked me off. So this will do. Thank you for.
Can you
it's
pronounce
Plevke. The W is like a V.
Okay, Plevke. Thank you.
Yeah, just Aaron is fine though. Okay. Thank you. This has been a fascinating day to listen quietly in the background while I try to get some work done since 10 a.m. But this is very important to my neighbors and I, so I wanted to make sure to have a chance to testify. Put very simply, I think the feeling on this block is one of objection. It's complicated, I think, the change of use, which we'll talk about at the end, but pretty unanimous in terms of bulk. I'm here, I'm just me speaking today, but I have, had conversations over the last couple of weeks with neighbors, and we've got a little petition going that we will submit. But in any case, yeah, I'm one of the people on 45th Street, the very residential block immediately behind this proposed development. So first, in terms of the bulk regulation or waivers being sought, we wholeheartedly object to waiving any bulk in this district. Where, as has been pointed out, especially in this immediate area and one or two other pockets in this M12, M12D area, a nice balance, a mix of residential and manufacturing. 45th Street being almost entirely residential, and we would have been a part of the community uphill before Robert Moses brought us the BQ, the Kiwanis Expressway, and we're severed, and we're still doing pretty well down here in our little enclave, but want to maintain the character that we've got. We benefit from that character. The scale of manufacturing industrial buildings between 2nd and 3rd is sensitive to the residential uses that abut it in a lot of locations, including a few folks that live on 44th close to 3rd Avenue. And a few row houses on that block. So starting there, big picture, objecting to the bulk. In terms of the rear yard, this lot already benefits from a legal but non-conforming 10-foot rear setback. So the 60-foot wall is only 10 feet from the property line instead of the 20 that it would be if it were built today. And any further reduction in any addition going up on the roof would without a doubt reduce the amount of light reaching our homes, all of us back here, our yards. And it's important to point out that these houses are all two-family homes, and so we all rely on, I mean, I think there might be one on this block that isn't occupied by multiple families. We all rely on rental income. And putting, you know, an addition of 28 feet up, a non-conforming addition straight up with a non-conforming 10-foot setback already would severely impact our the rentability of our upper floor units, which tends to be where tenants live, and certainly their value. In terms of street wall setback and sky exposure plane, these are ranked in terms of how I feel personally. The first one is a major objection. The second one is still a pretty strong objection in terms of any waiver to the street wall setback and sky exposure plan. We do really like the scale, and the scale of this place gives it hangs together in a certain way that as soon as you cross Second Avenue and things are taller, it's a very different environment. The light on the street is very different between Second and First as you walk to Bush Terminal Park, or as we walk, you know, from our home to points in either direction along Second Industry City, for example. And it would be a shame to have that larger scale be a part of the experience in this buffer zone between the residential across Third and the manufacturing across Second.
3 minutes
you know,
are up.
this is
Do you
a.
want to wrap up?
I'm sorry.
You need to wrap up because your 3 minutes are almost up, so go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So that covers the bulk. In terms of change of use, this is obviously complicated. Carrie, I feel for you. My son has an IEP. He would probably be a candidate for your school. 500 students right here is scary to think about supporting in terms of the way that even 45th feels, let alone 44th, in terms of the kind of traffic we get coming and going here. And even 300, if you were just K through 5, is still a very big number to imagine. Our son goes to TLC, which is 130 kids or so, and the impact, the mayhem during pickups and drop-offs on that much more well-suited location. Just imagining that happening here, 45th being a likely place for a lot of traffic to come down off of Third Avenue because 44th is one way in the wrong direction. Aside from the parking concerns that I know other people have raised in this area, the commissioner spoke to it earlier. This is all, you know, the idea of a school of an appropriate size is something I think you would end up getting community support for. At the size that is being proposed, 500, and even at 300, people on the block are bristling at what that would mean and how negatively we think it would impact the experience of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Ann Renazzo has her hand up.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm actually also so my name is Ann Renazzo. I'm also a resident of 45th Street who happens to be in support of the school. I understand my neighbors' concerns about parking. I understand my neighbors' concerns about traffic. I also understand my neighbors' concerns about safety, but the bottom line is we do live on these blocks and we're safe. You know, I think in 2021, things have really changed as far as pollution goes and traffic goes. You know, so I understand that concern, but I also feel that this would be a great addition to 44th Street. I went to school myself on 44th Street and 3rd Avenue in the daycare, and there was never an issue. I went to school at St. Michael's before it was I'm not sure what the name is now, but I've gone to school in Sunset Park. I understand the traffic situation. I'm also a parent of a child in this school, so this is a very personal matter to me. I am wholly confident that Carrie can keep our children safe. I'm wholly confident that these developers can issue a plan or you know, have a safe plan for our children. And I'm in support. I'm actually in support of the school, and we have our petition going as well. So thank you for listening and considering us. And I think we need the school in Sunset Park. That's all. Thank you.
Very much for your testimony. We did receive a petition from parents in the school in favor of the, I forgot to mention, sorry. Thank you for reminding me. There are 3 other people in the waiting room. If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, I don't see anyone raising their hands. Okay, so let's find out how much time to respond to these many, many questions.
Chair, I'm going to initially defer to Kevin and Rayner to give me an approximation with respect to the number of months it might require. Kevin can't hear you.
Sorry, in terms of the environmental,
thank
you know, and as the chair indicated, we're obviously waiting for agencies, and the feedback from the community board is going to be critical. But in terms of responding to the comments, I mean, we already have this in various forms and can summarize and provide the very specific response to your comment on impact on current and future potential operations. So, I mean, I can have our responses back in a few weeks because we have all of this here. It's simply, you know, marshaling it, you know, to the board. And then honestly, I don't want to come back to the board without hearing from the land use committee, again, basically about the same materials that we partially presented to you. So we're on for the 12th, 13th, Amanda? Yeah, so.
12th and full board is October 20th. And then,
Right, so I would think before or concurrent with the full board hearing, we could have everything that we need and could address additional comments or concerns that come out of that, so we give a comprehensive submission. So I think Rayner has more, you know, layout or, you know, considerations to do than we have to concern ourselves with.
Okay, so what are we thinking?
So if there's, we also have received some written records of the questions that came up earlier. I think I have answers to all of them as far as they concern architectural and planning and spatial issues. I'd be happy to answer any of them directly right now, ad hoc. If you want to make this all part of a later submission, we can do that in writing.
Why don't we say that the 22nd, Friday, the 20th of October, if that works for you, Rayner, we can get that. Then we'll have the full board and you know, any context that comes out of that, we can also follow up. Because Richard, does that work for you?
It's fine for us. I mean, we're, you know, obviously as reflected in the materials, one of the reasons behind the application is the fact that the school within the next year to year and a half is going to be outgrowing its space. So time is of the essence for our discussion. Having said that, we of course want to provide the BSA with as complete a submission as possible, but to the extent that the architects and environmental consultants are able to keep to that schedule, we're happy to do so.
Okay, so Rial, so we're talking 4 weeks to submit, basically.
Correct.
Okay, and but of course, we are waiting for environmental review, school safety being the most important aspect of this from that side. And I have questions about the IBZ and the manufacturing district. Not sure, we may reach out to some other agencies about that. So. All right, 4 weeks to submit. Okay, and we'll see what we can do. Again, I can't promise any dates about expedite. We have a very full calendar, and as you know, we have many cases that were delayed over the summer. So those that's priority for dates. So, okay. All right, thank you very much, everyone. I think we've heard from all the members of the public. Thank you, everybody, for your participation and for your careful presentations.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for October 4th, 2021. Resume tomorrow for October 5th.